USA is going for the gold at the 2026 Winter Olympics. Around 200 athletes are representing the United States in northern Italy. That includes the face of U.S. skiing superstar Mikaela Shiffrin, who's looking to add to her Olympic medals, and her teammate Lindsey Vonn, who's proving age is just a number, coming out of retirement for the chance to compete in Cortina and one of her favorite places. On the ice, the Americans are heavy favorites in figure skating. Ilia Malinin is revolutionizing the sport with his quadruple axel, giving him the nickname Quad God. Alysa Liu is the defending world champion and now looking for gold at the upcoming Olympics. While the dynamic duo of Madison Chock and Evan Bates are the team to beat in ice dance. There are so many faces of Team USA going for gold, we want you to meet a few of them. This is Ones to Watch. Hello, I'm Matt Renew, and you're watching Ones to Watch. Over the next half hour, we'll be looking at some of the best and brightest stars with Team USA, those athletes who are expected to stand on the podium at the 2026 Winter Olympics in Milan and Cortina. And we start with one of the biggest comeback stories ever in sports. Ski racer Lindsey Vonn, who at 41 years of age is making a big comeback and coming out of retirement, heading to her 5th Olympics, competing against athletes half of her age. She's the oldest person to ever win an Alpine Ski Racing World Cup, and now she has her sights set on Cortina, a place she's had plenty of success at. Being back on snow and skiing fast with the U.S. ski team is something Lindsey Vonn is pretty happy about.
I do think that just shows how excited I am.
Vonn's made a career of winning ski races. She has 82 World Cup wins, 43 in the downhill, more than any male or female ever. She also has 3 Olympic medals. Then in 2019, Vonn retired from racing after dozens of crashes and comebacks caught up with her.
I retired because my body couldn't take it anymore, not because I personally wanted to end my career.
And while she kept herself busy, Vonn missed the sport, especially the chance to race in Cortina at the 2026 Olympics.
You know, really hard to retire knowing that Cortina Olympics was coming and I wouldn't be competing. But even so, I don't know if I would ever have imagined myself at 41 racing in the Olympics.
So she underwent surgery to repair her broken knee, and for the first time in years was pain-free.
It changed my life forever, and no matter what happens, my life is forever different because I was in so much pain before, and it really affected almost everything I did in my life. And now I can do whatever I set my mind to.
The spark was lit. Now at 41, Vonn is back, racing and enjoying more time with her younger teammates.
It's not always that you mesh well with your teammates, and even though I'm twice as old as them, you know, we still get along great. I'm not doing as many TikTok videos as I think they would like.
But also offering her advice and expertise.
I feel like it's a privilege to be in this position. It's my responsibility to try to pass along as much knowledge as I can, because downhill is an accumulation of knowledge. You know, you learn so much by racing the same tracks over and over. So I know these hills.
And once again, doing what she loves. And Vonn says what her late mom would have loved to see her do.
I had the opportunity to fight back. You know, my mom had a stroke when she had me, and she wasn't able to physically come back from that. And I felt like it's my responsibility to try my best and to do what I love to do, because she couldn't. And I feel that even more now that she's gone. You know, she would be so happy that I'm here following my heart and my dreams.
In Cortina, Italy, fulfilling a dream on a track she's won a dozen World Cup races.
Well, I think my age gives me a big advantage, actually. I've definitely been on that track more than anyone else that's in the starting gate.
And says no matter what, is just happy to go fast on one more run.
I'm privileged and lucky to be able to have the opportunity to say goodbye on my own terms.
From racing to the rink and a rock star who's heating up the ice with twists, turns, and impossible jumps. At 21, Ilia Malinin is the men's defending world champion. He's revolutionizing his sport and has the coolest name at the 2026 Winter Olympics. They call him the Quad God. And when you see his routine, you'll see why, and why Malinin is a name to remember, because he's favored to bring home gold for Team USA. On the ice, Ilia Malinin stands out from the rest.
It requires a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of dedication.
The son of Russian Olympic skaters.
Both my parents, they're my coaches, and they've both been to the Olympics as figure skaters.
Ilia spent a lot of time growing up around the ice.
They always had to bring me to the rink because they were there from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day, and it's kind of more like I was hanging around the rink.
That time paid off. Ilia is now a two-time world champion and the world's #1 ranked male figure skater, and wants to bring back the glory days of competitive ice skating.
Just being able to bring back the popularity of skating how it was decades ago.
Ilia and is drawing a lot of attention from fans with his signature trick, the raspberry twist.
I guess there's a move in skating called a butterfly, and you add a twist into it, it's called a butterfly twist, and it's a pretty common trick that's off the ice done in like parkour. And the way it started as raspberry twist is because my last name means raspberry in Russian.
A twist served up with a mind-bending routine that's landed Ilia the nickname,
here he is, the Quad God himself.
Quad God.
It is a nickname that I embrace, and sometimes it does help me get through, competitions.
With 6 types of quadruple jumps in one program, taking that power and precision to the Olympics in Italy.
Like, we're all just a team of athletes who represent Team USA, and it's just such an honor to be one of those amazing athletes.
Where you're sure to see him snacking on chocolate before he skates.
I prefer to eat Hershey's milk chocolate before I skate.
And shows the world how a lot of hard work.
I really hope that I can give them a sense of feeling that it's more than just the Olympics. It's more than just the programs, that this sport is our life. This is our choice. This is something that we have dedicated a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of sacrifices.
And a little chocolate.
Most of the time when I've had a Hershey's chocolate, I've always had a pretty successful and pretty happy performance.
Can help an athlete earn some sweet Olympic gold.
To go there and to try to skate my best to win that gold medal.
In women's hockey, a nearly 3-decade-long milestone will be shattered when the United States takes the ice in Italy. Layla Edwards will become the first black woman to compete for the United States in women's hockey at the Olympics. And David Greenberg tells us she's not only breaking barriers, she's inspiring the next generation of athletes.
Long before she was a 6'1" U.S. women's Olympic hockey player,
to be an Olympian is crazy just to even say out loud.
Layla Edwards was a little girl learning how to figure skate.
There's a lot of people that I owe to give my best to every day and make them proud.
Can we do some from this side?
My dad always had a plan, so he started me in figure skating because he knew that the transition to hockey would be easier that way. I wasn't big on the figure skating outfits anyway, so that worked out for me. I didn't like the tutus and the one pieces, the leotards wasn't my thing. I was more of a tomboy.
As her love of hockey blossomed, so did her skills on the ice.
I first realized how special Layla was when she was like 7 and she was making adult moves, zooming through people. And then she started like scoring all these goals and she was just like ahead of the group.
Those skills weren't the only thing that stood out.
Walking into a rink and saying the basketball court's that way, having experience with microaggressions taught me lessons, had me grow thicker skin in a predominantly white sport.
All right.
Those experiences only fueling her determination. Now, she's set to make history.
This is incredible. Like, I have the opportunity to be a role model to many young athletes, especially hockey players of color. Given this opportunity, I'm gonna embrace it.
Shoot it.
Her life in hockey has taken her from her hometown,
one of Cleveland Heights' own, and University of Wisconsin hockey forward Layla Edwards,
to Madison, Wisconsin, winning 2 national championships in 3 years with the Badgers.
I mean, the feeling of winning was probably the best moment I've ever felt because you got to do it among some of your best friends, and for me, among my sister.
And countless other countries across the globe.
I was approached by a mom with her 2 kids of color. She was so grateful to have met me and to have her kids watch me so that they can see people that look like them playing hockey.
Oh, through the cone.
From that little girl to the cusp of Olympic glory.
Wearing the sweater with USA on the front is one of the greatest honors.
She's dreamt of this moment.
When I'm laying in bed at night and can't sleep, I picture those rings and to have the gold medal around your neck standing on the podium. It's reachable now. Whew.
Women's hockey will face off against Chechnya on February 5th, which is one day before the opening ceremony of the 2026 Winter Olympics, and the men will start their play against Latvia on February 12th.
Still to come, she holds the record for the most Alpine World Cup ski racing wins. We'll catch up with Michaela Schifrin. Plus, back to the rink, where a California woman is the reigning world champion in figure skating even after stepping off the ice with an early retirement so she could live a normal life and just be a teenager. We'll meet Team USA's Alysa Liu. You're watching Ones to Watch.
Beauty, power, grace, and a path to the Olympics that included spending a little time off the ice. At 13, Alysa Liu became the youngest U.S. national champion in history.
At 16, she competed at the Olympics in Beijing.
And then in a big twist, she retired from figure skating. Now at 20, Alysa is the defending world champion, heading to her second Olympics and once again on the hunt for gold.
Skating is a sport that demands a lot to reach an elite level,
Most of it was a blur, I will say, just because I was so young.
taking up almost every minute of an athlete's day. And for U.S. figure skater Alysa Liu, that was just too much.
I was traveling so much because of it, and I was starting to get sick of it.
At 16, at the top of her sport after competing at the 2022 Olympics in Beijing, Alysa walked away from skating and retired.
I kind of just fell out of love with it, and I was like, after Olympics, I really want to quit, and that's exactly what I did.
All so she could spend more time with family and friends.
I was going to concerts, which I never could have done before.
Doing all the things a teenager usually does. Hanging out, getting her driver's license.
So I could drive myself around, drive my siblings, my friends around. I did a whole year at college and a little bit of the sophomore year as well.
Living a normal life. That included learning to ski.
I was skiing and I really enjoyed it, and I was like, I want to ski all the time.
But it was that time on the slopes, or at least heading to the slopes, that got Alysa thinking about coming back to skating.
Skiing felt very similar to skating, you know, you're exhausted, your legs hurt, you're cold. That's like everything you feel when you're skating. And so I thought, well, if I enjoy skiing so much, there's no way I don't enjoy skating.
Because in her mind, why drive hours to be cold on the snow when you can find a rink and be cold skating a little closer to home?
It is so inconvenient to drive all the way to the mountains. When an ice rink, you could feel the exact same things that you feel when you're skiing on the rink. I would pick that.
So Alysa put those skates back on and got back on the ice.
I love the arts, I love dancing, and I love music, and I love sports, and that's what figure skating is. So I kind of realized that.
Better now, she says, than ever.
I just felt stronger, you know, my balance is a lot better.
Now, at 20, she's a world champion figure skater competing at the 2026 Winter Olympics,
I am really excited for it because it's the biggest stage that you really get.
where she could earn gold after having some fun by showing the world all the work she's been up to.
I put so much work into them, like costumes, choreography, and like just vibe of it. And I'm just really excited to display my art.
Still to to come on Ones to Watch, she's the face of U.S. skiing. Mikaela Shiffrin talks about what she thinks about going for gold in the mountains of Cortina. And the best ice dance team in the world wears red, white, and blue. Why Madison Chalk and Evan Bates spend a lot of time together on and off the ice. That's next on Ones to Watch.
Teamwork is the foundation of success for ice dancers, and one U.S. team has a golden connection both on and off the ice. Madison Chalk and Evan Bates have won 3 consecutive world championships, and they won gold in the team event in Beijing in 2022. Now their connection is stronger than ever because they're married, partners that are now laser focused on earning gold at the Olympics in Milan.
On the ice dance partners Madison Chalk and Evan Bates have a personal bond that goes beyond the rink.
We have experienced so much of life together, working together, spending really all of our time together, and going through these incredible experiences that skating has brought us.
The two have skated together for more than 15 years, but just after the 2022 Olympics in Beijing,
just done with the Beijing Olympics, so it was a big milestone. We were doing this tour with Stars on Ice where we were going across the country.
Bates, who's used to the pressure of being an elite figure skating athlete, had to steady his nerves.
I knew the answer. I thought I knew what the answer was going to be, but still nonetheless, very sweaty palms.
For a surprise proposal on a beach in Thailand to his ice dance partner.
Shaky voice, very nervous, even though it was just the two of us.
Now this couple has a connection beyond what most athletes share.
We just feel like our bond is really strong, started as friends, became something more.
Working together on music selections.
We do the listening together. We really, like I said, put our brains together and come up with something that works for both of us and highlights our strengths and our passions for skating.
With Madison designing their costumes even for their competitors.
She's designed costumes for herself, for me, and actually for some of the competitors in our discipline as well, so she's really a highly sought after designer.
It's a partnership that works. They're the #1 ranked ice dancers and Olympic champion.
All right, everybody.
And we're at the center of attention for a surprise.
2 special people here with us in the museum today.
At the U.S. Olympic Paralympic Museum in Colorado Springs.
Not expect
that. No, we did not expect that.
Where they were honored with a signing celebration, putting their names permanently on museum panels reserved for U.S. athletes who have won gold at the Olympics.
Truly an honor to get the full service experience and be able to sign something that's going to live in the museum. It's really an honor. We walk in here and we feel the history.
Now in Milan, Italy, they're competing with a bond that's improved their skating.
Absolutely. I think our relationship has only fueled our skating passion even more. We're so dedicated to each other and to our craft that everything just aligns when we put our brains together.
As they work together for gold.
We definitely want to shoot for the gold medal in the individual event as well. We feel like that's something that has been at the top of our goal list for a long, long time.
This time as husband and wife.
Now as husband and wife, it feels like stronger than ever.
Pressure, positivity, and poise, qualities superstar Mikaela Shiffrin brings to ski racing and the Winter Olympics in Cortina. How the greatest ski racer of all time is embracing the expectation for gold. Next on Ones to Watch.
There are few athletes as dominant in their sport as Mikaela Shiffrin. The American ski racer from Colorado has won more than 100 Alpine World Cup ski races, more than anybody in history. She already has 3 Olympic medals, 2 gold and 1 silver, several overall titles, and now she's making a big comeback after being stabbed in a ski racing crash, heading to her 4th Olympics faster than ever.
Near Michaela Way in Avon, Colorado, Mikaela Shiffrin is rebuilding a comeback.
Gym time, strength and conditioning portion of the season.
On her terms.
every year we're kind of reinventing the wheel a little bit.
At 30, Schifrin has won more Alpine World Cup ski races than any male or female in history, more than 100 and counting.
106!
She has 2 Olympic gold medals, 6 World Championship golds, and while still racing, has been inducted into the Colorado Sports Hall of Fame.
It's certainly a testament to the work that has been done and the journey I've had and my whole team and family and close friends and biggest supporters.
Schifrin is the GOAT.
Be the best ever.
You know, there was some really great high highs.
On a journey that's been anything but easy.
And some really low lows.
At the Olympics in Beijing, Schifrin raced in 6 events. She didn't medal in any of them. Then came Killington.
Everybody said it was going to happen in Killington.
Racing toward her 100th World Cup win.
The more people said that, the more I felt like, I think that's too easy. Like, I don't think the universe is gonna let this go that way.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh,
Michaela hit a gate, crashed, and felt a stabbing pain in her midsection, a rare injury from being punctured in the fall. Schifrin's recovery would be difficult, healing her body.
I had those like scary PTSD flashes of crashing.
And her mind.
Every time I get in the start gate, whether it's a race or training, I'll have these like flashes, or it's almost like a memory.
This had been more than just a crash, something different, something unlucky, a 1 in a million injury.
And they're called intrusive thoughts, and it's a symptom of, or a signal of post-traumatic stress disorder.
Getting that moment out of her head would take time.
Me proving to myself that more often than not, skiing high-speed GS doesn't end in a puncture wound.
And that time has come. Only 3 months after that Killington crash, Schifrin won her 100th race.
Untouchable, unreachable, unrepeatable.
An achievement she thinks would have surprised even her late father.
I don't think he would have ever thought that I'd get to 100. I don't even know what he'd say. He'd probably be like, it's time to be done. But I'm not done yet.
Not even close to being done. In front of her home crowd, Schifrin won her 104th World Cup at Copper Mountain. Once again, flying down mountains in a sport she loves.
The trick that we're all trying to work on is how to dive into that speed and sort of like go headfirst into the vortex.
All leading Schifrin to her 4th Olympic Games in Italy, racing this time on familiar snow.
Understanding the lay of the land, knowing approximately where your hotel or your house or lodging is going to be.
And back in a familiar place, atop podiums and racing fast at the Olympics, on her terms.
Take a look inward and say like, wow, this is real, this happened, this is now a written part of history. That's a pretty special moment.
And that's all the time we've got. You can see more of these athletes when they compete at the 2026 Winter Olympics. The opening ceremonies are February 6th. I'm Matt Renew, and we'll see you in Italy.
When I stepped back out on the ice, I was like, I can apply all of my interests into this. I mean, most of it was a blur, I will say, just because I was so young, and honestly, sometimes skating can feel like the fast life, especially when you're at that level. You got like interviews, you're getting flown out for this and that. So it all kind of blended together. Also, my brain wasn't fully developed, still not right now, but I was traveling so much because of it, and I was starting to get sick of it. I wanted to see my friends, family, like all I wanted to do was be at home, hang out with my friends, like, and I don't know, enjoy life. And I felt like all of this training, I no longer wanted to do it anymore. I was never really too passionate when I was younger with, I guess, helping with the programs and really being in the process of it all. And so I kind of just fell out of love with it. And I was like, after Olympics, I really want to quit. And that's exactly what I did. I mean, I feel like no one really knew I was going to make it, so they were all kind of shocked. I wouldn't say they thought I was crazy, but I think people were confused. And I still haven't really fully explained the reasoning for why I quit. But yeah, people were definitely shocked. And now everyone doesn't mind that I made the decision now that I'm back. But definitely when I was gone, I'm sure people were like, why did she do that? Well, I kind of went right into it when I quit. I wasted no time. I was going to concerts, which I never could have done before. I also got my driver's license, so I could drive myself around, drive my siblings, my friends around. I did a whole year at college and a little bit of the sophomore year as well. I went on vacation for the first time, and I went on many more after that. I went skiing, I went snowboarding. Like, I got to do so many different things that I never would have done had I stayed in the sport. And yeah, I got to experience like real life during that time. I got to know myself a lot more, know what I like to do, kind of what my passion in life is, like what my calling is. And I love the arts, I love dancing, and I love music, and I love sports, and that's what figure skating is. So I kind of realized that as I, was taking my break, that I loved all those things. And then when I stepped back out on the ice, I was like, I can apply all of my interests into this. And I never thought of figure skating in that way before. So I guess my framework, my perspective changed. I mean, I think honestly, the first time I got back out on the ice, I already felt like I was better. Also because I was going through puberty at 16 still, so I wasn't adjusted my body yet because I was still like changing. And so when I came back, I'm not growing anymore, So I just felt stronger, my balance is a lot better. And I felt more comfortable just skating at 19 than I did at 16, funny enough, even though I took 2 years off. But yeah, it's really different, but I really like it. I went skiing with my friends and my family. It was a family trip, and I was skiing and I really enjoyed it. And I was like, I want to ski all the time. Like, I was like, if I could ski every day, I would ski every day, but the mountains are far. It's like a day trip. You have to really plan it. And the rink is right there, 20 minutes from home. So I was like, skiing felt very similar to skating, you're exhausted, your legs hurt, you're cold. That's like everything you feel when you're skating. And so I thought, well, if I enjoy skiing so much, there's no way I don't enjoy skating. Because I've been telling myself that entire time that I hate skating, I don't like it. But I thought it would be contradictory of me to think that skiing was super fun and skating wasn't. So I went back out on the ice, decided to try it out, see if it really was fun, because if it was, then I could do something that I enjoyed every day, because the rink is right there, It's not like the mountains. So I did enjoy that first session, and I just kept going back whenever I could. Yeah, no, because I was also going to school, so I was like thinking it would have to be the weekends. Every weekend I would have to try to go skiing, and I was like, that's still a drive. And I was thinking only the weekends, like it's so fun, I want to do it like more than just the weekends. And yeah, skating, I can do it whenever I want in the week. I really like Heavenly, and I think it's called Mount Rose too. Yeah, I've never skied outside of California. A lot of people are really nervous because they think of the Olympics as kind of the end, like the end of a movie. But for me, I know that's not the end of the movie, you know what I mean? Like, there's things I'm looking forward to after Olympics. Like, there's so much more that I am anticipating even after the Olympics. Like, that is not the end for me. And I already did a cycle, like I know what it's like on the other side. And that, you know, Olympics is such a big dream for so many athletes. And so it's kind of like, that's what they're all doing it for. Like, they're doing it for the Olympics. But my mindset's a little bit different. I'm not really doing all this for the Olympics. So if I just get sent to Olympics, then that's like what happens. It's like a side quest in my journey, but it's not the end of it. Honestly, I mean, I am really excited for it because it's the biggest stage that you really get. So many people are gonna watch my performance, and that's exactly what I want, honestly. That's my goal, because I'm really excited for my programs. I think they're very me, and you know, I put so much work into them. Like costumes, choreography, and like just vibe of it. And I'm just really excited to display my art. It's a lot about like designing, picking the colors, like the little details, and like the style of the dress. Yeah, we gotta get it right. So my dress designer, Alysa Liu, she makes my dresses, and she also helps with the creative process, but I give her like a vision board of what I want, and then we just make little tweaks here and there. Yeah, so it's a very like collaborative process, but she does all the sewing and stuff like that. There's a line for your music. You can't just go whenever you want. Like, everyone has a job to do on the ice. They all want to run their program. So yeah, you make a line with your phones. Yeah, it's first come, first serve, basically. If you like warm up quick enough and you're ready to go with your program and no one else is, you get to go. I always put my left skate on first. I don't know why. It's not really a superstition, and if I don't put like my left skate on first, like that's fine too, but I always go for my left boot. I don't really eat anything in particular. It's always like very different. I eat a really good meal though, because like I need energy for competitions. And I eat a lot of Chinese food. You know, at home that's all we cook. So when I'm traveling around, I love to try to find like Chinese restaurants or like Asian food in general. And I'll usually have like a big bowl of like a rice bowl or something, or like noodles. So my father was one of the student leaders in the Tiananmen Square protests. And obviously he had to escape China, so he did, and he came to America. And he continued to organize protests here in front of like the Chinese embassies and stuff like that. And so, I mean, they continued to go after him. And when I came and became a figure skater and I was gonna go to the Olympics, yeah, they had sent like a couple spies to the US, not just for my dad and me, but like for some others as well. Yeah, and they were caught, so. Yeah.
What's wrong with you? Did they want you to skate for China?
I don't think so.
They just want to bring you back? What were they just keeping an eye on you?
I have no idea, actually. Probably, no, I really don't know. But at least in my dad's case, it was so that he wouldn't, you know, start organizing protests again, maybe speak out against the government. It's stuff like that.
They're probably worried you would speak out against the government then too, as
yeah, probably.
rising athletic star.
Yeah, which is funny. I mean, I do, but I speak out against like our government too. So, I mean, yeah.
I bet you get that from your father.
Yeah, exactly. I think I do. I do kind of space out for sure whenever I'm like, they're playing the national anthem and I'm on the podium. Yeah, I mean, that's only happened like once last year. So I will say, yeah, I was definitely spacing out. When I think of like what it means to be on Team USA going into the Olympics, for me, I really just think about my fellow athletes and kind of the whole team and the people, our federation that is behind us, that supports us during our journeys. And I think of all the people that work behind the scenes, and so that's what I think of when I think of Team USA. I don't think of like necessarily our government. I don't even think US Figure Skating is funded by the government either, so I don't think we get any support really necessarily on that half. But yeah, when I think Team USA, I think my fellow skaters, the directors that work behind the scenes, getting us our skates, getting the camps together, our flights, stuff like that. I definitely do really care about what our country is doing, and I think it is really important also to, you know, notice like the faults in our own government. Yeah, very, very similar to my dad. Like, yeah, things are a little rough in our countries, but I think every government has its issues. There's so many protests that are going on, and I've attended, and it's, yeah, I mean, coming from a family of immigrants, like, I think immigrants deserve rights. I think it's a little silly, especially in America. If I were to pick another winter sport, it would probably be, honestly, maybe snowboarding. Yeah, skiing is really fun too. We got some talents, like, and really hard workers in this team, and there's so many good skaters. Like, it sucks that you can only send, especially in the women's division, you can only send 3. Like, if we could send more, that would be really cool, because I think so many of us are really talented and really close in level. Like, it's gonna be a tough pick. I don't know how they're gonna do it. Let's see, Ilia. Yeah, I mean, when I left figure skating, the men's were kind of completely different. Actually, same with the women's. All of the skaters that I skated with, they kind of left. So I come back and he's here doing quad axel. And I think quad axel is pretty cool, as long as he don't get injured, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I think it's really cool that he's doing like things no one else does. Even if it's a little weird, I think being different is good.
On February 6th, Milan and Cortina, Italy will welcome the world to the Winter Games as host cities. More than 90 countries are represented, from snowy giants like Norway and Canada to nations you might not expect like Kenya, India, and even Saudi Arabia. They're all chasing glory in 16 icy disciplines, battling for a record 195 medals. You'll see classics like alpine skiing, hockey, and figure skating, to newer events like big air snowboarding and a brand new event called ski mountaineering. This year's games will also spotlight the highest percentage of women athletes in Olympics history. The world stage is set across northern Italy, where dreams kick up snow and heroes are made. So bundle up, cheer loud, and get ready for 2 weeks of world-class action, because in Italy, the only thing cooler than the scenery is the sporting spirit at the heart of the Winter Games.
My name is Ilia Malinin, and I am a singles U.S. figure skater.
A pretty good singles figure skater.
Just a little bit.
Ranked number 1.
Maybe. We'll see.
For a couple years now.
For a couple years. Not too long, you know. It's really big, and I think that especially having experience with both my parents competing at the Olympics, the biggest goal is to be able to go there and hope that I'm healthy enough that I will be able to go there and compete there. But it's always, I feel like I want to really push myself again, as I said, just level it up each year, each time, and I'm really hoping that with the right amount of training, or right amount of mental focus and physical, just in that zone, getting ready before the Olympics, just go there and to try to skate my best to win that gold medal. Like, it will mean so much to me. It's going to be so impactful, and I think it's also really just helpful, and it will be a start to something bigger in the future and bring me more opportunities, more things to do, and really just use that Olympic gold medal and the Olympics as leverage for something even bigger. I feel like it's very important in terms of, we'll call it my status in the skating world, and how I am proud to be representing the Team USA and all the US athletes in any sport. I really feel a part of that Team USA community, and we all come together to share all of our experiences in different sports, whether it be Summer Olympics, Winter Olympics, or even sports that are not even in any of the Olympics or competitions. I feel like we're all just a team of athletes who represent Team USA, and it's just such an honor to be one of those amazing athletes. I really hope that I can give them a sense of feeling that it's more than just the Olympics, it's more than just the programs, that this sport is our life, this is our choice, this is something that we have dedicated a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of sacrifices to, and that it shouldn't be looked down upon, and it should really be taken into consideration when you're doing such a difficult sport like this. Not only do you have to do all of these really athletic jumps, tricks and spins, and also really beautiful choreography and skating and interesting skating styles, but also you have to make it look so easy and so effortless and be like, oh, you have to make it look like I do this easily on a daily. Just like it's like you brush your teeth without thinking, you have to make it look the same way. It requires a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of dedication. It's really challenging to, get at this level, and I'd really say that I got really fortunate that my progress went really fast and that I was able to grow in that short amount of time to get to the level where I am, but it's really harder than that. It's a really long process. It's, you take hours, you take sacrifices, people used to sacrifice their jewelry just to be able to afford skates and afford gear, and so it's a very costly sport, but I think sometimes it's always worth it when you have this passion, when you have this inspiration, you really give it all your 100%, I think you can really achieve something big in it. It's a lot of pressure, don't get me wrong, some people use the pressure to embrace it, and they really are able to use that as motivation, which I think that's something that I do really well, but also a lot of people, the pressure really gets to them, it messes them up, and it really messes with their mental capability. So I think it comes down to the person, and you always want to learn it with experience. The more you do it, the more comfortable it gets, and you start to understand what pressure does to you, and then how you can manage that and what you need to do to kind of either push it aside or to kind of use it to your advantage. So it really, again, it depends on the person, personality, and just coming with experience. It was pretty tricky because both my parents, they're my coaches, and they've both been to an Olympics as figure skaters, and they always had to bring me to the rink because they were there from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day, and it's kind of more like I was hanging around the rink, and I wanted to I just said one day, oh, I want to try to skate, I want to see how it is. And they were actually really against that. They didn't really want me to go into figure skating. They hoped that I would kind of try to pick another sport or another hobby, but really enjoyed skating, and from there it was kind of more like recreational, just for fun as a hobby. Just skate for a few years, and every year it'd always be something different, like, oh, I want to skate a few more hours, I want to skate a few more days, or then another year it was like, oh, I want to start competing and performing in front of a crowd. And then it got to a point where it was pretty serious, and I was like, oh, I want to do this more serious and professionally. It is a nickname that I embrace, and sometimes it does help me get through, competition is like, yes, you are skating and there's a lot of people watching, but you are the quad god, and sometimes that helps me just focus and gives me a standard to live up to, and really helps me kind of push myself a little to kind of stay at that level. The actual trick itself is called a butterfly twist, or B twist for short, and there's a move in skating called a butterfly, and you add a twist into it, it's called a butterfly twist, and it's a pretty common trick that's off the ice done in parkour, tricking and kind of doing flips and stuff like that. So on the ice, people have done it before. I know a lot of skaters and a lot of people who have done it in competition before on the ice, but I think that it's the fact that it hasn't been out there for so long is just why I decided to put it out there, because no one is doing it at this time. So I was like, oh, I really want to put this in, and I think that this can be a signature move for me. And the way it started as raspberry twist is because my last name means raspberry in Russian. And a lot of people ask me, why raspberry? Why couldn't it be the hurricane flip or something cool, like a sideways tornado spin? I'm like, well, I think raspberry twist fits better because it corresponds to my name. I think at first when I started really getting more serious, and I would even say if it was 2-3 years ago, I was not necessarily thinking about changing the sport, revolutionizing. I was really thinking about just trying to be the best skater I can be, and it was more of just have this small goal of trying to be successful and what like my eyes would see that. But as years went on, and now starting last year and this year, I have a really different approach to it. I really want to try to maximize the just amount that I can revolutionize the sport and really take this to its next level. I really want to, how far I want to take this sport, I really want it to reach another level of just being able to bring back the popularity of skating how it was decades ago. Like, that was just really insane, knowing that all the stadiums were filled and they were sold out with just anything at competition shows. Every news broadcast was showing figure skating all the time, and people were so entertained, and I feel like that's something that we're missing a lot, and that's a little bit of why the sport is looked down upon, is they don't realize how hard it is, and I really want to try to bring that back. Usually off the ice it's more, for me it varies different in different skaters, different athletes, what helps them, but I usually use off ice to kind of take like a VOD review, just to, look at a competition and kind of try to find some things that I can work on, or a few mistakes that I need to fix, or even just parts of a performance that I need to kind of change or make more comfortable. So it's all just, that's kind of the biggest thing that I do off ice is kind of just review, and then trying to take all those small minor mistakes and try to fix them out so everything's kind of level and I can be at my maximum potential. What I do when I'm not skating or on the ice is I like to listen to music, because it helps me kind of relax and kind of calm my emotions down. It helps me kind of stimulate what emotions I want to feel, as well as just kind of different activities, stuff that's not really like skating. It can be like skateboarding, video games, sleep, eating, like kind of more basic stuff that's not really actually skating, but it does help me kind of, take my mind off of skating a little bit, so it's not always in my head 24/7, because for me that sometimes is really effective. That's like a kind of tradition that I do, yes. It doesn't always have to be chocolate, but I kind of like to eat a little bit right before I compete, so it kind of helps me suppress a little of those nerves. Happy performance, so it kind of has a little coincidence there, but usually also when I'm doing that, the music I like to listen to is pretty random at times. It really just depends how I'm feeling in that mood. When I listen to a piece of music or type of genre, I know that feeling is like, oh, this is the right song for this moment, and this is getting me fired up. This is exactly how I want to feel before I step onto the ice.
So, not sure if you know this, but the 2026 Winter Olympics, they're right around the corner. But where are they happening? Now, that's a good question. Athletes will be traveling to... I heard it was Switzerland. No. The Olympics are happening... Canada. That's a good guess. But no. The Olympics are happening in Italy. Oh. And here's why that country was chosen. The International Olympic Committee doesn't just pick a city out of a hat. Countries submit bids years in advance, showing off their venues, budgets, and plans to host the massive event. For 2026, it came down to Milan Cortina in Italy and Stockholm Åre in Sweden. In the end, the IOC chose Italy, partly because it already had many Olympic-ready venues from past games, and strong public and government support sealed the deal. All right, now that we got you up to speed on the where, what about the who? Well, click right about here to learn all about the athletes that are going to be traveling from America to Italy and represent the USA. We have a lot of content already posted here, and we'll continue to post here up until and through the Olympics.
Alpine skiing is all about speed, precision, and sharp turns, racing down icy slopes while navigating gates. There are 4 main Olympic disciplines. Slalom is tight and technical. Racers zigzag through closely spaced gates, testing agility and quick reflexes. Giant slalom opens the turns a bit, blending speed with skill. Super G, short for supergiant slalom, pushes athletes faster while still requiring precise turns. And downhill, that's pure adrenaline. Skiers reach speeds over 80 miles an hour, flying over jumps and carving through turns with razor-sharp control. Each run is timed, The fastest combined score or single run, depending on the event, wins. It's a mix of raw courage, strength, and flawless technique. Alpine skiing at the Olympics isn't just racing. It's a thrilling dance between speed and control, where one slip can make the difference between gold and going home empty-handed.
I don't know if I would ever have imagined myself at 41 racing in the Olympics. Age is just a number, you know, keep on dreaming, don't ever give up. But I think it's important to show up for my team and to set the example, and I'm definitely older than I think every other Olympian, so I need to show up for them just like they show up for me.
All right, Lindsey, so hey, thanks for stopping by. I gotta be honest, I wasn't sure like you would. We've been trying to, well, yeah, we've been trying to get some of your folks. It's tough because they're really protective of your time. and so I'm like, I don't know if she's gonna be here. So I'm glad you are, because to me, it's maybe it tells, and you can answer this, tells a story about maybe how excited you are, not only for your comeback, but for the upcoming Olympics.
Yeah, I don't remember if I've ever done a media summit like this before the games ever. And I do think that just shows how excited I am, because my time is valuable and precious, because I don't have a lot of it to train and get myself in a position to be competitive in these games. But I think it's important to show up for my team and to set the example, and I'm definitely older than I think every other Olympian, so I need to show up for them just like they show up for me.
You mentioned your team, and that's another thing that seems, I mean, you've always been a big supporter of your team. You tell them about the run, you help with the training, like it's always been a part of your career. But it seems like now with this comeback that you're even closer to your team, you're having fun with your team, you're messing around with your team, and it seems like that's a big part of this too.
Yeah, I definitely think it is. I mean, I think it's a part of the experience, and also part of what I'd like to give back to the sport. You know, I still remember being a 9-year-old and how impactful Peekaboo Street was to me in my life. And I have an amazing opportunity, just like Peekaboo was when I was on my first Olympic team. I was 17 and she was 30 and retiring. That was her last Olympics. And so this will be my last Olympics, and I'm meeting like girls like Allison, who I met when she was a kid at my book signing. You know, it's a very full circle moment. So I feel like it's a privilege to be in this position. It's my responsibility to try to pass along as much knowledge as I can, because downhill is an accumulation of knowledge. You know, you learn so much by racing the same tracks over and over. So I know these hills, and I can give them advice and say things that I wish someone said to me when I was first starting out. But these young women also have such a great attitude and energy about them that it really makes being around them really easy and fun. You know, it's not always that you mesh well with your teammates. And even though I'm twice as old as them, you know, we still get along great. I'm not doing as many TikTok videos as I think they would like.
Yeah, none of us are. So that experience goes a long way, though. You keep mentioning your age. You keep, you know, I'm twice as old as my teammates. But there's a lot to be said about having been to past Olympics. There's a lot to be said about knowing the turns on a run. And there's a lot to be said about knowing Cortina.
Yeah.
And having that experience.
Well, I think my age gives me a big advantage, actually. I've definitely been on that track more than anyone else that's in the starting gate. So I have more knowledge than anyone, and I need to use that to my advantage. And I don't say age as necessarily a negative. It's just, it's completely different generations. And again, you don't always mesh with your teammates, and because we're so different in age, you might not assume that we would all get along, but we really do. We have so many different personality types, and we're all working together towards the same goal, and I'm really excited to be on the team with all of them.
How important, when you had that surgery in 2024, and then you started realizing that your knee was back and that the pain wasn't there, that was a pivotal moment in your life, maybe one of the biggest.
It was. It changed my life forever, and no matter what happens, my life is forever different, because I was in so much pain before, and it really affected almost everything I did in my life. And now I can do whatever I set my mind to. You know, if I want to play tennis for 2 hours, I actually can. You know, if I want to go hiking or biking or, you know, scuba diving, whatever I want to do, or race in the Olympics, you know, my body is saying yes, and for the longest time it said no. And I retired because my body couldn't take it anymore, not because I personally wanted to end my career. So now I'm privileged and lucky to be able to have the opportunity to say goodbye on my own terms.
And race, potentially, in Cortina. We've talked about this.
Yeah.
Comfort, a place you know well, you've been successful at, and it was the hardest part of your retirement.
Yeah, it was, you know, really hard to retire knowing that Cortina Olympics was coming and I wouldn't be competing. But even so, I don't know if I would ever have imagined myself at 41 racing in the Olympics. I mean, I always had the plan to retire at 30. I never would have predicted almost anything that's happened in my life. And that's kind of a good thing because it's an adventure, it's an ever-evolving story, and you keep learning and growing. And so again, I do feel really lucky that I have this opportunity, and I'm going to enjoy it every moment. No matter what happens, I'm going to enjoy it.
Still, you know, a downhill ski racer is maybe not wired the same as everybody else.
As anyone, yeah.
Yeah. And so someone would say, man, you messed up your knee doing this downhill racing
Maybe
business.
I shouldn't do it again.
Maybe you shouldn't do it again. But here you are.
But here I am. Yeah, you know, I think maybe some people would have retired after the first injury. My family definitely wasn't jazzed that I continued after so many crashes and so many times in the OR. But, you know, I had the opportunity to fight back. You know, my mom had a stroke when she had me, and she wasn't able to physically come back from that. And I felt like it's my responsibility to try my best and to do what I love to do because she couldn't. And I feel that even more now that she's gone. You know, she would be so happy that I'm here following my heart and my dreams. And it gives me a lot of energy and inspiration to follow with that same attitude that my mom had.
The Lindsey Vonn that people see, Time magazine, right, the cover, and looking so fabulous and fashion and whatever. I don't know if they, and you do a good job of trying to post it, but I don't know if they see the hard work. I don't know if they see all the sacrifice, all the dry land training. Do you hope they maybe get that message out of you with this comeback and they understand a little bit of your drive and what makes you so successful with this comeback?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anyone will ever really know how much sacrifice it's taken for me to do half the things it's taken me in my life, especially in this comeback. But I do try to share those moments. Like, I show a little bit of my working out, just a little bit, and everyone says how hard it looks. I'm like, you guys have no idea. There's just a teeny tiny sliver of what I do. But I think in my last documentary you saw, you know, me crying and me in the OR and all of these moments that were really personal. And it's raw. That's me. I love fashion. I love wearing makeup when I ski and when I'm in the gym. Like, that's part of my personality. That's who I am. But I'm not like this glossy person. I'm just a girl from Minnesota that loves to go fast and loves to dress up. And again, I try to share my journey with people because I hope to inspire them to follow their own dreams, to know that age is just a number. You know, keep on dreaming, don't ever give up. But I don't know that anyone will ever truly understand how hard it is to be a ski racer and do what I've done. But I don't need them to. I want them to, like I said, follow their own dreams and do the best that they can, because that's what life's about.
The Olympic spotlight is different than other events that I compete in because Grandma cares. All of a sudden, Grandma cares. So, slopestyle is like a canvas of different features: rails, jumps, transitions. Halfpipe is one jump, one slope, and 5 tricks. That's it. It's more militant than slopestyle.
Militant?
Yeah, yeah.
Rigid?
Yeah. But it's classic. It's classic. Halfpipe, it started in surfing and then skateboarding and then snowboarding and then eventually skiing. So halfpipe, I would say, is the most classic discipline in action sports. So, I've had my own personal struggles over the last 10 years with anxiety, with depression, mental health, accompanied with some alcohol abuse. And when you put that literal cocktail together, it does not end up well 99% of the time. And so, my message to people is to not be afraid to reach out for help and use the tools at your disposal, no matter what they are. It could be medicine, it could be therapy, it could be friends, it could be a religion, it could be a crystal, like whatever. I mean, typically you're better off if you're more connected to people and to purpose. It's been a journey, and especially for men in America specifically, it's really hard to talk about these things, So I hope that people can understand that I'm trying to lead by example.
And you're doing well.
I'm doing well, thank you, yes. I'm doing well. I'm always working on it though. I'm not like cured or fixed by any means, but I've got a lot to look forward to. I've got an amazing girlfriend, my 4th Olympics, my family's gonna be there. Like, there's so many things to be grateful for, and you just gotta keep working on yourself. The Olympic spotlight is different than other events that I compete in because grandma cares. All of a sudden, grandma cares. Like, grandma doesn't care about everything else because everything else has a much smaller, market demographic, but the Olympics is big. And so grandma all of a sudden tunes in and cheers, which is super cool because you have an opportunity not only to inspire like your peers and the people that are in your age group, but also just this worldwide audience that's tuning into this historic event that happens every 4 years. My expectation for Italy is to exceed my expectations. I try to keep my expectations like internal, and they're kind of fluid. But I think going in with like this rigid, like this is my bar and anything else is a failure, I think is maybe not a wise way to do it. This is my 4th one. I'm gonna enjoy it. I'm gonna ski well, and I'm just gonna just hit one out of the park. I mean, that's my goal. I think that there's not. I'm trying to show more personality. I'm trying to show more behind the scenes. Oftentimes in winter sports, especially, like, we're covered up, we've got masks on and goggles, and like our sports are very visually appealing. And so oftentimes like athletes will lead with, examples of like, hey, here's a flip, here's this, here's that, which I've done a lot of too. But I think bringing people in to show them who I am as a person and what my opinions are, maybe like my ideas, is something I've never really experimented with, so I'm having a lot of fun with that. Mount Hood is a very special place because it's where I kind of grew up there a little bit. I mean, I did 3 years of high school right at the base of Mount Hood, this place called Windell's Academy, now Y East Academy. I spent some time in Portland, eating great food, going to amazing haunted houses, but Mount Hood is so special because it's just, it's a giant volcano. You can ski on it like 250 days a year. And there's just an energy in those pines, in those northwest woods that I'll never stop going back to.
Do you have your cell phone on you?
I do.
Would you mind sharing what your home screen is on your cell phone? Is it anything interesting? Is it your...
Sure, I'll show you. You want me to just put it up? Yeah, sure.
The camera, tell us about it.
So this is a picture of my girlfriend and my cat, and they both kind of have a bit of attitude. My 2 favorite girls, right there.
Look at that. Here's a great. There you go. That's a great picture. Look at that. It's framed very nicely, by the way. You know your photography too.
Yes, I do. It makes it easy on the new iPhone.
Not a lot has changed. I still really love skiing. I still go out there and build my own jumps, whether it's for filming or to slide down handrails in a city, and still pretty similar mentality when it comes to skiing. It feels pretty good when it all comes together on the first one. Takes a little bit of the edge off. Wish I could have followed it up with an even better run after, but you kind of have this big adrenaline come down after landing your first run. So usually it doesn't work out for me that way. Usually I land my stuff in like the last run. So it felt good to get it done on the first one. I think it's just the rarity of the Olympics. You know, every 4 years you get one shot. A lot of these other events we're doing a handful a season, or you know, at least once a season. So it just kind of elevates the stakes a little bit. You know, all the stars kind of got to align on this day, that week, whatever it is. You got to be on your A game for the right time. So there's slope style skiing and big air skiing. Big air is one big jump, and you get usually 3 runs to land your 2 best tricks. They have to be slightly different. And then slope style is a series of jumps and a series of rails kind of all tied together into one run. You got to make it down this whole course in one piece, and you got to execute it flawlessly while spinning different ways, flipping different ways, and you know, also hopefully having some cool, fun, creative stuff as well. There's some pretty big jumps in there. I think like the smallest jumps usually we're going off are at least 60 feet just to get to the landing, so we're usually going 80 or more. And then the rails are like another, you know, they're usually 30, 40, 50 feet long, so you got to balance at the end of them, and it's not always easy to perfectly slide to the end of the rail, so it's a lot of factors playing to slopestyle for all the stars to align to get a perfect run. I don't know about opposite sides, but they're spaced out enough. Obviously, I think we do slopestyle first, get a couple days off, and then big air next. So, but by the time we do all the practice days for both events, it pretty much spans most of the Olympics, so we'll be there for a while. It all starts somewhere. For me, it started off just having fun with my brother and my friends, skiing the local little resorts near where I grew up in Switzerland. Nothing extravagant, no big terrain parks, none of that stuff. And then a big part of it was my dad bought us a little trampoline for the backyard, so I started learning to do a couple flips on that thing, get my air awareness up. And then also, we had a hill behind our house, and it'd snow every now and then, and I built a bunch of rails out of old wood scraps and PVC pipes I'd find in junkyards, and kind of just nailed them together and built a little terrain park so I could ski after schools, because we didn't live close enough to ski resorts after school. So after school I'd ski on the hill behind the house when there was snow, and then weekends we'd go up to the resorts.
Do you ever look back at that kid and wonder what that kid would think of you now? Like building your own terrain park for the most part in your backyard to what you're doing now?
Yeah, I mean, looking back, I mean, that kid would be pretty surprised I'm sitting where I'm sitting. He'd be pretty proud, I think, but not a lot has changed. I still really love skiing. I still go out there and build my own jumps, whether it's for filming or to slide down handrails in a city, and still pretty similar mentality when it comes to skiing. How do you keep up, or how do you stay ahead of the curve? Definitely. Think about that all the time. That's just kind of, yeah, part of what freestyle skiing is about. It's such a young sport that it's just constantly going up and up and up and up. So for you to stay ahead of the curve or keep up with the curve, it's tough. You know, you spend a lot of time on snow. You better make sure you love it, because if you don't love it, you're not going to want to ski enough to stay good at it. So yeah, for me, luckily, it's kind of been a natural progression of just my career and staying in the flow of things. I've never had to think about it too much in that sense, but yeah, I mean, you're always trying to figure out the next trick, trying to figure out how you put a twist on things. What trick could you do better? What's the move you want to work on for next year? So that stuff is, you're thinking about it, but it comes naturally if you love the sport enough, you know.
And sometimes establishing a trick, right? Like coming up with something.
Yeah, definitely. That's a big part of the game. It's always hardest to come up with it. People will follow if you come up with it, but being the inventor is always going to be the toughest part. So that's not easy, but you try your best to think of new things.
That'd be a good feeling to come up with one.
Yeah.
You know?
I've done it a couple times.
Yeah, you have.
Yeah, I've done it a couple times.
And then everyone's like, yeah, I'm going to try that.
Yep, that'll happen sometimes. But you know, it's a compliment is what it is. People want to follow in your steps, and they, you know, I think the main thing is you make something look fun, and if you make it look fun, your other competitors are going to want to try it, and you're going to inspire kids around the world to do it. So if you're trying something new, making it look new and having fun doing it, that's kind of how you're going to get the most people following you, I guess. Speaking for myself, I don't follow a lot of these sports that closely, whether it's summer or winter. You know, I focus on myself, on my skiing, but when I'm at the Olympics, I'm going to cheer for my, you know, my random teammate who I met who does curling or hockey, which I don't know much about, but I was able to meet them, hear about their story, and I'm going to root for them as a person. So I love that, and yeah, I don't know, I mean, it's pretty special getting to represent your country on a stage like that, and I wouldn't consider myself as like the most, you know, gung-ho, patriotic, like in-your-face person, but when I'm at the Olympics, I'm proud to represent the U.S. I want to show what I can do as a person and hopefully bring it on a big stage, and I think it's something that hopefully people can get behind as, you know, whether it's an athlete or the whole team, the whole U.S. team.
And then if you're lucky, hear that national anthem and see that flag
Yep.
hoisted higher than the rest, which you've done.
Yeah, maybe if you get lucky, that'll happen. We'll see.
Put in enough work.
Exactly.
And get lucky.
Yes, exactly. Bit of both. It's always a lot of work and a bit of luck.
Do you have your cell phone on you? Is my last question.
Yeah.
What, if you don't mind sharing, or maybe you don't, but we're asking athletes what's on their, like, just their home screen.
I got nothing fun. You can see it, but it's boring, unfortunately.
Sometimes that's what we hear, and then it's like, oh.
Tell me that's not boring.
Is that the stock picture?
That's the stock.
You haven't even changed it.
It's just stock.
You got nothing going on that you want to put it.
That's what it is.
Like not even a picture of you winning gold.
No, I would never put that on there. That feels weird to have yourself on there. If I'd put like a picture of a mountain or one of my goofy friends or my girlfriend or something, but definitely not myself with a medal.
My Lord, you got a girlfriend and she's not on your phone?
I know, right? I'm screwing up. I'm screwing up. It's good though, you know. Then you keep all the fun things off your phone. You spend a little less time on your phone and more time checking out what's happening in the real world.
Present in reality.
Trying to.
Less screen.
Easier said than done.
It's amazing to be a part of Team USA, and I love around the Olympics just buying into that and going all in as much as I can. You know, yeah, wearing red, white, and blue, getting the nail polish done, the earrings, just being as festive as possible and just buying into that Team USA, US spirit. I think that is the beauty of sport. That's the beauty of the Olympic Games, is it truly brings everyone together. You know, just in my own little world of skiing, like me skiing and my family coming to World Cups and following me around has brought all of us together. It's brought so many people from different views and whatnot together to be able to just cheer me on. And I feel like that's the same on the world stage of, you know, it brings everyone together to cheer for your country and unite over that. Both my parents were professional mogul skiers as well, and my brother always loved moguls. And so definitely was, you know, something there. But I tried all the different ski disciplines. I did alpine, big air, big mountain, skier cross. And with moguls, it's such a unique sport, and it adds, like, it's every aspect of skiing packed into a run. You have the speed, you have the jumps, and you have the technical skiing, and it just, in a run as fast as you can do it. Yeah, so speed is 20%, jumps are 20%, and then the skiing is 60%. With the jumps in there as well, like, it's a lot of impact, it's a lot of force on the body. My back is definitely feeling that. But the better you do it, the more seamless you can make your line, the less impact it really is. The best advice with skiing moguls is keeping your eyes and hands up, trying to look 5-6 bumps in front of where you're going, and instead of, you know, right down at that next bump, trying to kind of seek out your line.
I tried that. It didn't work.
maybe 2 bumps, maybe 3 bumps.
I tried that.
It can be really hard. It can be really, the conditions are so variable with winter sports, you know, and maybe it's, you know, really flat lake, maybe it's some like light fog. Obviously the judges still need to be able to see, but you train and prepare for that as much as you possibly can, and whether you can see that well or not, you just try and rely and trust your abilities, that, you know, you've trained enough to be able to do that run in your sleep.
Everything happens for a reason. So yeah, you got to step back and kind of wait for that reason to come to light.
So you are an Olympian. You've been to the Olympics before.
Yes.
2022, arguably though, is a bit different type of Olympics.
It sure was. Yeah, it was a bit of a unknown, a bit of a joke for some of us, like just not knowing if we were gonna even make it to our event, getting tested every day, and our family and friends not being there. I mean, I can't tell you how special the opening ceremony was, like just to feel that. But the rest of it was a lot of like waiting inside, like, oh man.
Yeah.
Just walking out into the bright lights and this huge stadium, and just, you know, being with my 3 other friends, competitors, and then all the other teams. It really felt like we made it, you know. It's just the celebration of being at the Olympics was awesome in that moment. Yeah, especially with like all the media that goes around it and all the outfits we get, and people are writing you letters, I haven't heard from in years. They come out of the woodworks. Like, I couldn't tell you how many messages I got. Go for gold! Like, it was wild.
You can do it.
Yeah.
A lot of support.
It's awesome. A lot of support, yeah, and it's crazy the effect it has on anybody you've ever met, and I really appreciate that side of it too. I was a spectator and fan of my friend Josh Christensen when he won in 2014, and I just remember thinking of him as like a superhero, and it's cool to be on the other side of that. Not that people think as highly as I did. I'm sure there's like young athletes that do, but
I'm sure there are.
It's awesome, man. Doing an event in the Alps, I couldn't really imagine a better place. So yeah, my parents already booked flights and stuff. It's looking good.
Your life has included something different than most athletes.
Yeah.
You shattered your skull in like 30 some places.
Yep.
You almost died. You were induced into a coma.
Yep.
And to go into that kind of place and come out of it changes a person.
Yes.
And you look at things different. It's like, yeah, the Olympics are kind of a big deal, but there are bigger deals out there.
Mm-hmm.
And you've experienced them.
Yep. That's exactly right. And, going through something that traumatic and, almost life-changing, I felt like I was just so lucky to even breathe another breath. I came out, yeah, like you said, enjoying just every day. So, everything's a bonus. Everything's icing on the cake at this point. And I just take that mentality into everything, and it takes a lot of pressure off my shoulders because, I've already achieved so much in those 9 years, and I'm like forever grateful. I mean, every time I go to bed and hit the pillow, I'm just like in awe of, a higher power or something that has allowed me to experience this. And just because it seems so miraculous, it just seems like, it seems written. So for me, I just have as much fun as possible and try not to overthink it, because it's easy to get caught up in the mind, man. The inner voice can sometimes lead you astray. Whereas, I just like to go outside and tear it up. So,
just have some fun.
Yeah, just have fun and share that with friends, fam. Our team is awesome. So just like put in music and just laugh my way to the podium. That's kind of the vibe. Yeah, literally like whatever.
It could be the
comes.
podium, might not.
Might not be. All good.
Yeah.
And I learned that in the 2018 Olympics when I tore my shoulder out right before, and I didn't go. I couldn't go to the Olympics, and it crushed me because I was like destined that it was going to be my time. And so I just don't put that much weight on anything because of, if the inverse does happen, I don't want to be totally depressed or anything. So yeah, enjoying the whole process, man. Everything happens for a reason. So yeah, you got to step back and kind of wait for that reason to come to light.
What do you have for your home screen on it, I wonder?
Alaska, baby. That's a face I skied a couple years ago in Haines. Yeah, it's Southeast Alaska. That's what I do in the meantime when I'm not competing. I go heli skiing and ride my snowmobile and make movies. Yeah, I just released my latest project called Phantom. It came out on YouTube yesterday. Just check it out.
I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
My name is Paula Moltzen, and I'm an alpine skier.
You are a really good alpine skier, and you're coming off of a really good race.
I sure am.
Silver?
Yes, second place.
What a run.
Yeah, it was great. It was the opening race of the year. 2025, 2026 is starting off here. So to start the Olympic season with that kind of result kind of maybe allows for a little bit of confidence to be building inside. We have 6 girls that are extremely talented in giant slalom, and there's 4 Olympic spots. So I think it's gotten a bit competitive, and it's for the better. It's really pushing the level of our team to be above the top tier. Yeah, I think as a team we have great camaraderie. We spend a lot of time together. We kind of know all of our ticks and we know all the good and bad about everyone. So I think those like intimacies of our relationships allow us to celebrate all the big moments, but also be there for the moments that don't feel as good.
You just got married in 2022, a few years now, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And I love this, to your ski tech, right?
Yeah, he was my boyfriend first. Come on. It makes it sound a lot worse. We've been together since 2013. We met when we were 16 and 17, and he was a ski racer as well. And yeah, we met, and then it just progressed into this evolutionarily changing relationship where he became my coach and technician. Now he's just my technician, but now he's my technician and my husband. He plays a lot of roles, which is always interesting.
It makes it sound like, oh, if you want to have your skis dialed in the perfect way, marry your tech.
No, don't do that. I can't recommend it, but I'm happy that I have it, because on the road, having your husband travel with you 9 months a year would be, it'd be sad if he wasn't there. So I'm happy to be able to share all of our experiences together.
Yeah, especially in a situation like Italy. It's beautiful, romantic, and it'd be the Olympics.
Yeah, exactly.
The Olympics are always incredibly exciting. Yeah, I mean, it is like the pinnacle of our sport. And so obviously there's an increase of attention, and with that an increase of opportunity too. And I mean, yeah, it's nice to kind of have that focal point and have that excitement with so many people. I think every sport has that kind of severity of difficulty that, yeah, I mean, skiing, especially downhill skiing, it's thrilling and there's a challenge to it, but ultimately I'm in that scenario because of all the work and preparation that goes into it. I mean, I was talking with, you know, a skier earlier today just about what like they do in their sport and how I could never do that, but like, you know, doing flips and doing, you know, all these different types of tricks are just insane to me, and it's because they, you know, prepare in that environment, whereas I'm preparing in mine. A brutal thing about the sport is, I think, in a way, the unpredictability from race to race. And I mean, for me, I feel like I'll get this feeling of freedom, and you know, I go out and race and I ski unbelievably. And when I'm doing it though, it just feels so natural. And then when I go to a different venue, trying to replicate that same feeling, and it does not work at all. So it's about that adaptability from one venue to the next, and also recognizing, you know, previous success doesn't always it does not predict what's going to happen in the future. And so knowing that you kind of always have to be evolving and always have to be giving your best. And also, you know, you never know what day is going to be a good day, so you might as well go out there and give yourself the best opportunity. The difference between a season-ending injury and success is, I mean, it just comes down to one bad turn. So you know, you always kind of have to go out there and find how far you can push yourself without going too far. Understanding those limits that we all have, and trying to, you know, always navigate that as best as possible. But it's not easy. I mean, that's why there is such a high, you know, injury rate in the sport of skiing. Yeah, I don't know what to expect yet. I mean, my experience in Korea was, honestly, there weren't that many fans. There were less fans there than most World Cups. And so, or at least competing in that environment, I actually feel like I fed off of it and found it was easier to just do what you're there for. Like, the purpose was so clear, and that was the skiing. And then same thing with Beijing with no fans. It was kind of the same thing. Like, we just had this whole mountain we got to play with and have fun, and you're so removed from everything that's built into the Olympics from the viewer's standpoint. So I kind of hope that, in a way, Italy will be like that. Obviously, I want fans there because it's fun competing in front of a crowd, but it's also, it'll be cool too if it is kind of a small thing that we are removed, because I think it'll for me, it'll feel like I can just fully focus in on the event itself.
Ski jumping is one of the most thrilling events at the Winter Olympics. Athletes race down a steep ramp, take off, then soar through the air. When you see an athlete launching off that ramp, they are literally flying for several seconds at speeds over 55 miles per hour. It's a mix of courage, technique, and precision. A tiny shift in posture can mean the difference between a medal and a crash. And just when you think it's over, the landing is crucial. Sticking it perfectly can add valuable points. 5 judges score them on distance and style. That means body position, balance, and how cleanly they land. Because the Olympians can fly more than 300 feet in the air, wind is a factor. There's wind and gate compensation factored into the overall score. Olympic ski jumping is part physics, part fearlessness, and 100% adrenaline.
The Olympics will soon bring the eyes of the world to Italy. But before the games begin, let us transport you to the amazing host country. We'll share the incredible places full of beauty and history.
Gelato al cioccolato.
And introduce you to the people who make these places so special. Colosseum! This is Journey to Italy. Thanks for inviting us in. I'm Scott Swan.
And I'm Angela Buckman.
For 2 decades, WTHR has been the nation's leader in Olympic coverage. We send crews to the games, and we also visit the host country months before the cauldron is lit in search of great human interest stories.
We've taken viewers to Greece, Italy, China, British Columbia, England, Russia, Brazil, Japan, South Korea, France, and now back to Italy.
Photographer Steve Rhodes and I traveled all over the Olympic host country. We found great stories in the big cities and off the beaten path. So settle in for our journey to Italy. We want to begin with the food and the women who know how to make it better than anyone.
When they book, they think it's a cooking class. What they got is a little bit more than a cooking class. You have the hug, the end of personal space. What are you doing? You have the mess. Yelling. They're not yelling, they're speaking, you know, it's just our tone of voice. They have the experience of cooking with the nonna. That can be dangerous. And eating with the nonna, that can be dangerous too, because she will feed you until it will explode. Hello, my name is Chiara, and welcome to Palombara Sabina. I grew up here in this village, and 8 years ago, I started this project called Handmade Pasta with Grandma. I showed a picture with my phone, and I posted that on the social media, and I wrote, hey, who wants to cook with Grandma today? What I didn't expect is that the world answered. And suddenly we have people walking in our streets, in the middle of nowhere in Italy, looking for the pasta grandma. That it was my grandma. There were the other grandmas around the neighborhood, because here everybody knows each other. And they started to casually knock at our door when there were our American tourists inside and say, I know how to make pasta, me too. And I say, okay, come in. All the grandmothers, they started to be part of this project, and so it became like a community business.
So Grandma, you will be your chef for one day and we'll teach you everything.
Then we were asked to have a TV show.
The nonni are coming to New York!
And we were asked to bring our format around the world. A lot of these grandmas, they never left the village before. And now we're going around, all around the world. It's just too fun. And 2 years ago, when she passed, at the beginning it was too painful for me. And then, as the news spread of her death, I received thousands of emails from people from all over the world when they told me how this day with my grandma changed their life. And I felt that my community was not my village anymore. My community was the world. and I found her again in all the classes that we take every day. Okay, with the palm of your hand, let it roll under your hand. Really good. The grandmas can be really jealous of their dough and their own pasta because the result is really important. If a grandma gives you the possibility to touch her dough, that means they're really creating a moment that lasts forever. Making pasta together means being part of a family. I think that once you get an Italian family, you cannot lose it, if you want or not.
Ciao ragazzi, ciao, ciao. And when you come home and you try to make homemade pasta at home, it's not as fun, one, and it's not nearly as good, two.
So imagine enjoying great food with a stunning view. So right across the street from the historic Colosseum in Rome is the Aroma restaurant. You can't keep your eyes off the Colosseum, especially at night, but then the food arrives, and it's just amazing. The chef there at the Aroma restaurant has earned his first Michelin star back in 2014, and his signature dishes feature the top producers in this region of Italy.
Mi piaceva lavorare con le mani in pasta, mi piaceva aiutare la mamma in cucina. Credo che in questo momento che ho deciso di fare il lavoro più bello del mondo.
Now I'm really hungry. That sauce just looked amazing.
It is amazing. And that view, you just want to take pictures of the food and the view. It's amazing. So I hope you save room for dessert when you come to Italy.
That's because gelato is what everyone craves for dessert.
During our pre-trip to Italy, we met the Gelato King. As dawn breaks over Tuscany, the countryside
sunrise is always marvelous.
Slowly stirs to life. And an ancient town rises from the mist like a dream.
Every step you take, you step into history. Every stone, it's 1,000 years old, more or less.
Nicknamed Middle-Aged Manhattan.
Because when you see from outside, it looks like the skyliner, you know.
The towers of San Gimignano were built as symbols of power and noble status.
Yes, middle-aged Manhattan.
But a new kind of royalty holds court here now.
Hi, and you come from?
No crown.
New York City.
No castle.
Oh, how you doing?
Just a crowd.
Gelato!
That follows flavor.
Okay, welcome in San Gimignano. My name is Sergio Dondoli. I am the Italian Gelato King. Italian Gelato King. Somebody tell me that. It's not for me.
For Italians, this is more than dessert.
Yes, gelato, so ice cream.
Do you like gelato?
So much. Of course, I'm Italian.
It's tradition.
I love it. Maybe you can see it.
It's artistry.
This one has little pine nuts in it.
It's a moment of shared joy.
Oh my God, this is so good.
You come in American TV, come on.
And no one embodies that spirit more
Gelato
than Sergio Dondoli.
What can I say? This is my life. My first memory was I was 7 years old, and I heard first time the name gelato. And I tried. It was cold, but even sweet, so happiness. And then it was my job. Yes, where are you from?
Scotland.
Oh, Scotland.
Mr. Dondoli Ice Cream Shop.
California, Turkish, Belgium, Greece, gelato.
one of the most famous ice creamer in the world.
I talk many languages. When Chinese come, I will let you see I can talk Chinese too.
Mr. Dondoli is always creating new tasties.
We have to be very precise.
Using even local products like the saffron.
Yes, the most famous one.
Ones he made with oyster.
Gorgonzola and chocolate.
Ones he made with olives.
Espresso.
Pistachio.
Blueberry and ricotta.
Mango.
The Vernaccia wine as well.
Okay, I love everyone, come on. I cannot choose.
Fancy flavors aside,
all right.
Sergio will tell you
Let me put in.
The real secret to success is simplicity. He uses only organic local ingredients. The milk comes from a nearby farm. And yes, sometimes Sergio even milks the cow himself.
It's better I don't look inside. A quarter of a scoop. Come on.
Wander anywhere in Italy, and you'll see the signs.
Gelato.
But if you want the royal standard,
The best place for gelato in the world.
travel to Tuscany. Listen for the laugh. And look for the line.
Many people, many kilometers just to come to try gelato. And then they see the tower too. Oh, wonderful place.
The Gelato King's Court is always open.
You don't look of the hour. Come on, how long I have been working? No. You want to have just happiness for all the day. And when you come back at home, wow, for you, you will be happy because you've done what you really love.
You are the king.
Yes.
Okay, not far from that great gelato shop are amazing wineries.
Yeah, Tuscany is just known for fantastic wines, including those produced at Fattoria San Donato.
You can experience the wine tasting, you can experience also, let's say, also a little bit of relax, because why not?
The food and the wine is like a way for people to say, let's stop thinking about any problem, any trouble, just sit here and just enjoy the moment.
So, cheers.
Cheers. Umberto's family bought this farm back in 1932, and they've been there ever since. We got a chance to tour his winery, enjoyed a wine tasting experience. We got a chance to sample some local meats and cheeses, which were delicious. So if you travel to Italy, consider a trip to Tuscany, one of the amazing places to enjoy wine and gelato. Still to come on a journey to Italy. We're taking you to Venice. See the people behind the masks and costumes used during Carnival. And we're taking you to the hometown of Ferrari. Climb aboard for a thrill ride where it all began.
Italy is a photographer's dream. Everywhere you go, people are taking photos because there's so much to see.
You are so right. I mean, when we traveled over to Venice, we connected with a local photographer. He knew the best places to photograph, the best angles, and the best time of day to take amazing pictures.
Wandering around to try to get lost. That's probably the best way to discover Venice. I go walking, just walking, and when I see the light, that's the right moment. My name is Andrea Perotta. Photography is my big passion. In the pictures, I try to see again my old Venice. That is very rare now. I like particularly this area because it's the place where I grew up.
You grew up here?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
This reminds
It's,
you of your
remind me
childhood.
exactly.
Yeah. From gondoliers
The gondolier represents the love of the city.
to carnival,
The relationship that there is with the photographer and the physical people is changed completely.
Andrea's photography is a celebration of the sights that make this floating city famous.
This is perfect.
But it's the quiet spaces, far away from the tourists, where his camera captures moments others miss.
We love tourists. We don't have any problem about that. But sometimes we need to find also some real Venetian life area.
A life that we can all still see.
One of my favorite spots.
Thanks to the work of this Venetian, who still knows where to look.
Venice is also known for Carnival. For 2 weeks in February, the city throws a big party.
Yes, they do. And many of the colorful masks that bring Carnival to life are created in this workshop. David and his team of artisans create thousands of custom papier-mâché masks. All of these are handmade. Mask making, we learned, has a long legacy in Venice.
In the past centuries, masks were used as a way to disguise your identity. So to hide your identity and become someone anonymous among the crowd.
So to celebrate Carnival, you need a costume too. There's a warehouse in Venice with lots of costumes featured in films, theater, and the opera. You can rent one of these costumes and then wear it during Carnival or any time of the day. That's me in the center. I got a chance to wear a few of those costumes, and the experience transports you back in time.
It's very good because the people can live a dream. One time in their life, you can do it, you know.
It really transported you back in time and back into the Carnival atmosphere.
So intricate, so beautiful.
It was.
Yes,
for
and
sure.
I love all the colors. In Venice, by the way, gondolas are the way to travel, but there's another city in Italy where it's all about fast cars.
So we want to take you to Maranello, where the color is red. After all, this is the birthplace of Ferrari.
Ferrari is red. Ferrari is passion. Ferrari is Italy.
When you arrive in Maranello, Italy, the prancing horse is there to greet you. And when you step inside the Ferrari Museum, you're up close with automotive history.
They are masterpieces, and there is no real masterpiece. Each one is a single masterpiece.
Many of these masterpieces are worth millions. Cars that became legendary in F1, sports prototypes, GTs, and road cars, all of them created inside the Ferrari factory.
365 GTB4 engine, block.
Our cameras were given extraordinary access to a place few people have ever seen. So tell me about this car.
So she's one of the 33 produced in 62, 63.
Many of these Ferraris are being restored.
We know that it is insured for 100 million euros.
It's insured for 100 million euros.
Yeah.
The factory workers know how to bring these Ferraris back to their original condition because inside this room, they keep notes of every Ferrari ever created.
Every single part of every single car from the mechanical point of view.
In this factory, the Ferrari team works on cars from the 1950s, and they're restoring a Ferrari hydroplane.
She reached 242 kilometers per hour of the doors.
That's very fast.
Yeah, on the lake.
We got a sense of the speed while riding in a Ferrari through the hills of Maranello.
See acceleration.
Driving a Ferrari is driving a dream, and it's the passion that is behind the cars.
How important is Ferrari to this city?
It's a part of our identity.
The mayor even has a Ferrari in City Hall.
This car is called Maranello.
When Enzo Ferrari chose Maranello for his factory in 1943, he needed workers. So he taught the farmers in this city how to make his car.
They prepared a book and they went to school, they attended the courses. From that moment, the destiny of Maranello changed completely.
Tens of thousands of people raced to Maranello for the Ferrari experience.
The nice thing of this museum is there's no barrier absolutely between the car and the visitor.
The dream of an Italian car maker who built legendary cars. Many piloted by championship drivers.
I almost lost consciousness.
Speed and beauty. The prancing horse is still galloping.
As Enzo Ferrari used to say, which is always the nicest car? It's always the next. Being Italian is being Ferrari.
But Ferrari isn't the only car with a storied history in Italy.
Yeah, that's right, Angela. There is a smaller, slower car that is iconic in the Olympic Coast country. So coming up next, we'll climb inside the Fiat 500 for a unique tour of Italy. Lake Como in Italy may get all of the headlines because of Hollywood celebrities like George Clooney who live there. But here in northern Italy, it is all about Lake Garda, the largest lake in the Olympic Coast country. Lake Garda is 32 miles long.
Yeah, it's big. Yeah, it's very big.
With quaint towns and historic estates dotting the shoreline.
So, in the first floor is a restaurant. In the second floor, that's hotel. That's only 7, 8 rooms.
Sirmione is one of the must-see towns on the southern edge of Lake Garda, in large part because of this spectacular castle dating back to the 14th century. Sirmione is also an ideal spot to grab a boat tour.
Yeah, this is the best office, you look. Yeah, it's no computer, no email, okay, no stress.
With a little luck, you'll find a captain like David.
Are you ready?
Part guide.
That's Italian music.
Part DJ. He works to hit the right note. For every audience.
Yeah, do it again.
It's all part of the Garda experience.
It's your second house, the summer house.
Every view and every town leave you wanting more.
It's wonderful.
Italy's largest lake always has something new.
See you next time. Yeah.
Waiting just beyond the horizon.
Oh, how beautiful. And there's just something about water towns.
Oh, there is. And it's so beautiful. You can spend all day, if you want, seeing different towns. You can see why we really like this Olympic pre-trip assignment.
Well, yeah, sign me up for next time.
And make sure you get David and the boat, because he makes it really fun with all the music, too.
He played some great music.
You bet.
The churches across Italy are impressive, beautiful, and historic.
But there is only one church built on the Rock of the Mountains here in northern Italy. Look at this. Photographer Steve Rhodes captured these amazing images using our drone Cam 13. We explored this amazing church and learned it dates back 1,000 years.
They come here to pray, and they built a monastery, strange monastery inside the cave, okay? Madonna della Corona, and Corona means rock, so Madonna of the Rock.
Over time, a church was built, then rebuilt despite the challenging accessibility. The unique site has become a pilgrimage for people around the world. Yeah, it's fun. You can either climb up to get to it or climb down. We took a car down.
I was going to say, I would choose down. When you visit Italy, there are a variety of ways to get around. The trains are great. You can rent a car, and in Venice, you can ride in a gondola.
But now I want to take you on an unforgettable tour of Italy in one of that country's most iconic vehicles. In this country, history doesn't whisper, it sings. This is a land of emperors and artists. Ancient legacies, etched in stone, painted on ceilings, and towering over time. But Italy's heart,
it's gonna get real loud,
also belongs to something small.
Works so far. Guys, what to say about the Fiat 500?
Let's see if he starts first.
A car with the horsepower of a hairdryer.
The gas tank here in the front and the engine in the back.
It's tiny.
Yes. It's a miracle. It's a miracle of aesthetics.
It's temperamental. Fiats.
Yep. Fix it again, Tony. That's what they say.
And somehow, it's iconic.
Yes, yes, definitely.
The bouncing speedometer. 48, 50, 51. The colors, they're really cute.
But also the shape.
It's a beautiful car.
Oh yes, very lovely cars.
It's not just a car, as I say, this is a symbol of Italy.
One of the many symbols of Italy.
The Fiat 500 was made in Turin, Italy from 1957 to 1975. Designed to be cheap and functional transportation. And believe it or not, a family car.
Parents on the front part, 2, 3 kids in the back. I mean, it must have been a nightmare, honestly.
You can still find the vintage Fiat all over Italy. Not in museums.
Welcome to our garage.
But in the hands of Fiat fanatics.
Yes, nice to meet you.
Hi, my name's Alex.
Hey, Alex.
My name is Mauro Bramante.
Alvise Di Giulio.
I'm Christian Bravi, so...
Keepers of this Italian classic.
Now, Scott, there is no right-hand mirror.
Inviting everyone to experience history in motion.
This is where the magic happens.
Oh yes, driving a Fiat 500 is very easy.
Let's rumble! We use these cars to move around the city.
Very well.
And little walkie-talkies.
Let's go now.
To communicate between the different cars.
We're in the direction of the pyramid. We do love to wow our customers.
Rome has it all. Small streets, panoramic views.
Colosseum.
At the end of the tour, people drive like Romans, you know? As long as they don't take the bad habits back home with them, it's all fine.
Country driving more your speed? You can do that too.
We offer a self-drive Fiat 500 tour.
Guys, look at this.
A Fiat tour of Tuscany.
Come and see this beauty.
Is unforgettable.
So cool.
They will see vineyards and also a beautiful view over Florence, and then they are off on the road.
Breathe it. For motorheads, that's air, oxygen. It's a honor being able to drive these vintage babies.
Part of their Italian experience.
It is the only smiling car we have in the world. Take a look to the other cars. They are always arrogant, aggressive. Not this car, they are so friendly.
Everybody started waving.
Ciao bello, ciao bella.
They all wave, don't they?
It lets you feel important. Like you're in the past.
Bravissimo Scott, you are my hero. You are my hero. I get inside my car, I drive, and I feel bad. It's my feeling good therapy, and I do it. It's unbelievable. It works every time.
This is the way to see Italy.
horsepower of a hairdryer.
Yes. Got to be able to use a stick shift.
And you got to drive one?
Oh, yes.
Whoa.
Did that in Rome. I've driven in Rome in a regular car. It was very stressful, but there, they just allow the Fiat 500s to do whatever they want. And then to do it in Tuscany, starting in Florence, that was a beautiful thing to see the country that way.
And I like the fact that they're small. You can get through those side streets, but 3 kids in the back? No way.
Forget it.
No way. Florence is a must-see location when you visit Italy. It's a launching point for Tuscany and Pisa.
But Florence is also a city known for its amazing art, masterpieces created by the world's best artists and sculptors. And as we discovered during our trip, there's a huge effort to preserve it all. To visit Florence is to wander a gallery without walls.
Every street you might walk down, every church you might enter, the museums, obviously.
The Renaissance was born here and never left.
Each artist was doing something new.
Breathtaking.
Absolute innovation.
Iconic.
Amazing works of art.
Sacred. But not eternal.
The works really are all very old. Many of them have not aged well.
Time really deteriorates works of art.
Fire, floods, and the centuries have taken their toll. Even masterpieces can't last forever. Unless someone steps in to help.
Buongiorno. My name is Simonetta Brandolini Dadda. I'm president of Friends of Florence. We basically are here to conserve, protect, safeguard the art and culture, really, of Florence and Tuscany.
Discreetly tucked away in workshops across the city, artisans commissioned by Friends of Florence form the front line in this battle to save history.
We have, luckily in Florence, some of the best restorers in the world.
Un desiderio capire profondamente l'anima dell'artista.
È un bronzo molto antico.
Their work delicate and slow. A single piece can take years to restore. But donors seem to think it's worth the wait and the cost. What kind of pride do you have in helping with the restoration of this incredibly famous sculpture?
Enormous, infinite. One of the real masterpieces of all time.
In 25 years, Friends of Florence has raised millions of dollars and funded over 450 projects.
Projects in all of the major museums in Florence. The Galleria degli Uffizi, the Uffizi Gallery. The Accademia Gallery, which was created actually for Michelangelo's David. The Cathedral Museum, Opera del Duomo. Also many churches. There are like living museums, really. We've done entire rooms. We've restored tabernacles on street corners, statues, sculpture, paintings, or frescoes. The list goes on and on and on.
In Florence, art is not just seen, it's felt. One brushstroke, one sculpture.
He's such a symbol of Florence.
One story at a time.
They have intervened to make it possible for those of us who live here and who love this city to continue to present these masterpieces to visitors, to new friends, in their most beautiful form. They are the new patrons of the Renaissance.
Italians have such passion and pride for keeping their history alive, from the Fiat 500, which isn't made anymore, to these prized collections of art.
Right, and those of us that love art want it to be there for our kids and grandkids, so these new generations can come to love Florence the way that we do. Still to come, we're taking you to the village where Pinocchio was born.
Yes, we got it!
We'll show you the fun photos people take at the Leaning Tower of Pisa. And we're heading to the birthplace of the violin, all ahead on the journey to Italy.
It's one of the most recognizable buildings in Italy, the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Tourists flock to see it and take photos of it. Some of the photos are just hilarious. One guy created an ice cream out of it. The famous bell tower began leaning shortly after construction all the way back in 1174. Our tour guide told us the architect made a mistake and then disappeared. But it continues to be a popular photo op for everyone who goes to Pisa.
When most people think of Italian cities, they quickly mention Rome, Florence, and Venice.
Now, those cities are all worth visiting, but on our Olympic pre-trip, we ventured off the beaten path to a place you've probably never heard of, but you certainly know the story linked to it. Nestled in the rolling hills of Tuscany is a place of terracotta rooftops and terraced gardens. Calodi, Italy looks like it was pulled straight out of a fairy tale. And in many ways, it was.
So the first line of the story, chapter 1, once upon a time, there was a piece of wood. Tells the story of a wooden puppet that wants to become a real boy.
A wooden puppet given a name.
So this is our Pinocchio.
He's the most famous puppet in the world. And his story still lives in the village where it all began.
First publication of Pinocchio, July 7, 1881.
The author, Carlo Lorenzini, used the pen name Calodi to honor the town where he grew up. Today, Calodi celebrates its famous connection with pride.
So my name is Roberto Vezzani and I am the librarian at the National Carlo Collodi Foundation. Of course, the most important book of the library is Pinocchio.
Beyond the book, the puppet's presence here is, well, huge.
It makes you feel very tiny.
Yes, the tallest Pinocchio in the world.
There's a Pinocchio theme park.
We'll go through all the adventures that he lived in the book. It makes you feel like you are part of the story as well.
A traditional puppet show entertains children. There is Pinocchio art, a Pinocchio in a roundabout,
My name is Pinocchio.
and plenty of Pinocchio souvenirs. Long before Disney's version of the puppet, Pinocchio was carved into the culture of Italian families.
Oh, benvenuti qui all'isola di Pinocchio, il mio laboratorio di marionette. Prego, accomodatevi.
This artist in Venice was so inspired by Pinocchio, he decided to make marionettes for a living.
Mi dicono che assomiglio a Geppetto, cioè al papà di Pinocchio. Indubbio, certo.
And this violin maker in Cremona still cherishes this Pinocchio that was around when his daughters were young.
Dad
read me a few pages of Pinocchio, and I would read it to her in the original Tuscan Italian, old Italian language, which is very, very beautiful.
La storia di un burattino, History of a Puppet.
This says History of a Puppet.
Yes.
And that's the first mention of Pinocchio.
Exactly.
More than a children's story, Pinocchio was a tale about honesty and morality.
He couldn't tell lies, otherwise his nose was growing. At the end, he understood what is most important, the true values of life. Family.
This one is for Greece.
A story.
This comes from China.
That connected with millions.
Edition from France.
The Adventures of Pinocchio is the second most translated book in the world, behind only the Bible.
Almost 700 translations in almost 200 languages.
You've probably read Pinocchio hundreds of times, right?
I guess so. It's part of my work, so I do not complain about that.
So while Collodi may seem like just another Tuscan village, it's actually the heart of a story that has touched the world. A place where imagination was born, and where even today, a little wooden boy reminds us all what it means to be real.
So that's the ending of the story.
Everywhere we went in Italy, we saw Pinocchio images everywhere. And my photographer brought home a couple of marionettes too.
Oh, that's fun.
So yeah, it was good.
Yes, well, music, also a big part of Italian culture.
Cremona, Italy is a city we visited before Torino hosted the Winter Games back in 2006. In fact, Steve and I liked it so much, we went back because we wanted to showcase Cremona's rich musical history that dates back hundreds of years. For nearly 1,000 years, this cathedral has stood at the heart of Cremona, Italy. A silent witness to wars, plagues, and the rise and fall of empires. Towering columns, gilded altars, and frescoes painted by Renaissance masters. Its grandeur is undeniable. And in almost any other city, this would be the crown jewel. But Cremona's greatest treasure isn't carved from stone. It's crafted in wood.
When I observe a piece of wood, I can almost already see the sound that it will produce. This will be a very strong sounding violin.
Cremona, you know, it's the city of the violin makers.
Hello, I'm Matthijs Heiligers. I'm a master violin maker, and I wish you welcome to this beautiful city, Cremona. The violin was born almost 500 years ago in this small little city in northern Italy. And it has remained the city of violin making ever since. There are a huge amount of violin makers concentrated in this town, linking together, working together, collaborating to get the level of violin making like it used to be in the 17th century.
At Cremona's Violin Museum, visitors can admire those 17th century treasures up close. These are the works of the original masters, Amati, Guarneri, and the legendary Antonio Stradivari.
Antonio Stradivari really made the most important instruments, and he has become the #1 violin maker of all time.
Exploring this museum feels less like a stroll through history and more like stepping into an art gallery. But unlike paintings on a wall,
These are musical instruments, so the visitors can also listen.
When I open the case, it really clears my mind. And you feel the responsibility, but you're also looking forward to hear them, to look at them. They are the most beautiful instruments in the world.
Stefan is 22 years old. He's playing a 1727 Stradivari.
Appunto a mio nonno, ai miei zii, a mio padre e ora tocca a me.
When you listen to the sound of a Stradivari or you have the opportunity to play it, that violin raises you to a higher level. It is like a hand coming down from heaven.
That's the magic of Cremona,
The top of the violin.
where centuries of devotion still resonate in every note.
One plank of spruce and one plank of maple. That's what it simply is. But we turn it into something very special, which is sound.
And as new generations add their voice, the music plays on. Forever tied to this city. The birthplace of the violin. It's amazing.
I love the sound of the violin.
Me too.
It's such a beautiful instrument. In a moment, we'll introduce you to our correspondent to the Winter Games, and that's next.
Our colleague Anne-Marie Tiernan's going to be in Italy covering the Olympics for Tegna stations.
Oh, and Anne's covered many Olympics during her long career. What's it like being in the heart of it all?
Oh, it's awesome. It's unlike anything else. You've got the world's eye. Every country has got their athletes that they're cheering for. There's team pride. There's athletes that have just focused their whole life. Their families have invested in this. This is their moment. And when they finally achieve it, they get that medal and they get that place on the podium. That's so exciting.
Let's tell our viewers what your assignment will be.
So, Scott, I will be doing live reports for all Tegna stations that are NBC stations in the morning. So on your sunrise shows, you can tune in the 5, 6, and 7 o'clock hours. Then we're also going to have a daily streaming show. So tune in for that. That's all the lifestyle things outside of the games. And then, of course, there's the shows that are in the early prime time that we'll have reports to. And then follow us on social media because we're going to be putting a lot up there.
You're going to be busy.
We will be busy.
And we're excited for
We're
you.
going to do everything but sleep.
Yes, we'll hold you to that.
Anne does a great job. You're going to love her coverage. And if you like the stories you've seen, we've got much more to show you during the Winter Olympics. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you soon.
There's a new sport for Milan Cortina, ski mountaineering, also called skimo. The sport requires athletes to physically climb up the mountain both on their skis and on foot before eventually removing the special climbing skins on the skis and then racing back down the mountain. The sport's Olympic debut will feature individual and mixed gender relay races on a short sprint course in Bormio, Italy. While mountain-rich countries like France, Switzerland, and host Italy have the longest history with this endurance sport, it will soon come to the world as the newest Olympic edition in 2026.
How excited are you to be repping the USA sweater?
Yeah, I can't wait. I think, something that I've been looking forward to, kind of working towards, had in the back of your mind. So when Billy was calling guys and let us know, it was obviously super exciting.
When you see, like, I see the little kids in the stands holding signs with your name on it, is that kind of like crazy to see when you were a young boy, like dreaming to be a hockey player yourself one day?
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, I was that kid at one point, I think, banging on the glass and wanting a puck during the warm-ups and stuff like that. So I think, you know, being able to kind of give those kids a little bit of your time and make their day, I think is something that's pretty cool.
Who are the players you looked up to when you were little, and maybe even now that you're playing against now and you're like, this is crazy?
Yeah, there's so many. I think Crosby was a big one when I was growing up. Just, you know, he was the young guy coming into the league and how good he was. He was definitely probably my favorite player growing up.
Now you get to play him. Team
Yeah,
Canada, big
exactly.
rivals for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you have pre-game rituals, food, music, things you like to do before game time?
Nothing crazy. You know, I have more of a routine than I would say rituals, just stuff to get ready for the game, but I'm not superstitious or anything like that, so I try, you know, just to stick to kind of my routine and make sure I'm ready to go.
Just a little stitious?
Just a little stitious,
Just a little stitious. You played, thank you. Oh, did I already ask you what shows you're binging? Are you watching any shows? Like?
I'm watching Homeland right now.
Oh.
Yeah, I never saw that, so my friend told me about it, and now I started watching. It's been pretty good.
Anything else to do in free time, like play Switch or like any games?
No, I'm not a video game guy or anything like that, so summertime I love to golf and be outside, but wintertime I like the couch and the TV.
Quinn said he was reading a book for his free time. Do you like read books, play board games? Like a favorite board game your family plays?
No, not really. We weren't a big board game family growing up, but I don't read too much. I do the audiobooks. It's a little bit easier for me, but no, like I said, I like to take it easy, spend time with friends and family when they come and visit and teammates and stuff like that in our off time.
So this isn't your first international play. You did 4 nations,
Yep.
World Juniors, right?
Mhm.
So this is your first Olympics, though. How are you going to bring your experience from that level of play to this world stage?
Yeah, I think I've played in a lot of different events for Team USA, and you know, I think the pride and what it feels like to be able to wear the jersey and what the games are like, I think is the biggest thing. You know, showing up there to 4 Nations last year and seeing all the players there, guys that you look up to and think so highly of, and seeing what guys were willing to do and different roles they were willing to play just to win. I mean, you have guys that score 80, 90, 100 points in the NHL, and their main goal is being a penalty killer and blocking shots and dumping pucks in and forechecking. I think having that commitment from everyone and that willingness to kind of step up and do what's needed, I think is what makes kind of our team so special.
What's it going to be like shooting against Gus Bus and like playing against some of your teammates that are playing for other countries?
Yeah, it's definitely a little weird, I think. You know, when we played Sweden at 4 Nations, Gus didn't play, so wasn't able to play him there, but I think it's pretty cool. I think him and Eki and you know, Wally and all those guys, it's super special for all of us to be able to kind of be in that same situation together, representing our country. But yeah, it's definitely weird when you're playing against them.
If you weren't a professional hockey player and an Olympian, what would you be doing with what's like your 9-to-5 job?
Well, I have absolutely no idea. I want to be a hockey player my whole life, so that was always the goal, and you know, my brain never really went anywhere else to think of what else I'd do.
Fascinating. That's what Quinn said too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's your brain is focused on one thing and one thing only.
Yeah,
I like
exactly.
that. Any plans besides like when you're in Italy? Is your whole family going out? Parents? Yeah. Everyone's gonna be there?
We got the whole crew. Yeah, we got lots of people there.
How is your mom and dad gonna like react? What's like seeing you out there with the USA jersey?
Yeah, I think they're obviously super excited and super proud. You know, like I said, I've played in other events, so I think you know, obviously not on this level. It's super exciting, but I think yeah, super excited. They've been talking nonstop about their plans and stuff that they have kind of on their schedule while they're there and kind of killing free time. So I'm really happy for them to kind of be able to go over there and have that experience too.
First food item you're gonna try?
Pasta's probably my favorite thing, so I'm looking forward to this trip.
You said you've never been to Italy. What
Yeah.
are you looking forward to with your first Olympic Games?
I don't know. Like I haven't really thought about. I've had so much going on here with getting traded and trying to get acclimated here and playing good hockey. So I haven't really thought about Milan too much. But as it gets closer, obviously, I'm starting to get excited about the hockey and playing with my brother and some of my close friends. But I haven't thought too much about the village or what it's going to be like or what I'm going to enjoy and whatnot.
The opening ceremony, you're not going to be at, or
no,
you
we're
are?
going to miss. I think a couple of guys are going to go though.
That's a bummer.
Yeah.
But you get your outfit and a closing ceremony, perhaps?
Yeah, I think if we're lucky and we're in the gold medal game, I think the closing ceremony is during the gold medal game.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure. So.
Do you have, because you're new to Minnesota, people are still getting to know you, do you have pregame rituals, certain music you listen to, any food you eat?
No, I don't really listen to music too much. Some people would probably think that's crazy. But I don't know, I like to get a nap in, like an hour or 2 hours in. I like to read, but I don't read on game days. I feel like that's bad luck for whatever reason, and that's pretty much it.
Interesting superstition. What are you reading?
Right now, I think it's Red Notice. Have you heard of it?
No. Is it good?
Whatever. Yeah, it's fine.
It's a fiction?
No, it's a true story about an investment guy, and he went to Russia for, I don't know. I'm like 15 pages in, so.
Okay, so to be determined on
You
how
can search
turns
it
out.
up. It's apparently it's a really good read. I've been advised by a couple different people to read it. So.
So you read, do you watch shows? Are you binging anything right now?
No, I don't really have any shows that I'm watching. I'm always looking for one though, but nothing right now.
Okay. You talked about playing with your brother. It was so fun to see you and you play against both brothers. What is that like for you? That's got to be crazy.
Yeah, it is. It's a pretty cool day, and it's been a couple years since we've been able to do that with injuries. So it was awesome, and the game wasn't great. Obviously losing 5-1, but pretty special for me and my brothers to be out there together, and something I always remember and look forward to. And then as far as playing with Jack at the Olympics, that's going to be really crazy.
That is going to be crazy. Your other brother, obviously disappointed he's not on the team, but there's the future for that, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's 22, so he's doing great. He's playing great, and if he stays on the yellow brick road, I think he should be there in 4 years.
Your parents, so you and your brother are going to be representing Team USA together for the first time. Is the whole family going over there?
My parents are. My brother Luke, he's probably going to find a beach somewhere with the 3-week break. But me and Jack will be there. My parents will be there. My mom's actually working for USA Hockey, the women's team. She's been working for them for 3 years now, I think. So she's got that going on, and they're obviously trying to win gold too. So
That's going to be amazing over there.
Yeah.
Anything you guys are going to do as a family while you're over there?
I don't think so. I mean, I'm sure we will, catch dinner, maybe walk around the city, but I think right now everyone's focused on, just winning gold. I think you have 2 weeks there. That's all it is. So you really try to dial in on that and then take advantage of everything you can.
Hockey's like in your blood. If your mom's helping the women's team, how long have you guys been a hockey family, your whole life?
Yeah, probably. I mean, they preached trying different sports and doing different things. They never wanted us to be, really centered on one thing. They want us to try other things and meet new people. And I think their message, growing up was just whatever you're doing, work hard. And if we're driving you around and we're putting our time in, just make sure you're doing your best.
I love that. So you kind of were talking about a little bit ago, you got traded mid-season. It's been incredibly busy. How have you been doing with everything? Moving to a new city?
I think it's been great. I mean, obviously the first week or two is a little bit of an adjustment, and it was nice that I kind of had 10 days and then Christmas break. I had 3 days there to reset. But I mean, the guys are great, team's great, trainers, staff is awesome. The city's been great so far, and really enjoying playing in front of the home crowd. But yeah, I'm just really enjoying the hockey part. We got a really good team.
Have you done Minnesota things yet, like tried a Juicy Lucy burger or a hot dish?
No, I haven't. I haven't even heard of that, a Juicy Lucy.
You haven't? Am I the first to tell you about it?
Yeah, you are.
It's a burger with cheese stuffed in the middle, and it comes out like oozing lava. It's delicious.
Wow.
Okay, Matt's Bar, a place. I'll buy you one if you ever want to go. Okay, so if you weren't an Olympic athlete, a professional athlete, what would your day job be? What's your 9 to 5? I
don't know. I get asked that all the time, but I don't really care. Like, that's not the reality, so I have no idea.
Okay, that's
It's
a true, honest
It's
answer.
so
not like-
hypothetical that it's like, who cares?
Right. Okay. Then we already asked about your brother, how your family's reacting. Oh, playing other teammates. Is that going to be weird? Are you like shooting against Gus Bus?
Yeah, I mean, I've only been here 6 weeks, so I'm just starting to get to really know the guys, and they've all been great. It'll probably be a little bit strange, but it's not like I've been here 7 years. I think it'll be competitive, and they'll probably act like they don't know me, and vice versa, just because I think when you get, with your country, it's all about representing your country, and I know how competitive the guys are here, the Swedish guys, just from watching them. So they'll be ready to go for sure.
Who's the competition? Canada, Sweden?
I think everyone, it's the Olympics. It's so tough, and I think we got a great team and a really good chance to win, but we're gonna have to be, well prepared.
And I have to ask about the Olympic ice and the Olympic stadium size. That's been making all the headlines. Like, it's not ready yet. What are your thoughts on all that?
I mean, I'm seeing everything you're seeing probably, and there's different reports, and you really don't know what's true and what's not true. I mean, it's the Olympics. I'm sure they'll have it, ready to go for us, and it'll be great. And even if it's not, it's 2 weeks, and we'll make the best of it and try to do the best we can and win gold. That's really it.
Awesome. Anything the guys chirping you on the Minnesota Wild about?
You'll have to
tease
ask
you?
Bolds and Fabes that.
Okay.
But yeah, they've been great so far.
Have you been to Italy?
No.
No, this is your first time?
First time in Italy, yeah.
Okay.
It'll be good.
Are you excited?
Yeah, very.
You already hate cannolis.
I don't like cannolis, yeah. So I wouldn't say I hate them, but they wouldn't be my my dessert of choice.
Tiramisu?
Yes. That's more my speed for sure.
Okay, family lives in Maple Grove, still hometown boy. Are they excited, and are they all going to be in Italy with you?
They will all be there, yes. So they're their first times in Italy too, so it'll be fun.
It's unfortunate. I heard you guys aren't going to make it to the opening ceremony. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah, we fly. I think we get there a day or two after that. So that's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
You still get the Ralph Lauren swag. And
Yeah, as long as you get that. That's. I don't know if I'll wear it anywhere, but just to have, it'll be pretty
just
cool.
in Maple Grove,
Yeah,
like
it'll just hang
rocking
in
the.
That's what That's the same as all of our outfits for the last one.
Yeah.
It's sitting back home in Maple Grove in my bedroom still, so it's great.
Is it in like a glass case or?
No, it's just in my closet.
Okay.
Just in my closet. So.
Very cool. I'm curious, I asked all the other guys this. Do you have pregame rituals? People like to know that kind of stuff, like music, food, that you always have to eat the same type of pasta or something?
I'm not too picky, yeah. I mean, my pregame meal is always pretty much the same. Just chicken and pasta and a salad. And then other than that, it's like the warm-up routines and everything are nothing crazy. Like, it's all pretty, I do the same thing every game, but it's nothing that's worthwhile talking about, like warm-ups and taping sticks and stuff. It's just what everyone does, so nothing crazy.
Anything in the earbud, like listen to music?
No.
No. Okay, quiet. What shows are you binging right now?
I just watched His and Hers. It's a new one on, I think that's what it's called. It's on Netflix. I just watched that one. It was pretty good, but I'm not a huge show watcher. I loved Peaky Blinders. That's probably my favorite show ever. Breaking Bad I really liked. Those are the two, and then other than that, like, I haven't seen a whole bunch of shows. Those are kind of the big two that I've seen. So.
Can you do the Peaky Blinders? I can't do the accent at all.
I can't
No?
either, and I won't even try.
He's been trying to get me to watch Peaky Blinders.
It's the best.
Okay, all right, I'll watch it.
It's the absolute best. I just actually rewatched season 4 of that because it's the greatest season, I think, in TV show history.
Did you see
In history of television?
In my opinion.
Okay, wow.
They're coming out with a
Movie. Oh yeah, I'm all over it. I got it all. There was rumors of a ton of different stuff, like if there was another season, but it's confirmed now, official movie. So.
I do hate that they do that just to speed up it, just to tie it in a bow, wrap up the thing. It's just, they've been doing that lately. They just come out with a movie.
Exactly, just to kind of make people happy, but at the same time, they're just kind of taking the easy route, I think. But whatever.
All right, Peaky Blinders. I'll watch it.
I'll go back.
All right.
Yeah.
Our fourth wall. Put up the fourth wall.
Yeah.
Okay, so ironically, the youngest guy on this group of going to the Olympics, but you've been before. This is not your
Yeah,
first
it's weird.
rodeo. Isn't that kind of wild? So you can give them advice.
Yeah.
You were the captain before. How is this going to be different for you personally?
Yeah, I mean, I think it will be a lot different. It's obviously COVID's not a thing anymore, so I think that will definitely make the experience, I think, a little better. It was not many fans there, and very, very strict policies, obviously, because it was really in the heart of all that stuff. So, yeah, I think it'll be a completely new experience for me too. It's definitely my second time, but it feels like the first, I think. So.
Yeah, because your family didn't get to go during that time
Yeah,
either.
no family,
one
no
did.
nothing.
Okay,
So
that's
it
a
was,
big deal.
Yeah, it was a crazy time, and obviously in Beijing we didn't get to like go out of the village, so it was kind of just room to practice or room to game, and that's it. That's really all you did. You couldn't leave much, so this will be a lot different, I think.
Okay, and you'll be playing with fellow NHLers versus it was collegiate, a lot of
Correct,
collegiate guys
yeah.
last time. Who are you looking forward to playing? I mean, some of your idols that you play against now in the NHL are going to be playing, I'm assuming Team Canada, maybe Sweden, I don't know.
Yeah, all those guys. I mean, obviously there's a lot of Team Sweden players on our team now, so here with the Wild, so that's always fun, and then yeah, the rivalries of Canada and any team. It's when you're playing for your country and you're playing against another country, just the pride that's felt on both sides. It makes it for fun, exciting hockey games, and definitely playoff-like hockey games. So.
Do you chirp like Sweden guys on your team right now? Are you guys like already getting into that spirit, or still focused on?
No, more so. I think I'll wait to say anything. I think I don't want to eat my words when I'm over there or jinx myself. So, for our team. So, hopefully beat them and then have a few words with them after. But yeah, nothing right now.
Okay. You're gonna be playing with GM and head coach in different facets. What's that gonna be like for you?
Yeah, I mean it's great. It's really cool. I'm obviously thankful that Billy picked me, and I think for Heinze too, it's he won't be the head coach, so a little different. Assistant coaches, he's in the locker room more. He's hanging out with the guys a little bit more. So it'll be great.
And then the big story coming out of the Olympics is the stadium's not ready. The ice might be soft. What are your thoughts on all that?
Yeah, I mean it's if it gets done, it's everyone's, even if it's bad ice, it's their guys are playing with bad ice too, so it's just all part of it. Everyone's playing on a level playing field, so you won't hear me complaining.
Okay, even on the rink size, I know isn't like European style.
Yeah, I don't
size.
know. It's a little smaller. I don't think it'll make too much of a difference. And like I said, the other team is playing the same game, so.
Okay. Anything else you're looking forward to?
It's just, I mean, playing. That's it. Just excited to get over there and get situated and get the tourney started. So it'll be good.
I did ask this to the other guys. If you weren't a professional athlete or an Olympian, what would your 9 to 5 be? What's your day job?
I mean, can it be hockey related or
whatever? Like growing up, when everyone's like, "I want to be an astronaut."
Yeah, I wanted to be probably a football player when I was a kid. I wanted to be a football player. My dream job would probably be to be good at golf, play on the PGA Tour maybe. I don't know, and then something within hockey, maybe a coach or. I haven't thought about it too much. I always this was kind of the one and only thing that I wanted to do, and thankfully I'm doing it. So.
That's the same answer from everybody.
Yeah.
I love that. That's
Yeah.
good. It means you're focused.
Yeah, I guess so. It was just because growing up in Minnesota, there's outdoor rinks, and you just learn to love this game at such a young age, especially here. So, fell in love with it and never looked back.
Okay, last question. If you weren't doing hockey for an Olympic sport, what would be the winter Olympic sport you'd want to try and do? Like the skeleton looks crazy, the luge, bobsled.
Yeah, I think bobsledding. it would be scary, I think, but I would like to try. I don't think I'd be any good, but that would be probably, I think if I started that at a young age, that'd probably be my best shot to make it as an Olympian, bobsledding, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I think that would be fun.
I lied. I do have one more question because we're doing this thing like thank you, coach. Do you have any coaches like growing up locally that you would want to thank, like that helped shape who you are?
Yeah, my dad's obviously was a good coach of mine, and a good dad, obviously. My mom and dad were like my coaches growing up. But on ice, I think Curtis Janicki, his name is. He gets a lot. I mean, I talk about him every time someone brings up a coach. But grew up family friends, and he was my coach pretty much all the way up. He was definitely one of, if not the best coach I had. So grateful, always thankful and grateful, and we'll always shout him out whenever someone asks about my favorite coach. So.
What made him good coaches, like your parents and?
Yeah, I think he coached us the right way from a young age. I think we had such a tight group, an unselfish group, a group that wanted to win and cared about winning a lot. And that was always the number one priority. And I think, when you're a young age, I think it's easy, for your past to, maybe go left or right. But he kept us focused on the thing that matters all the time. And I think, and he pushed us hard, and it made us all better. It made us all better people. The guys that are playing hockey still, definitely, he's a huge part of that, and everyone else that isn't, he made a huge impact on their lives off the ice too, just by all the lessons, all the early morning practices, all the bag skates. It means something, and you learn a lot about yourself as a person. So yeah, big shout out to Curtis.
I go back to just the kindness of the Lord and the purpose that He has for my life, and I know that hockey is just a tool that I get to use as, again, a platform to glorify Him.
Can you make sense of how a kid from Erie, Colorado has lasted this long in the NHL?
I mean, that's just the kindness of God, honestly. We grew up in a small town, and we had to drive, whether it was here in Westminster, whether it was down to Lowry Air Force Base, or I remember going all the way to the Springs once a week for practices when it was my first year with the T-Birds, and so travel all around the state playing hockey. But yeah, I guess Erie's the hometown and not really a hockey town at all. So no, it's fun. It's fun, and I'm thankful to be a part of it. Not many people know about Erie, Colorado, so.
How much pride does that give you?
I guess a little bit. I guess it's just a city, right? And so, but it is cool. It's fun being from Colorado and being able to represent the state and I guess the city of Erie. My love for hockey, I think, kind of started right as soon as I could skate. I mean, my older brother played, my older sister played, so I kind of grew up at the rink. I think I was on skates by the age of 2, on a team by the age of 3, and so I just always grew up playing hockey. I mean, whether it was hockey here, hockey at home, mini sticks, whatever it was, there was so much hockey in my life. And then we have my 2 little brothers who played hockey, and one of them still playing, and so we were just kind of a hockey family. And so I loved hockey ever since I can remember playing. Neither of my parents ever played hockey. My dad played a little bit of pond hockey growing up. My older brother was playing roller hockey when he was like 6, 7 years old, and watched the Mighty Ducks and wanted to try ice hockey, and so my parents got him on the skates, and his sister followed suit, then me, and then both my little brothers. So it was just always something that we played, but yeah, neither of my parents ever played hockey growing up.
Do you ever say to yourself, how did I ever get to the NHL?
Oh, absolutely, all the time. But again, I go back to just the kindness of the Lord and the purpose that He has for my life, and I know that hockey is just a tool that I get to use as, again, a platform to glorify Him and shine the light that He's given me to shine. And I mean, there's one guy on my team a couple years ago who became a Christian, and me and my wife got to disciple him and his wife. And my wife and I always talk about it as just like, if I never win the cup, but that one guy came to know the Lord in my NHL career, like that's a successful career to me. And so just being able to have that mindset about it is great.
Do you have a favorite verse that you always, tough times, always go back to?
Yeah, so I go to Galatians 1:10, and it says, for am I now seeking the approval of man or of God, or am I trying to please man? If I were still trying to please man, I would not be a servant of Christ. And God gave me that verse, honestly, my rookie year training camp, right before my first preseason game ever, I found that verse, and that's been my verse throughout my whole career, because it just reminds me of my purpose of it's not to impress man, it's not to impress coaches or players or management or anybody, it's just solely just to be a servant of Christ and to glorify him in everything I do. So humbles me, it keeps me grounded in what my purpose is in playing the game of hockey. I think one of the biggest influences of my hockey career is actually here at Highland Hills. His name's Tyson Davis. He was my coach for I don't know how many years growing up. And he was always there for me still, shoots me texts every once in a while, and I see him when we come back here to Colorado to visit during the summertime. He's an awesome coach, loves the game of hockey. I think I was 10, 11 years old, and I was playing goalie and player at the time. So I was taking up 2 spots on the roster, and he told me I had to pick one year. He's like, you can't play both anymore, you gotta pick one. I told him I want to play center. He said, absolutely not. And so he's like, you're not doing that. I was like, all right, I'll play defenseman. So I guess I can owe it to him for being a great defenseman now. And but then honestly, also my family, my sister was a great influence on my life. She was a defenseman. She was 2 years older than me, so I was watching her play a lot. And she was such a smart player when she played. And so yeah, there's a couple different people that I think about when it comes to just big influences on my life with my career.
Did she play in college?
She did. She played at North Dakota for 4 years. Yep, yeah, she was there. And so had she not had some knee injuries, there's a good chance she probably would have been on the Olympic team for the women's, but just injuries bugged her down.
How did the Four Nations crank it up for USA Hockey?
Oh, I think you just see so many people who never watched a game of hockey in their life get to experience a game, and not only a game, but something that was, I mean, even as a player, that first game against Canada, sitting on the bench with 3 fights in the first, 9 seconds, it was absolutely crazy. And so I can only imagine as a fan how fun that was to watch, and that's all you hear about was how fun it was to watch. And so I think for just the average fan, it was a great experience for them to watch and be a part of. And as a player, it was awesome. It was the best hockey experience I've ever had. And obviously, anytime you get a chance to represent your country, you do it with a smile on your face and full effort. And so it was so much fun. I mean, I think for any of us out there, it's probably the best caliber of hockey any of us have ever played. I mean, the way the games move. Obviously, there's some of those guys who have played in international hockey before, but for a lot of us, it's the first experience we've had at the NHL level. And so it was something that was so special. Anytime you're out on the ice, you know, you're going against one of the best players in the world. And so from the skill level to the intensity to the pace of the game to the crispness of the game, it was just everything was bang bang, and it was just fun to play in. And then the atmospheres itself. I mean, that game in Canada against Canada, probably the coolest atmosphere I've ever been a part of. And so it was just awesome. Those tournaments are so short, and so you, even just from like leading up to, I was like, what systems are we going to play? How's the chemistry going to be with guys? And when everyone's that good of a player, the chemistry kind of clicks in really fast, right? But then from the systems standpoint, they just kind of a small structure to it, but then it's just go out and play. So that was pretty cool to learn and be a part of. But then, yeah, it's just the international play is something else. And I know moving forward, I think all international play is on NHL sheet, which I'm thankful for, because the Olympic sheet, I can't imagine trying to defend the likes of McKinnon and McDavid on an Olympic sheet.
You're thinking about that.
Oh, I don't have to. So it's on the NHL sheet, so we're good. But with the Olympic sheet and them having so much time and space, that'd be a whole nother task.
What would it mean to you to be named to the United States Olympic team?
Yeah, it'd be an honor. Obviously, I think it'd be, and kind of what my mindset was with going into Four Nations is just, it's a bigger platform to glorify God on. I mean, it's an awesome opportunity to showcase the abilities He's given me for His glory to I guess, internet, like everyone, and so everyone that's watching. So that would be super cool. And then obviously, as a kid, you grew up watching the movie Miracle and the Olympic Games and everything like that. And so like, any kid dreams of, American kid I should say, dreams of one day putting on that sweater and being able to represent the country in the Olympics. And so that would just be so cool. Even from the grassroots level, everyone, like young kids, are going to want to grow up playing the game of hockey. And obviously, the more kids playing hockey, hopefully the better the standard of skill just continues to rise. And so that's a huge thing for obviously hockey in the States, but also for kids in the States to see people, players. I mean, even I mean, growing up watching you felt like those guys representing the 1980 team were so old, like as a kid, but they were just college kids. And so it's just to realize it's just a bunch of kids living out their dream, I think helps kids want to do it. That game, even at Four Nations, the championship game was right down to the wire, right? And so you one bounce here, one bounce there. We could have had that thing. We could have been lifting that trophy at the end or having the medals. And so the Olympic gold, obviously, I think is going to be a little different, a little bit more intense. I think it's a little bit bigger of a bar than Four Nations was. A little bit bigger platform. So, but I think at the end of the day, it still comes down to winning one game at a time, and obviously everyone playing their best at the right moments. That was my first taste at that U.S.-Canada rivalry, and again, that first game against Canada, just 3 fights right into it, big hits all over the game. And so you get into it, and I mean, obviously we all love to be competitive. We're all hockey players. We love the intensity, and so that game definitely made it real for me, and just how I use the word intense, but how intense it was, right? And so it was crazy. Every shift you're going out there, and I'm not the most physical player, but out there it felt like I had to be, and so it was something else.
What does your country and the flag mean to you?
I would say there's a lot that goes into that. Obviously, the people that have sacrificed for this country to get to where it's at. I mean, all the great people that have served, whether that's in government or in military. I mean, it's unbelievable the sacrifices that they've made to allow us to have the life that we do over here. But then, personally, it's just an amazing country to live in and have the freedom. Even of our beliefs, right? Being able to believe, anyone can believe what they want to believe, and especially for me as a Christian, it's great to be able to worship God in public and be able to have that freedom to do so. I think we're known as one of the greatest nations on earth, and so being able to represent that is awesome, and is amazing to have that next to your name. And you see it, and you're excited about it. You're excited to represent the country, and again, everyone that's fought for the flag and sacrificed their life for the flag is pretty special. And when you're putting on that sweater, or you see that next to your name, you know that's a big part of what you're representing.
I think the game of hockey is growing at the grassroots level, I think kind of all over, and you're starting to see it in different areas.
You got a lot on your plate because you play for the Avs, but you got an Olympics coming up.
Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, yeah, obviously first and foremost focus is here in Colorado and just the NHL season, but exciting year, NHL players being allowed back in the Olympic Games, and I think everyone's excited for that to kind of showcase everyone on the global stage. And fortunate to be a part of Team USA and go over there and represent our country, and looking forward to an unbelievable experience and time in Italy. Kind of crazy. I mean, we're going to have a great representation of the team here, which is, I think, just speaks to the volumes of how good our group is here, as it shows in the regular season here and the year we're having. A lot of success, and a lot of guys, rightfully so, being chosen for their country to go over there and represent them, and it'll be fun to kind of see them over there and kind of experience it, even though we'll run into each other and be foes on the ice, but make a lot of memories and stories for a lifetime. You throw it out for a bit, for a couple weeks. I mean, I'm sure we'll check in and just kind of see how everyone's experience is going, and families and whatnot, and we'll be bumping into each other in passing, but yeah, I think everyone's able to kind of turn it off as competitors and representing something a little bit different, a little bit bigger in our countries, and everyone's going to go over there with the intention of wanting to win and wanting to take each other down. So we'll put the camaraderie on hold for a bit and then pick it back up after. And I think hockey's great at that. I think a lot of guys have played against each other with guys before, and able to kind of just switch it off for a bit and just go out there and compete and play hockey and enjoy the game. The U.S.-Canada rivalry, I think we saw it on the forefront last year, Four Nations, and how awesome that experience was. And two great cities to host that event. It turned out great. The viewership was unbelievable. The games were incredible. The atmosphere was electric, and I think just two prideful countries that want to be the top of the hockey sport and want to say that they're the best in the world. So I think it's a never-ending battle between those two to have bragging rights. I mean, the time is now. I think there's never been a better opportunity. The group that we have, the depth that we have, is incredible. So just everyone kind of pulling on the rope together, get good team camaraderie right away. And I think everyone's pretty familiar with one another from Four Nations and the group that we had there, and kind of felt how special it was and the opportunity that we have to kind of set ourselves up to be role models and make a memory that will last a lifetime for a lot of people. I mean, I hope it's just going to be an awesome experience for families, for myself, to enjoy it. And then I think, like I said, just the opportunity to go out there and leave your mark on the sport in history. I think the U.S. has only won the gold twice, so to have the opportunity we have now to kind of repeat that, bring gold back, I think is what everyone's chasing for us in our locker room. I think the game of hockey is growing at the grassroots level, I think kind of all over, and you're starting to see it in different areas. Maybe say like Florida, I think the Panthers and the Lightning have done a great job. Obviously they're two of the top teams in the league, and I think the fan base is growing there. And I mean, you have places like back home for me in Minnesota, it's just hockey's a way of life. Michigan, Massachusetts, you're starting to see a few guys come from California or down south a little bit, and I think the sport is kind of picking up traction and becoming a little bit more accessible for more, and I think you're starting to see that now in terms of player development, the skill, the talent level. The guys are coming into the league now at 18, 19, 20 from kind of all over the country, which is pretty incredible. For me, I'm fortunate to grow up in a great hockey family. My uncle, my grandfather, great uncles wore the USA jersey in the Olympics, so it's special to kind of share that and kind of live this experience with my grandpa, my mom, my wife, my kids, all of my support system, who support me all the time, and to represent something as big as your country, I mean, that's as good as it gets. My grandfather played, actually, my uncle was on the 80 team. Dave Christian was on the 80 team, and my grandfather was Bill Christian on the 60 team. They both won gold. And then my grandpa's two brothers, Roger was on the 60 team who won gold, and then his other brother Gordon was on 56. They won silver.
Yeah, the 56 Cortina
games, yeah. So
that guy has got a hockey stick that was signed by all the players on that team.
Gordon would be on there, yeah. Gordon, great uncle. Yeah, I mean, Christian Brothers Hockey Sticks was in Warroad. It was started by my grandfather, his brother, and then one other guy. So hockey back home was just a way of life for me, and just, my grandfather was obviously just always grandpa to me, but a great role model and mentor, and now he's my biggest fan and supports me all the time.
What kind of stories did they tell you representing the United States for both of them?
I mean, I wouldn't say there's too many stories about what it meant to represent. I think it's just to see the legacy and the impact they had on the game, and to now growing up and having known that the U.S. has only won 2 medals and they were both a part of it. I mean, it's pretty special. And like I said, they were both always just role models to me and mentors, and never viewed them as anything different until I was old enough to understand the impact, and especially for the 80 team with how important that was at the time for the U.S. and just all the tensions there, and taking college kids over and kind of taking down, the Russians was a huge, nearly impossible feat, people were saying. So to be able to kind of share that now, even when I've wore USA for World Juniors or World Championships, it's extremely special to kind of have them, because I know they're still following and keeping tabs and knowing what they have done to try and follow that up.
Do you feel like you want to keep the family tree of getting a medal at the Olympics?
I do my best, for sure, yeah. I mean, I'm just grateful for the opportunity to be here, being able to represent the country. Even whether it be, like I said, World Championships, we won a medal, World Championships, that was extremely cool. And obviously this is a little bit different, a little bit bigger, so yeah, it'd be special.
Anything you're looking forward to at the Olympics? Yeah.
I mean, just the memories I think that we'll make over there with the kids, my wife, whoever's able to make it from the family to kind of go over there and experience it. I mean, Olympics has always kind of just been a dream, so to kind of be living it now is pretty crazy, and yeah, just looking forward to kind of the whole experience of it and everything, and the buzz.
You're coming off a great couple weeks here. What did the Four Nations do impact-wise for USA Hockey?
Well, I mean, I think for USA Hockey alone, it did a lot. I think the popularity of that tournament was incredible. The attention that the games got, especially the US-Canada games, there just seemed to be a lot going on, a lot of pride. So I think in general for hockey in the United States, it did quite a bit.
Describe the rivalry between Canada and US as it sits today.
You know what? It's been so long since we've had best on best, you know, with all the countries. And Canada and the US just, it's a big rivalry. It's a big, it's a matter of pride. And we take it seriously, both teams do. And I just think what just happened at the Four Nations tournament just kind of reignited it. And there's nothing better.
Do you anticipate having a growing pool of players for the upcoming Olympics?
I hope so. It's important. You know what? I know the World Championships is a long commitment, but it's important. And we need to start having better representation from our higher end players at that tournament. You know, the excuses that I get are frankly not good enough. You know, and I look at other countries and their high end players go, and ours don't. And it's important. It's important for us to start winning some of these international tournaments, and we need our best players. We need them. We got a good look under the hood of what we have for you know, in the Four Nations tournament. I think we need to build off of what we just went through, and like I've said it before, we have a great team. We do. We have great players. We have great chemistry. The guys came together quickly, like we needed them to. We just need to somehow will ourselves over the hump.
One guy we have a big interest in is Jacob Slavin.
Yeah.
And what a tournament he had. It's a cornerstone on the blue line for you. Did it catch you by surprise that he is a fixture now?
No, you know what? I think everybody in the league knows that he's a high-end defensive defenseman. But he just brought his game to a different level. And I think, you know, he plays in a non-traditional hockey market, and sometimes you can be a little hidden down there. But I think this was a bit of a realization of how good he really is, and how lucky we are to have him.
You incorporated such a good job of incorporating the 1980 team. And it really, that gets people in their patriotic feels. How important is it for you to connect some of that history and that legacy into your program as you go and take on the Olympics?
Yeah, I think it's really important, and that was the idea, is to connect the generations. And you know, in anything successful, in anything that's been built, like USA Hockey, like where we are today with all our great players, there are people that came before us and laid the groundwork. And I felt it was important for the current players to be connected with the guys from the past that laid that path. And I didn't know how it was going to go over. I didn't know how the connection was going to be, but it was instantaneous. And the current players totally gravitated to those guys. I mean, you know, it's funny. They grew up watching Miracle, not the game, but the movie. So they are connected in a way. And I just felt it was important for them to be connected with our history.
What are you most proud
of? Being able to represent my country. I think I'm proud to be a part of this. Proud to be American. Proud to be an American hockey player, and I'm proud of the guys that we've assembled and the way that they've acted and played together as a team.
Locked and loaded?
Hey, what do you got on the finger going on there?
My wife's nickname. I hate wearing it in the ring. I tried so hard.
Couldn't do it.
Well, for hockey, we take like 3-4 showers a day. And putting your gear on, taking your gear off. And so it was just, I was just like constantly, I was forgetting it everywhere. And I told her, I was like, hey, I can't wear this anymore.
Okay.
I think it's unbelievable. It's the best on best, right? And so you need the NHL guys there. And I'm 100% behind the guys that represented us when we couldn't be there. I got some friends that played on those teams, but it's a best on best tournament. And maybe I'm more excited for this phenomenal generation of American-born hockey players that I believe was winning gold medals at the U18 level, World Junior level, right? And now they're at the NHL level, not only at the NHL level, but they're excelling. They're in the tops of the league, and they haven't got to represent their country. They haven't got to, get the tattoo of the rings, if you stay on the tattoo subject, and they're good. And so I think this is going to be a very exciting Olympics. When it comes to Olympic hockey, it's almost, in a way, it's like a David and Goliath, because Canada's been so good, and we haven't been able to keep up with their skill level. They've had all the top players, it seems like, and now finally, it seems like the U.S. is there. On paper, I think we're there, and I don't think you can deny the hunger. If anyone watched the Four Nations, like these American kids they're ready to rock, and so it's going to be so good for USA hockey and the country in general to have the hockey team right there and come in as what I think should be one of the favorites. I was always one that really admired the people that came before me, and if you think about these kids, they got to grow up watching Patrick Kane, who maybe played a little bit different than USA players before him, right? The work ethic of Zach Parise, Jonathan Quick, how unbelievable a goaltender he was, 2 or 3 cups, I think. So these kids now have grown up watching these players like we watched the Madanos and the Roenics before, but now they have access to YouTube and social media, and they actually get to watch every little move. And these kids are coming to the league so much better than we were. Like, it's not even close. There's like 18-year-olds in the league right now that are dominating. So I was still like asking my mom for money and trying to find my way to class at 18. And so this generation is it's so important that they're going to be able to play in this Olympics and to represent our country. I think the U.S. and the fan base and the country as a whole is going to be very proud of them.
In curling, imagine a game of shuffleboard, a game of chess, and a whole lot of physics. 2 teams take turns sliding heavy granite stones down a long sheet of ice toward a target called the house. It looks like a bullseye. The goal is to get your stones closer to the center, the button, than your opponents. Players throw the stone by gently pushing it and giving it a little spin. That spin is what makes it curl, hence the name. As the stone glides, teammates sweep the ice in front of it with special brooms to control how far it curls. Each team has 4 players, and a game is divided into rounds called ends, like innings in baseball. After each end, only one team scores, and they get a point for every stone closer to the center than the opponent's next one. The team that does not score in an end gets the hammer in the next one. The hammer is an advantage of throwing the last stone in an end. It's all about teamwork and strategy.
My paintings, it's me. When you put them in a room, that's what it's like inside my head. It almost kind of agitates the eye, kind of keeps the eye moving around the surface.
In his studio, Roald Bradstock creates art that pulses with energy, layers of shapes, lines, and Olympic imagery.
If we lost any pieces, this would be incomplete.
The 2-time Olympian first made his mark with the games throwing javelin. Now his hands grasp brushes to create history.
I always struggled with the sport-art connection. I was an athlete and an artist, I didn't see the connection until I moved here.
Bradstock moved to Atlanta in 1996 when the city welcomed the world for the Summer Olympics. That's when he uncovered a lost Olympic tradition.
We actually had competitions in painting, sculpture, literature, architecture.
Art competitions were dropped in 1948. But in 2018 in Pyeongchang, South Korea, Bradstock brought them back in his own way, leading the Olympic art program, inviting Olympians and guests outside the athlete village to be part of the process.
Phenomenal. I mean, we end up having 112 contributing to it, including President Bach, Prince Albert. So it's great to be, to lead that, to really kind of revive this whole idea about promoting, the arts and creativity within the Olympics.
He calls the genre Olympism art and invites the world to join the canvas.
Normally when you go to a museum or gallery, don't touch the work. And what I want to do is something completely opposite, is not only you can touch it, you're actually going to add to it.
The Olympic Picasso, turning viewers into creators and merging muscle into muse to share the spirit of the games.
Again, everyone talks about sport and art being, two universal languages, but no one's managed to combine them together. And now I can see why, but I think the reason why is because they're so alike. I didn't see it. I was both an athlete and artist for, it wasn't until I was almost 40 before I saw the connection. And now it just seems so obvious. So now my mission as an athlete is to really help people with programs and with my artwork see that connection.
Wow, it sounds amazing, and it's just a huge honor, and especially seeing some of the past recipients, and many of them idols and mentors of mine. So, and obviously being named after Stan. I mean, Stan the man, right? And everything he represented, and wanting to carry on that legacy. I mean, he really set the bar, I think, for so many athletes and what they mean and leave with their legacy in the community. And I think that's something for so many of us to aspire to. Yes, it was shortly after the Olympics, probably, and it was definitely family that encouraged me. My mom and dad were very active in the community and always volunteering themselves, and I think, really let me know, like, hey, you had a lot of support, you were very fortunate to go after this big dream of yours, and now it's your turn. What are you going to do to give back? And, I'd always wanted to work with kids and do something in that space, so Always Dream, my nonprofit, was created, and it's been 29 years, almost 30 years this coming year. So it's amazing, but it's so many people, I think, ahead of me have really inspired the work. In a lot of Olympic sports, and especially Winter Olympics, you're kind of an unknown going into the games, and it's kind of your one moment to shine. Olympics are every 4 years. For the athletes, it's every day, we say. But, you kind of come from the unknown and all of a sudden a household name, because nowadays, the Olympics is watched by, billions around the world. So it's pretty incredible when you have success there, and then you come home and all of a sudden life is a lot different. I mean, it's very humbling. I think, looking back, it was really scary at 20 years old. It's like, ooh, what does that mean? What do I have to do? Like, what am I, you don't want to do the wrong thing. But I think easing into it and realizing you just have to be yourself and, be as positive as you can. And, it works for some people and it doesn't for others, and that's okay. So, be who you are, and as long as you're comfortable and doing your thing, then that's all you can ask for. I think everyone was excited to hear her come back, because at 16 and retiring, there was just, there's a little bit more left in you, Alysa, come on. I was like so sad when she retired, and to see her come back, And the reason for it, you know, she said she found the joy again. She realized that it was still really fun for her, and she showed that, and I think surprised herself that she came away with a world title within months of returning back to competition. So, you know, she has another full year under her belt and is just going to get, you know, better and better as February approaches. So, you know, great for her. I've seen her come up as a young skater, and you know, small words here and there with her at different events when I've seen her. But she's just a great kid. Like, she's, you know, like my daughter who's at college, you know, just a kid enjoying life and doing teenager things, but then yet, you know, doing some impressive things on the ice. Well, you know, you sit down with some of my other fellow gold medalists like Brian Boitano, Dorothy Hamill, you know, Merrill Davis, Charlie White. I don't think I've ever fathomed we would see a quad axel in our lifetime. And here is Ilia Malinin doing it almost with ease. And so that blows us away. And, you know, he has definitely lived up to his name as quad god. And, you know, the gold is really his to lose. You hate to say that, but he's just heads and tails above the rest of the competition. But he does have competition. There are some great competitors out there for him, but he's changed the game. It comes down to consistency, and you hear that a lot in skating because, yes, you only have 6.5 minutes to go out there and prove you're the best or deserve a medal, and there's no room for mistakes. And it's the way you train. I think it's the consistency in training and the discipline, and then transferring that into competition. And you know, when your body's trained to do something, then even under pressure, sometimes you have to fall back on that, because I know for sure in my Olympic performance, I had no idea if I was going to land my last jump, or second to last jump in my program. It was the triple Lutz, and I was skating into it, and I was so scared. And as I was in the air, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna fall. Like, I'm not landing this. And somehow I was on my feet at the end, and it was, I'm telling you, it was pure training that kicked in at that point. You know, I hope they just say, you know, it was a memory of, you know, inspiration when you're cheering for someone, and they somehow pull through, and you know, it inspires them to go after their dreams as well, or, you know, get over that hump, or face a fear or something, whatever that might be. And, you know, hopefully they could pass it on to their kids and encourage them maybe to find someone, you know, that's current day that can inspire them.
The Olympic torch arrived in Italy on December 5th. Now, it will make its way across the country through 60 cities and all 110 provinces to make it to Milan for the first day of competition on February 4th. Watch its journey here.
Think of bobsled as a combination of Formula One and NASCAR racing on ice, where the torpedo-shaped sleds reach speeds of up to 90 miles an hour. An entire team is involved in the design, fabrication, and maintenance of a sled. Competitions for both women and men include sleds with 2 athletes. Men also compete in a 4-person sled, while women also race in a monobob, where 1 athlete does all the work. In skeleton, athletes compete head-first on a flat sled. Speeds typically range between 80 and 87 miles an hour. You will see both women's and men's individual, and for the first time ever, a mixed team competition. And in luge, both men and women slide down a track lying on their backs, relying on reflexes and body balance to steer the sled. Luge is the fastest sport in the Winter Games, with speeds reaching 90 miles an hour. The blades under the sled are also sharper than bobsled and skeleton and more difficult to control. Both men and women will compete in singles and doubles, along with a team relay.
It's fitting. The largest American flag maker,
the pride to go out and say, hey, I work for the Annan Flag Makers,
comes from small town America.
We have a great team here in Coshocton, Ohio. We always come together. I am part of that team.
Bobby Parks is the director of operations.
So these are all automatic machines.
Operations that began in 1847.
It's a lot of history. We take a lot of pride in what we do here.
My father lives 3 hours away. I send him a flag and he flies it. And he says my daughter makes that for him.
These flags are a figure representing freedom, courage, bravery. Annan flags have stood as a symbol around the globe and beyond.
When you see your flags at different events, it's just amazing to be part of that.
In our country's most defining victories, honoring President Lincoln, soaring to the moon as a small step became a global triumph, and rising over the battlefield, a moment etched in history.
You're part of the flag because you're making the symbol of the United States.
And a symbol of Olympic glory, draped across the back of champions.
When the national anthem plays and you're singing and the flag's getting raised, that's the main moment where I feel most connected with home, with Team USA.
When I stand on top of that podium, it's not about me. It's about everybody who helped me get to that point, and it's about representing my country to the very, very best of my ability, and it's something that I don't take for granted ever. The amount of pride that I feel is unmatched.
I just feel like such overwhelming happiness and pride when I see it.
It's chaos every day, so we're just trying to go out there and do everything we can to win.
Happy chaos.
Yes.
Alana Myers-Taylor has been a force on Team USA bobsled for almost 20 years. She's a 5-time Olympic medalist and the most decorated Black Winter Olympian. She's also a mother of 2 young boys, Nico and Noah. Nico has Down syndrome. Both Noah and Nico are deaf. She's married to retired Olympic bobsledder Nick Taylor. At 41 years old, Alana keeps breaking barriers. It all started growing up in Douglasville, Georgia. She sat down with us to talk about it all as she prepares for what would be her 5th Olympics.
What a whirlwind it's been leading up to these games.
Yeah, it's been wild. Just everything that's been going on and traveling around with the family and figuring everything out logistically, it's been quite the chaos.
What has the season been like, and how much have you loved having, Noah and Nico on the road with you?
Oh my gosh, it is so much fun to have my boys with me and so much chaos. Like, I miss a lot of sleep. Don't get me wrong, it would be a lot different if they weren't there, but they're my biggest motivators. To have them by my side and to see me day in and day out doing what I'm doing, it's just the coolest experience, and I know for them they get a lot out of it too, meeting my teammates, interacting with people from around the world, and just being around. Like, they're seeing people achieve and go for goals at the highest level. Like, what more could you ask for your kids to have for role models?
And as they're getting older, they're understanding more. You know, amazing to think at the last Winter Games, Nico was just getting ready to turn 2. Noah wasn't born yet. How much life has changed in the course of one Olympic cycle.
It's crazy how much everything could change in just a short time, like less than 4 years. And so now we've got the 2 of them, and it's just been so much fun. And you know, now they're able to watch races and understand and see what's going on. I remember when we first had Noah on tour, like he would watch the race and see mommy on TV and not understand that mommy's coming back, that mommy's just down the road and mommy's just doing her race for a little bit of time and she'll be back in the room pretty soon. So he had a hard time with it at the beginning, but now he really understands that, and every time he sees a bobsled, he signs mama. So it's been cool to see. And then Nico's always been cool as a cucumber. He likes going to races, but he only wants to tolerate the cold for so long. So he's like, yeah, this is cool, I like being out, but I'm done. And when he's done, he's absolutely done. But it's just a joy to have them with me.
Nico's a Georgia kid.
Yes.
He's an Atlanta kid.
Nico is straight up Georgia, and you know, that's the coolest thing is both of them Atlanta in their blood, born in Atlanta hospitals, and you know, this will always be home regardless of where they are in the world.
You know, so much has happened in one Olympic cycle, but to think about 5 Olympic cycles, is it just even something that you soak in at any point and really think back at the massive time of your life that has now been directly connected to Olympics?
It's funny, the reason this soaks in so much that I have been to 5 Olympics and that this is my 5th Olympic cycle is because now there's people on the team that will tell me they watched me in the 2010 games when they were in elementary school or something like this, and I was like, holy smokes, that was that long ago. Like it really was 15 years ago, 16 years ago. So to have been in the sport for that long and to have this incredible journey, like I can't put into words what my entire career has looked like. Like I haven't been that reflective. So it'll be interesting after these games to have that kind of reflection and be able to look back and see what's really happened. I mean, now we're still in the thick of it and it's still in go, go, go mode and things like that. And it's just chaos every day. So we're just trying to go out there and do everything we can to win.
Happy chaos.
Yes.
We were just looking at a picture of you and I in Lake Placid in 2017. When you think about competing now in a 5th Olympics, how much does that cumulative experience make a difference?
Fortunately for me, the experience is paramount. Each Olympics is different, and now I know that going in, is that you have to be prepared at every single Olympics for the craziest thing to happen. I mean, in 2010, my driver pulled their hamstring. In 2014, my sled broke. In 2018, I tore my Achilles. In 2022, had COVID. You know, every Olympics, there's some kind of challenge that you're unforeseen challenge. I mean, as an athlete, we do everything we can to prepare for unseen events and we prepare as much as we can, but the Olympics is a whole new animal. So to have that experience going in, it gives me a lot more confidence. And also, going into the Milan Cortina Games, this is a new bobsled track. And we're only going to get so many runs on it. So having the seat time as a pilot and having the experience of going to a brand new track and being successful on it, like I think it gives me a lot of confidence going into these games in particular.
I'll never forget seeing you at the finish line in 2018 in Pyeongchang with your foot off, and you weren't saying it just yet, but you're like, my foot's killing me, and then to find out later it was a torn Achilles.
Yeah, that was one of the most painful experiences of my life, is recovering from that Achilles and tearing in and everything like that. The good news is adrenaline got me through the races. We had to do a lot of really creative things to make sure I could compete, but the fact that I was able to compete and then come away with a medal, like it was super exciting. And yeah, it was pretty painful though. So I was happy to get off of it and be done with those races.
There's toughness as an Olympian, and then there's toughness as a working mom.
Yeah, being a mom is way harder than being an Olympian. Like, I can't even put into words the comparison. And it's funny, like the day-to-day, like it's kind of similar in that, like, you have goals for your kids every day, you have things you want to accomplish, but you have to constantly adjust those goals. In sport, it's based off of how you feel, based off of how you're doing mentally and things like that. In life, it's just based off of the chaos that goes on every day. Like, even getting kids out of the house ready to go to school is like an Olympic event in and of itself. Like, grabbing shoes, grabbing different things, coats, whatever, trying to plead with them to put their shoes on, to get in the car, all this kind of stuff. So, you know, I feel like I get a workout in every single day, regardless if I'm training or not.
But the reward?
The reward is so much greater, like having those kids with me by my side and having them experience everything. And you know, they get to be a part of a world that very few people do. This Olympic sport world it's incredible, and I've built a family out of it, and literally and figuratively. So it's been incredible for them to be a part of it. And you know, they've traveled more countries than most adults will in their life. So for them to be able to have that experience and to see the world, but not only the world to see them as well. So with Nico, a lot of times the people we meet, he's the first person with Down syndrome they've ever met. Or my kids are the first deaf people have ever met, my competitors have ever met. So to see them and for them to have normal interactions with everybody, like it kind of normalizes disability in a sense. So I feel like their purpose in being on tour is actually serving a greater purpose than just what I hope they're getting of seeing high performers.
That's been part of your purpose too, about being an advocate and educating people about all kinds of abilities.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think 90% of deaf children are born to hearing parents. So there's a lot of stigma and a lot of things that people just don't understand about what being deaf looks like, or what it looks like to have deaf children in your family, or to know a deaf person, or they don't understand American Sign Language, and we primarily use American Sign Language in the house. So it's been very important to me to advocate for my boys and make sure not only they have the resources they need, but people understand, like, they're normal people. Like, yes, disability is a part of our lives, but we live outside of the Olympics. We live a pretty normal life. Like, they go to grocery stores with me, like we go and go to the park, and they play with other kids, and you know, it's cool to see them actually figure out how to interact with their hearing peers. So they're really great at interacting with hearing people, even if they don't have their cochlear implants on or anything like that. Like, they've learned to navigate the world already at such a young age.
And you said that now that Nico's walking, you said he's got the Taylor itch.
Yeah, the Taylor itch. Between me and my husband, we're constantly moving. We're constantly going places. Like, every couple weeks we're on a flight. And my youngest, actually, now he signs flight. Like, go to the airport, get on a flight every couple weeks to me, because that's the expectation. He's going somewhere. So my oldest now, Nico, he's walking and he's doing so well. It took us a while to get him to walking, but he's doing so great. But now he'll go and walk and sit by the front door expecting to leave. He expects to go. So he's definitely got the Taylor itch there.
What's the sign for flight? Okay.
Yep. And so what's really cool in ASL, because it's a very visual language, is like an airplane. That's the sign for an airplane. And if you were taking off, you literally do like a takeoff, or you literally do a landing. Okay. So it's literally like that, which is really cool. So then you can show the plane in motion and things like that. And it's also really cool, like, I've partnered with Delta, and they're one of my biggest sponsors now. And so to have my kids on Delta flights and have them, you know, showing the flight attendants the different signs for flights, and Noah going up and down with the flights, like, it's been a really cool experience. And part of the reason that I've partnered with Delta is they've really been an airline for families. It's amazing the lengths the flight attendants will even go to make sure that my kids are communicated with. Like, one time, Noah was just, as toddlers do, just completely freaking out on a flight. Like, I think it was an early morning flight or something like that. And the flight attendant said, "Hey, do you want me to go take him to get some cookies?" And she could tell, like, I was losing my mind at the time. And so she took him to get cookies, and she took him to the back, and he showed her the sign for cookie. And, you know, she didn't know much sign language, but it didn't matter. They were able to communicate, and she gave me a respite for just a second so I could deal with Noah, deal with Nico, and move on and have a pleasant flight.
I was going to say, it just makes sense that you're a Delta athlete, and then all roads kind of lead back to Atlanta, where your heart really will always be?
Yeah, my heart will always be in Atlanta. I'm a Douglasville girl, and that's why it's so cool to partner with a hometown airline.
Let's fast forward a little bit for when February comes and your home state is watching you, as everyone will. What will your message be to everyone at home?
My biggest message is just thank you for all the support. Like, Atlanta will always be home. This will always be my community, and I could not do what I do without the support of my community and without the support of Atlanta and the entire state of Georgia. Like, you've literally raised me and gotten me to this point. So I'm excited to go out there and represent Georgia, hopefully one more time, and we'll see where it lands.
You know, when we sat down before the last Olympics, you were talking about potentially retiring. What made you say, I'm going to give it another go?
You know, it's funny because apparently at those games I told several athletes that I was retiring. I told them that I was done. I don't remember that. But after 2022 and how hard it was, and having COVID and overcoming that and walking away with 2 medals, I was, you know, it felt like a really good cap on my career. Like I had the 2 medals and I was opening ceremony flag bearer, didn't get to walk, but then I got named closing ceremony, and it felt like a good final chapter. However, then I had Noah, and it turns out he's deaf as well, and I felt even more this calling to go out there and do this with him as well. And if I could, give him the opportunity to see his mom at her finest and going out there and pursuing your goals. And to be honest, I was going to take it one step at a time, and I was going to take it 1 year at a time, because traveling the world with 2 kids is a whole nother ballgame. And so I told myself, it's like, okay, we'll go 1 more year, we'll see if we're competitive, and if we're not, we'll just shut it down. And that first year, you know, there was plenty of ups and downs. I came out hot, and then we hit a dip, and I just wasn't winning anymore. And so I was really questioning whether or not we were going to continue, and then lo and behold, World Championships hits, and I win a medal. So then I was like, guess we're going, guess we're doing this. So it really has been one of those kind of things. It's been really cool to do this with my kids, but also to prove to myself that being a mom hasn't stopped me from pursuing my dreams. And all the stuff we encounter as parents, like, there's still a way. I'm not gonna lie, it's hard, it's not easy, but there's still a way to go after our goals and also be an example to our kids.
After that World Championships, I was like, Mom still got it. She still got it. And I think it's a really important part of the conversation, that there would have been years ago that even the thought of starting a family would just sort of assume that a woman would then retire. And that has really changed as more and more elite athletes say, no, I can still be competitive as a mom over a certain age. It's just like breaking barrier after barrier.
Yeah, it's been really cool to see the rise of female athletes continuing their career after they have children, after they give birth and whatnot, because it's just female athletes, like, I think we don't know the limit of like the age that female athletes can be and hit their peak, because for so long they've given up their athleticism in order to go into motherhood, which is, don't get me wrong, that is completely honorable and huge, and I want all female athletes to have the choice. I want them to be able to say, hey, I want to continue to do this as a mother, or I want to retire and be a mother. Both are great options, either is fine, but now that they have the option to continue your career and you're seeing more and more opportunities, I think we're really going to see female athleticism and female competition really explode, because we don't know, like, for so long it's thought, you know, women peak in their 20s, or maybe they peak in their 30s, or who knows, maybe it's 40. I'm hoping it's 41. So you never know. So I think it's been really cool, but I think also it's been really cool to see and to learn from other female athletes who do travel with their kids, you know, being able to talk with Allyson Felix and learn from her experience, and being able to see Serena Williams and all these other mom athletes do it. It's really encouraging.
So bobsled's always at the very end of the Olympics, so you'll come in a little later. Do you watch some of the other athletes? Have you gotten to know some of the other Winter Olympians over the year? What will you be watching before bobsled hits the track?
Fortunately for Winter Olympics, it's a small family, so you know most of the other athletes, whether it's encountering them at Olympic and Paralympic Training Center, or doing events, or even the Delta team, being together with the Delta team. Like, you come across a lot of the athletes. So some of my favorite events are snowboarding, of course. It's always fun to see that in the air and things like that, but I'm gonna watch everything I can. I'm really looking forward to seeing Jessie Diggins. Me and Jessie, we won our medals in 2018 on the same day, so we've had a bond ever since then. And it's been really cool to see her career and how much she's been able to even go higher and take cross-country skiing even higher in the US. So I'm really excited to see her. And they've added new events for women, which is just crazy. So she's one I'm really looking forward to watching.
That's cool. Do you set a specific goal for the 2026 Winter Games?
I think the only goal you could set is 2 gold medals. Like, have opportunity to win 2 gold medals, that's obviously the goal. Now, knowing that, I know how difficult it is, and I know sometimes all those factors aren't inside your control. But if I set my goal to win those 2 gold medals, and I do everything within my control, then I put myself in the best position to try and do that. If it doesn't happen, that's okay too, but I'm gonna do everything I can to make it possible.
Yeah, I was thinking about at the 2022 games, you said the best moment was putting your medal around Nico's neck. So the ultimate goal would be 2 gold medals, and really one for each of your sons.
it would be an absolute dream to be able to give my sons 2 gold medals. I feel like Noah will probably take both of them. Probably wouldn't let Nico have one, but they're the reason I'm out here doing this. So if I could bring a medal home to them, it would be an amazing dream.
And Nick is still such a big support.
Nick does everything he can to try and make this dream work and try to do everything he can to make it possible, whether it's taking care of the kids and doing everything them, or making my bobsled spikes. He's still making my spikes, still writing my program, strength and conditioning program, still doing everything he can to try and make this work. So it's been really cool to see the evolution, especially since he's retired as a bobsledder. It used to be him day in and day out training with me, but now he's got a different role, and using all the experience he has now as a chiropractor and as a strength coach and working with elite athletes, like having that kind of experience now, it's really elevated my performance and my programming. So it's been really cool to see this different dynamic between us.
The world is a complicated place, so the Olympics is always a chance to come together and focus on what is the best in all of us. How much does that message resonate right now in particular to you?
The message of the Olympics is huge, especially it feels so divided in this country sometimes, but the Olympics is that place that it doesn't matter what your political stance is, it doesn't matter your background. It's that one moment where we can all sit together and cheer on Team USA. And that's the coolest thing about Team USA is we are all from diverse backgrounds as well, like race, ethnicity, religion, politically, we're all from different backgrounds. So even if you align with something particular, there's always someone to cheer for within Team USA. And cheer for the entire team. Like, you're really going out there and doing it for your country. And that's why I've always been so passionate about representing this country. Like, we're a great nation. And yes, we have our ups and downs, just like any other country, but I get to wear USA on my back. It's the coolest feeling I could ever imagine.
The power is in the unity, no doubt. Because it could be your final Olympics, how do you soak it all in differently, knowing that's a possibility? I guess we learned this in 22. You never know until you know.
Yes.
But because it could be your final Olympics, how do you soak it in a little differently?
So it's funny, we've taken a different approach this year, and me and my husband Nick have really talked about if we're going to do this and we're going to go after it, it really has to be worth it. Like, the boys are missing their therapies, they're missing school time, they're away from other children, they're missing their family. We're going to be over in Europe for 6 months now, so the boys are sacrificing a lot for us. So in order to make this worth it, we've got to make it worth it. And every time I'm out there, it's got to be fun. I've got to be enjoying it. I've got to be having the best time of my life. And so we've taken a completely different approach. So you'll see different things, like whether it's I've got merchandise, or whether I'm decking out the sled, or whether I'm dressing differently, or all this kind of stuff. Like, we're really just trying to have fun and bring a lighter environment to like what can be a very stressful, tense environment. So just enjoying every moment of it. And I know it sounds cliche, but I'm really ramping it up and taking it to a different level this year.
And that'll be true in Cortina, just being around the track and the people and the country and closing ceremony and all of those things too.
Cortina is really special because my family's Italian, so my family will have the opportunity to go over there, see me compete, and maybe it'll be my last time, but it'll be a sort of family reunion as well as a competition. So I'm really looking forward to it, and I can't think of a better way to culminate my career than with my family at the land of our heritage and just enjoying the entire experience.
I just can't imagine you ever being not part of the Olympic movement in some way. When you think about a possible what's next, does it include something with the governing body or perhaps some part of the Olympic movement?
I'll always be involved in the Olympic or Paralympic movement. What that looks like moving forward, I'm not sure. Like, I've got this really strong passion for disability, and I served on the Georgia Council of Developmental Disabilities for a while, and just being able to represent Georgia and developmental disabilities, like, that's really sparked a different passion in me too. So if I can combine my love of the Olympics and Paralympics with advocating for people with disabilities too, then that would be the dream.
That would be incredible. That would really. I just remember our time at Nico's school. Well, it was therapy, but it felt like school, and what a beautiful experience, and to be part of all of that. Yeah.
Being part of the disability community has changed my entire outlook on life. Like, it's opening me up to this whole different style of life that is absolutely beautiful. I mean, the deaf community itself has been so welcoming to my family. They treat my kids, or it feels like they love my kids more than I do sometimes. Like, they've done everything they can to try and help me and try to help my kids get the best out of everything and try to help my kids get whatever they need so they can live the best life possible.
And your team is still such a big part of their lives. It really is. Nico and Noah have an extended team as you know, USA bobsled, right?
So much of my team have even gone to the step of trying to learn American Sign Language and try to sign with them and just do whatever they can. And it's been really cool to like see them, even if we're all at a team setting eating dinner, some of them will take Nico or Noah and just give me a moment to finish my food. Because, you know, as a parent, you never get to eat a meal. Like, most of my meals these days at our house is standing up at the counter. So just to see them interact with them in those little moments, it's just been really cool for all of us.
I was going to ask you your pre-race meal. Maybe it's a PB&J. I don't know.
My pre-race meal used to be a PB&J, but now it varies basically whatever I can get at the time. Like, it's always a struggle, and trying to manage both of them and things like that, and trying to make sure I'm not having toddler meals to try and do athletic performance, like chicken nuggets and things like that. Like, I don't even do chicken nuggets, but now as a toddler mom, that's what you find yourself grabbing from time to time.
It's like whatever you got. So because you are juggling so many things as an Olympian, as you're training with the boys, as a mom, what do you do right before that race to just focus on that one task and leave all of your other responsibilities in that moment to the sideline?
Believe it or not, and I think most parents can appreciate this, it's like when I have that moment before competing, it's like my time. Like, it's finally time that I could focus on myself and I could make sure that I have whatever I need to do whatever I am set out to do, that I can go after my goals. And it's actually freeing in a sense, because, you know, parenting is so hard and your attention is drawn in so many different directions all the time. Before a race, it's actually like the time I get to focus on myself. So it's actually freeing in that moment to not have to focus on, you know, whatever the kids are doing, what's going on with the nanny, what's going on with my husband. Like, I just get to focus on that race and what's going on. So for me, it's actually become a little bit easier to be in the moment because I get to put all that stuff away and I can deal with it as soon as I cross the line. We'll be in Cortina for the opening ceremonies.
Oh, you will? Okay.
And there's a chance I could walk. It's just now a logistic matter of figuring out what happens with the kids and how that's going to look and everything like that. So we'll be there for the entire length of the games. We actually have training runs on the track prior to the opening ceremony. So we'll get on the track, get settled, all that kind of stuff. But how that looks for the opening ceremony, closing ceremony, I don't even know. We're going to take it step by step, and first step is qualifying and then go from there.
You've done thousands of interviews in your Olympic career. Is there one question that you always wish somebody had asked you?
Oh, that's a really good question. I can't think of one. Like, I think the good news about having been in this movement for so long is I've been able to share my story with so many different people. And there's a lot about me out there, a lot that I've been able to tell my story about, which has been huge, which has been amazing to be able to share my story and share my story now with my kids and my husband and all of that, because it's really been, like, Olympic sport has changed my life, and it's changed my life for the better, and it's given me a life, and sport in general. So I always want to encourage people to take up sport. Like, obviously it's not going to be at the Olympic level for everybody, but it's done so much for my life and improved it so much that I just encourage people to go out there and try.
And at the last Olympics, you became the most decorated Black Winter Olympian. What does that mean to you?
That's a wild statistic, and one I never thought I'd even accomplish. Like, when I started bobsledding, I thought, hey, I'd win an Olympic medal and then I'd be out and then be done. So to have this career now and to be up there with so many accomplished Olympians and to have this statistic behind it, it's incredible. I never set out to do that. I just wanted to go out there and perform at my best. So anytime I can go out there and represent and show how diverse the Winter Olympics could be, show that it's one of those events, especially in bobsled, that regardless of where you come from, you can be successful. Like, it's very important. Like, for me, it was Vanetta Flowers and seeing her behind a sled that encouraged me to try for bobsled. So I believe if you see it, you can believe it, you can achieve it. So if you see someone who looks like you, if you see myself or some of the other differently cultured athletes in the sled, then you believe you can do it and you can succeed. So it encourages more and more people to get out there and try it, and hopefully more will.
Well, thank you for sharing your story all these years. It's just been a joy to get to know you and your family, and thanks for the way you represent Georgia and Atlanta and Team USA, and for all you've done.
It's been an honor to be out here and compete for so long, and it's just a joy to do what I love and get the world to see it. Like, I'm a performer. I love being on the stage. I love being out there, and I love people seeing everything I'm able to do. And also, I just love being from Atlanta, like being here at the hometown, and any opportunity I have to come back. And fortunately, Delta will always bring me back. They'll always bring me home, and it's just been great. It's been a great career so far. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Do you still get nervous before you jump in?
Absolutely.
You do?
There's never a time where I will not get nervous. You know, in bobsled, something dangerous can happen every single run. There's no run where you can just take off and take it easy. Like, that's not the sport I'm in. But also, like, that nervousness, that excitement, those butterflies are what keep me going in the sport. That's what keeps me pushing forward and things like that. Like, it's just that feeling, I chase it. And it's going to be hard to find once I'm done with sport. I don't know what it'll look like, but I don't have to worry about that for now because I'm still competing.
We see you in a race car, you know, skydiving or something.
Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Yeah, there you go.
I still trying to get them to, after the last games, they wanted me to drive the pacer car. I was like, yes, let's do it, let's do it. But there's a lot of training that goes into driving those pace cars. So maybe one day they'll bring me back here and let me drive a pace car.
Could be your retirement gift whenever that day comes.
I like that. I like the sound.
Before I let you go, for people who don't understand bobsled as well, talk about your two different races.
So in the Olympics now, we have two different races. We have the monobob, which is just one person jumping in a sled. You push, you drive, and hop in, and it's just you. It's all on you. And then two-person, where I have a brakeman behind me. So I'm a pilot, brakeman will be behind me, and they push, jump in, and then when they jump in, they just have their head in between their knees and ride in a low aerodynamic position. Versus I'm actually piloting these sleds down the track. Not leaning or doing anything like that, but actually driving the sleds down the track.
Do you have a favorite?
My favorite track in the world is hopefully Cortina, but right now it's St. Moritz, Switzerland.
And do you have a favorite race?
Ooh. Do I have a favorite race? I think my favorite race would actually be the monobob race in the 2022 Olympics, just because of how hard that was. And in that monobob race, my first run was just terrible. I had a really bad first run, and just coming off of everything, I was not in a good place mentally. So that first run was just really, really bad. But I fought the entire way through that race and fought myself all the way back up to a silver medal in that race. So I was really proud of that performance. It's one of the ones that goes down in my head as like one of my greatest performances because of how far I had come. Like, to make up that kind of time and to put myself in a medal position was just really cool.
That's a perfect example of why there is such a big mental piece of sport, not just the physical training, because you don't have much time to change your mindset to get back in, and you cannot be thinking of the first race when you're doing your second race, right?
No, you've got to take every race as it comes and just go for it. And I really credit my team to that as well, and my coaches and Nick as well, is just telling me to keep pushing, keep going, keep going. And even we had an equipment change in between days, an equipment change that was risky because I wasn't sure if I had the control I needed, but I knew it would give me a little bit more speed if I could control it. But they believed in me, said, let's make the equipment change, let's go after this medal and let's see what can happen. And then going into the second day in fourth place and just fighting every single run to move myself in a medal position, it was really a special race.
Did you watch Ted Lasso?
Yes.
I'm like, be a goldfish. Be a goldfish.
Yes. Short-term memory. You have to have a short-term memory, especially in bobsled. Because in bobsled, we like to say it's not the person with the best plan A that wins. It's the person with the best plan B, C, D, E, and F that win. Even within an individual curve. Like, you're not always going to get in on the perfect line. And so you have to be able to adjust mid-curve. You have to be able to adjust in between curves. And the whole way down the track, you're adjusting to try to get back on that perfect line.
Now, if you had to pick between monobob and the double, what would you do?
I'm a natural team sport athlete. Like, I grew up playing softball. For so long, we only had two women, so I would say two women, but I've actually got a pretty good knack for monobob. It surprises me. Every time I get in, I'm like, I'm actually pretty good at this. It's probably my stronger event, but two-man will always be my favorite. But four-man will actually always be my favorite, but four-man is not an Olympic option for women, so two-man it is.
It's always so much fun to talk to you.
Likewise. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Alana.
Appreciate it.
I just want to give the guy a hug. Is that wrong? Like, I just want to give Snoop a hug and just say, thanks for really making my 1990s, man, special. I'm a child of the 90s, so.
NOOPDOGG, absolutely. All right, guys, thank you so much for joining us today. We have got the pleasure of the man, the myth, the legend, Jake Wittenberg from King 5 in Seattle, who will be going to cover the Winter Olympics in Italy this coming February. Jake, how are you? Thank you so much for joining us.
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. Fun stuff.
Yes, I bet you're excited. Okay, so first question, have you been to Italy? Or is this your first time?
I've never been to Italy. Yeah, I've been to Europe a few times, and believe it or not, never been to Italy. Usually that's like the beginner's, trip to Europe, but this will be a first for me.
And I can't imagine my first time going to Italy, going to cover the Olympics. Like, how cool is that? Like, how does that make you feel, getting to just go cover these incredible athletes in one of the most historic cities in the world?
Yeah, no, it's a dream come true, to be honest, to be able to cover these athletes and to, as a journalist, be there for the Olympics, to be at the center of the world. It's something I've always wanted to do. And thankfully, we're on a team at Tegna with a bunch of my colleagues who have been to several of these. So they know the ropes. Chris Egan, colleague of mine from King 5, he's been to 5 of them. And so this is going to be hopefully a little easier for me as a first timer, but I am super pumped.
And yes, so it's your first time in Italy, first time covering the Olympics. So what are you doing to prepare for this big feat that you're going to be taking on?
Well, we're talking with a lot of our local athletes, all of them, following them, getting familiar with their journeys, being prepared for, what it's going to take for them to qualify. A lot of qualifications are starting now, actually. As we're recording this, the curling men and women are going to start their qualifications here in less than a week. So we're going to be watching for them. We have one local athlete who's on a very promising team when it comes to curling. Just the logistics, too, of covering an Olympics. My mind is just blown by all of the different things you have to consider when it comes to the venues. We're going to be with NBC News through a lot of our trip. And so we've got a hotel by the famous Duomo Cathedral that we're working out logistics, and we're trying to figure out, how we get around with transportation. That's a huge, huge factor for this Olympics, because it is such a spread out Olympics. In fact, the most geographically spread out we have seen in terms of how, the vast array of small cities in Europe, Italy, that are hosting these games. So getting around is going to be a major challenge. So just logistics has been quite the chore. 6 months now we've been planning this.
You said curling is going on right now. I feel like I would be a master curler. I guess that's what you call them, because I can work a vacuum cleaner. Like, I am a clean freak, so I vacuum and I kind of do that little motion there that they say when they're shaving the ice down or whatever that is.
Sweeping. They call it sweeping. So maybe you should get a broom.
Sweeping the ice down. I think I could do it. My husband may disagree, but I think that I would be a pro at it. But so speaking of curling, what events are you looking the most forward to covering? And are there any new events that are coming up this year that audiences may not have seen before?
So the number one new event this year that's going to blow everybody's mind is ski mountaineering. It's never been tried at the Olympics before. It's really, really gaining popularity around the world. It's essentially an event where the skiers will start trudging up the mountain with the skis on their feet. About halfway up or so, they then lug the skis on their back to the very top, to the summit of the mountain. They go through the challenges, and then they put the skis on and they ski down. So it is going up and down the mountain. They're going to be judged on difficulty, and speed is the big thing, but it is a heck of a sport. It is wild to watch. It's the endurance it takes to do this is incredible. I'm a huge fan of ski racing. I'm a ski racer myself from back in college. And so in Cortina and just the Dolomites, the Alps, it's just one of the most beautiful mountain ranges in the world. Excited to be a part of those mountain towns and kind of see how skiing, goes down this year. Of course, Lindsey Vonn is going to try to make it at age 41, one of the biggest comebacks in sports history. Of course, Michaela Schifrin, who is just the best, alpine skier in terms of racing that we've ever seen. These are the fun stories. And of course, our local athletes, the curlers. If Colin Huffman on Team Schuster makes it into the top 10 and gets a chance to medal, USA medaled gold in 2018, so they're looking for redemption this year. There's just so many different storylines we're following.
I know I have never been able to ski. My parents wouldn't let me because I had really bad knees when I was little. So the only way I relate to Lindsey Vonn is in that way, because I know she's had knee surgeries, and I can't imagine coming back. of course, athletes, their job is to rehab when they get hurt. So
Right.
I could not imagine coming back and doing a sport that is that hard on your joints, especially your knees. I mean, having that is your main joint that keeps you up when you're skiing. So it is just incredible. And you know, getting up there in age, I'm not saying 41 is old because I'm almost 40, but for an athlete to put that much, you know, stress on their body,
Unbelievable, right?
it's unbelievable. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we've talked about Lindsey Vonn, one of the greatest of all time, who's coming. Well, who are some of the breakout athletes, the big stories that you're really looking forward to following this year?
Yeah, well, Colin Huffman, local shoreline curler here from the Northwest. We're going to be following him. Corinne Stoddard as well, Eunice Lee. They are speed skaters on the short track, following in the footsteps of the great Apollo Ono, training on the same venue that he trained out here in the Northwest. So really, really pulling for them. We have a couple of cross-country skiers that we're following who've been on the B team for Team USA, looking to make a breakthrough in these Olympics. It's just going to be a blast to see how far they can get as well. And then, you know, we're going to be following, you know, as many as the ski mountaineers as we can as they try this new and unique sport, and dual moguls as well. We have an athlete in dual moguls. Dual moguling is a new sport this year, a new discipline of the current moguls, which is going to be fun to watch. And then obviously, you know, a lot of the personalities on NBC News I'm also excited to follow as well. Flava Flav and Snoop Dogg are going to be a part of the team. So we got a lot of fun stuff planned. I'm hoping to cross paths with those guys too.
Sounds wonderful. I mean, Flava Flav, when I saw he got on such a big rush, was that it was the women's water polo team that he just got behind at the Summer Games. And then Snoop Dogg, of course, you know, became the face of the Summer Games. And so that was just so fun to watch. So you've talked about how geographically these games are going to be just like nothing we've seen at the Winter Games before. So on the scale of global interest, what are we going to see differ from past Winter Games there too?
Oh boy, the Olympics, right? It's just the center of the world. The whole world is going to be watching. So just the Olympics being the Olympics is an attraction enough. But I think what's going to be unique is how geographically spread out this is. I mean, Cortina hosted the Olympics in 1956, so this is kind of a return to Cortina. They're really going to be pumping up the Italian flavor, the community feel, the tradition of the games from the 1956 Olympics. I'm excited to see how that all goes down. There's opening ceremonies at a variety of venues too. So Milan is going to be hosting the main opening ceremony, but there's also going to be simultaneously the show is happening in Cortina and villages in the northern part of Italy. So this coordinated opening ceremony is going to be phenomenal. And then the closing ceremony is in Verona, which is in the eastern portion of the country, eastern central portion of Italy. It's the only thing that they're hosting, and it's in this venue that's been there for thousands of years. So how that's going to look, I'm just dying to see how this goes down. So with that in mind, too, knowing that the sports are so spread out, logistics are going to be tough. The country is actually asking visitors and athletes and those covering the games to try to stay put as much as possible, because getting around those little small mountain villages is going to be pretty crowded on those mountain roads. So interested to see how all of that goes down too. There's so many beautiful venues in the northern portion of Italy, on the border of Switzerland and Austria, that are up there in the Alps, that are just going to be so beautiful to watch on NBC.
Perfect. So besides you already have volunteering, I think you did this off camera, to give us an example, show us exactly what mountaineering is when we get over there. I know you're gonna have a GoPro strapped on your head and climb up the mountain and show us what personal moments are you hoping to bring to the viewers this year? You know, your first Olympics in Italy. What are you hoping to show them as they tune in to watch you?
Yeah, I'm going to just try to make it as accessible as possible. And I want to be able to share my journey. I'm so lucky to be able to go on this journey. And it's my responsibility, I think, to bring everybody along with me and bring you along with me, Reagan. And I think doing that on social media gives us an amazing avenue to just check in with everybody several times a day, and posting videos and content on how we cover the games and the people that we meet, and meeting these athletes and talking to them when we can, and asking them the questions that you at home might have, and kind of stepping out of the traditional coverage style and putting me out there as, you know, just a really interested journalist and a viewer just like everybody else. And so hoping to bring that along with me. And also we're bringing back a series, of course, as we always do for the Olympics. My co-anchor and I have a series we now called Going for Gold. We've done it for the last 6 Olympics, where we try 5 Olympic sports of our own. We don't get to try ski mountaineering, but we've got some pretty fun magic up our sleeves. I can't wait to show people too.
That is awesome. So one more question. If you get to meet Snoop Dogg, what's going to be your number one thing you want to ask him?
I just want to give the guy a hug. Is that wrong? I just want to give Snoop a hug and just say, thanks for really making my 1990s, man, special. I'm a child of the 90s, so.
NOOPDOGG, absolutely. Well, I will definitely be living vicariously through you. I know so many people will, and we're going to be talking to you more leading up to the Olympics. During the Olympics, we'll be getting to chat with you as you bring us your first-hand account of what it is like in Italy. Jake, thank you so much for talking with us, and we can't wait to talk again soon.
My pleasure. Go Team USA.
Bye. Thank you.
When you think of a curler,
beer drinking, there's the dad jokes that come along with curlers.
You used to be able to smoke on the ice, drink on the ice. There were benches halfway down.
There are images from the 1970s World Championship where you have players who have cigarettes in their mouths.
the stereotype of a curler has significantly changed, especially when it comes to their athleticism. For centuries, curlers have been throwing heavy objects down a sheet of ice. Today, they are lifting them.
We have about 22 to 25 athletes in the Twin Cities that train here with us.
Here at the Training House, a training facility for elite athletes and home of the Minnesota Vikings.
Hey, come back with the glutes.
Yes, football players and now Olympic curlers.
I'll be next to me and, about to grab like a 40-pound dumbbell and they come and grab a 100-pound and I'm like, maybe I'll go up a little bit and grab a 50 or something. So I guess it helps, makes me push myself a little bit more.
They're giant. They're just giant. You just want to get out of their way so you don't get run over.
Whether you're tossing a pigskin or throwing a stone, elite athleticism comes in all shapes and sizes.
The better we are in shape, the stronger we are, the better we can perform on the ice and within the sport.
After U.S. curling won its first Olympic gold in 2018, the sport was thrown into the spotlight, putting Minnesota curlers on the map.
The partnership with the NFL, the Vikings, and the team that we have here at TCO has been fantastic.
Minnesota is definitely the place to be. Midwest is the place to be for curling. For athletes who are just trying to push to the next level, there's just resources out here and, it's just unmatched anywhere else.
Let's start with the half pipe. This is where riders drop into a massive U-shaped ramp. They launch 20 feet up in the air, spinning, flipping, and grabbing their boards. In slope style, riders make their way through a downhill obstacle course. It's loaded with rails, boxes, and jumps. Riders are judged on creativity, difficulty, and how they link those tricks together. In big air, the name says it all. It's one colossal jump, one gravity-defying trick with multiple flips and spins. Nail the landing or go home. Next is racing. In snowboard cross, there are 4 riders. They race simultaneously through berms, rollers, and jumps, jostling for position, topping 60 miles an hour. It's part racing, part combat. And there are 2 riders in parallel giant slalom. It's head-to-head sprint racing. First through the gates wins. Olympic snowboarding has it all. Technical precision, high speed, and creative chaos.
What's the most common question you think you've gotten today?
I think I've probably done around, I think I've got to be around 25, 30. Realistically, 25, maybe not 30, but yeah, for sure. And the most common question I think is, if it's not, since you're already qualified, how are you going into the games? It's got to be 2018. They're just asking about 2018. how are you going into the games now? It's the coolest part about the whole thing. It's the coolest part about the Olympics. It's worldwide, and it means so much. I think, growing up in Cleveland, Ohio, there's not a lot of, we don't have what the West Coast has. We don't have big mountains, and we got Lake Erie, which is good during the summer, but I just think that's something that Ohio brings, is a fan base that is relentless, and they just love to watch, and they love to love, really.
Tell us about the crew, right?
Yeah.
Your mom was sitting Matt like van, and they're driving all over the place. Like,
Yeah.
Come on, dude, that's awesome.
Well, this is how I learn new things. I learn new things from you guys now. My mom doesn't really tell me, so when you guys start telling me, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, so they got a big van now, and now they're 30 people or something, but no, I'm looking forward to it. I think, it was obviously devastating for me to go to China without them being there, and that was already such a mind throw of an Olympics, so to go to Milan with a big crew I couldn't ask for anything else. It'll be awesome. If you're in, Milan, Livigno area, you're going to want to find the Gerard crew at all. What I will say about them, though, we've gotten older. There's kids now. The partying is not, I don't think it's at a level of where it was at in Pyeongchang, I'll be honest with you, but I guarantee they're going to be getting after it for sure. This is awesome. These are my two buddies right here. This is my buddy Gabe Ferguson and my buddy Nick Baden, and they're riding a snowmobile, and you call it, it's like girlfriend style when you put them over like that. And I've had this as my screen protector or screen save since before 2018 Olympics. Before, I just thought it was maybe after, but I think it was before. But it's just hilarious. It just never has changed. Now you can do multiple different ones, so sometimes I'll select a different one and this and that, but yeah.
Snowboard cross is one of the most exciting things I've ever done in my life. We say it's predictably unpredictable. You never know what's going to happen. But I've been doing this for 21 years, and I think I can predict a little bit, which gives me an advantage and levels the playing field with these younger kids. But man, it's so exciting, right? And I think what people don't understand is how important the draft is. The strategy of when you're going down the mountain. I get into the draft and it changes everything. And because of my racecraft and the size of a person that I am, draft is huge, and I make some incredible passes. I might not be the fastest out of the gate like I used to be, but when I get down there and I start hunting you down the rest of the course, you're in big trouble. We're so close to each other, but there has to be this respect amongst each other, because what we're doing is so dangerous. We're traveling down the hill at highway speeds with nothing but a helmet on our head. So if you don't respect the guy next to you and you do something, you could really hurt somebody. And I'm just glad we have that respect. And we're all out there. We're not trying to hurt each other. We're trying to beat each other. But I don't think anyone tries to do anything too dangerous and hurt anyone.
You mentioned your experience, 2010, 2014, 2018, 2022. You've been at the Olympics since Vancouver.
Yeah.
And you want to go to Italy.
Yeah. Yeah. Doing this sport and pushing what's possible is what I love to do. And it doesn't matter that I'm 44 years old, but it's crazy because as I get older and I keep trying for Olympics and doing stuff, when I tried for the Olympics at 40, people told me, you're crazy, there's no way you're gonna go. Well, not only did I go, but I brought a gold medal home. And now, what do you think's happening when I tell them I'm gonna go at 44? They're doubting me, and I love that. You guys, I think oftentimes people find these doubters and these people that tell you you can't do something, and they look at that as a bad thing. It's free motivation, and I love it. Tell me I can't do something. I will outwork everyone to prove that I can, and that's what I plan to do. And I don't plan just to go to this Olympics. I want to go to 2 more after this. Yeah, so I did that when I was younger. I did some demolition derby. I was a professional off-road truck racer. I won the Baja 1000 in 2012. I've gotten to a lot of fun. I like doing things that bring that adrenaline and make you feel alive. And that's by getting out of your comfort zone. And that's where I like to live.
Looking for a figure skating crash course before the Olympics this year? You've come to the right place. Here's what you need to know. There are 5 figure skating events at the 2026 Milan Olympics. Men's singles, women's singles, pairs, ice dance, and the team event. Men's and women's singles are solo events. Just one skater on the ice showing off their best jumps, spins, and artistry. Pair skating and ice dancing are both partner events, with a man and a woman paired up. And don't get it twisted. The events may look similar, but they're actually completely different. Pair skating has been a part of the Olympics since 1908, and it's all about power, height, and precision. We're talking big jumps, twists, and lifts that leave fans and hopefully judges holding their breath. Ice dancing, though, is all about style and connection. It made its Olympic debut in 1976, and it focuses on rhythm, choreography, and footwork. There are no huge jumps here, just smooth, in-sync movement and dance patterns on ice. And then there's the team event, the newest edition, starting in 2014. It brings together one skater or duo from each discipline, singles, pairs, and ice dancing. Each competes in a short program and a longer free skate, and their placements earn points for their country's team. So how do skaters make it to the Olympics? Each country's National Olympic Committee decides who goes. These are usually based on results from big competitions like the World Championships and their own national events. They look at scores, consistency, and international performance before making that final call. The first day of figure skating competition is February 6th, and the team event kicks it all off. So now you're ready to impress your friends with your figure skating knowledge and cheer on your favorites this winter.
Northern Italy rolls out the red carpet to the world as host of the 2026 Winter Games. From the cosmopolitan heart of Milan, the global capital of fashion, design, art, and innovation, to the snow-capped Dolomite Mountains of Cortina, a scene out of a Hallmark movie. The world comes to Italy. The world comes to hear stories of a host country with breathtaking splendor, and culminates with a closing ceremony in an ancient 2,000-year-old Colosseum built by the Romans. It's almost curtain up for Italy, weaving together competition with the nation's artistic soul to create a masterpiece. Join us for Countdown to the Winter Games. Hello, I'm Matt Renew, and welcome to Italy, host country for the upcoming Winter Olympics. This isn't the first time this country's hosted the Winter Games. They did it here in Cortina in 1956. Then they hosted again in Torino in 2006. Now they're at it again with two host cities, Milan and Cortina, for the 2026 Winter Olympics. We hope you'll join us as we explore the beautiful scenery of this country, look at how organizers are planning the most spread out Olympics ever, and explore what makes Italy famous, from its fast cars to its food to its fashion. The 2026 Winter Olympics in Italy is doing something never tried before.
I think it's fantastic, and you know, the two cities and this widespread games, and then you have to put this into reality.
With organizers picking two cities to share the Olympic hosting duties.
So Milan Cortina, and the IOC accepted this change of tradition, which is not always easy to change.
Hockey and ice skating are being held in Milan, while 5 hours away, alpine ski racing, curling, and bobsled are being held in Cortina.
In Cortina, there's a strong tradition. We have some of the best athletes.
The recent 2024 Summer Olympics had events all over Paris, but Italy is going bigger.
To represent this duality of our games, the city and the mountains.
With events all over northern Italy in the most spread out Olympics ever.
So the idea is to adapt the games to the territory, not vice versa. So we decided, since the candidature, to go in location.
Using existing venues so that Italy didn't have to build many new venues.
To go where existing venues were, rather than building new ones, and making sure that the venues will be used afterwards, in the mountains especially.
And while there are challenges from securing all these areas to even getting people to all these places,
the transportation system that we have everybody, not only spectators, but also media and Olympic family, move through public transport.
Organizers say these Olympics will show the world a new way to host the Olympics, while also showing a lot of Italy.
Character and personality of our games is what we call the new Italian spirit.
The model for the Olympics now are for host cities to use existing venues, and they're doing that here in Cortina, with curling being held in a venue steeped in Olympic history. This is where they held the opening ceremony in figure skating for the Olympics 70 years ago. The Italian mountain town of Cortina is filled with beauty, and Cortina-born Giacomo Colli says,
I'm born in Cortina, raised in Cortina.
A lot of Olympic history.
And the first Olympics here in Cortina really changed the lives of people from Cortina.
Cortina hosted the 1956 Winter Olympics and the opening ceremony stadium where they held figure skating and hockey.
People during the Olympics will be mainly seated on the long side.
70 years later, is still being used, playing a big part in the 2026 Winter Olympics, with curling being held here after some big upgrades.
The venue here, it's quite old because it was built in 1952 for the 1956 Olympic Games. But now with the 2026 Olympics, they're renovating it, building new changing rooms, and making it more accessible for wheelchair people.
The once open-air stadium,
but back in the days it was an open air,
now has a blue roof on it, but the original 1950s wooden structure surrounding the inside of this ice arena,
wooden part is the old one, and the blue one is the new seating,
is still there, along with the original metal floors that are perfect for curling fans
hockey games
to make a lot of noise.
Stuff here, everybody.
And located next door to the women's alpine ski racing venue and the 2026 Olympic bobsled course.
That's the last curve of the bobsled track.
Giacomo says this historic ice arena will help add the next chapter in Cortina's rich Olympic history.
A great opportunity for Cortina having the Olympics back again.
A big part of Italian culture are beautiful, fast cars, and they have one car company that was founded in Milan that's got some of the most beautiful, some of the fastest, and some of the strangest cars you're ever going to find on the road.
In the heart of Milan, where fast, beautiful sports cars are everywhere, you'll find the Alfa Romeo Museum.
Lorenzo Ardizio, I'm the curator of the Alfa Romeo Museum.
Where curator Lorenzo Artizio says you can see some of the coolest Italian cars ever made.
The Alfa Romeo Museum was one of the first company museums in Europe and the first one in Italy.
Alfa Romeo started in Milan in 1910, and now tens of thousands of people a year come to their museum.
We have 100,000 visitors per year, and more than the 50% are coming from other countries.
To see hundreds of Alfa Romeo's most stylish and fastest cars ever designed.
The museum has a collection of 287 cars.
They have the first Alfa Romeo ever built.
This is the 24 HP, the first Alfa ever.
Along with some of the strangest. From this green 1968 Carabo model.
It's a sharp shape with a wedge design and the repetition of geometric shapes all around the body.
To a more than century-old car designed to look like a drop of water.
So we have the dream of an Italian nobleman that wants to have a drop-shaped car in 1913.
And given how much Italians love speed, it's no surprise that Alfas are based on racing, winning some of the earliest car races ever.
Alfa Romeo won the first ever World Championship in 1925.
Where they still have what was once the world's fastest car and now one of the world's most expensive.
The most expensive car we have for sure is the 8C2900B Le Mans special car. It's a car with an incredible story that is not on sale, but in case probably can be one of the most expensive collection vintage cars ever sold. And we can expect a value exceeding 120 million.
Which, like all the cars here, is run on a test track outside the museum, and as curator,
I had the opportunity to drive the museum's car.
Lorenzo gets to drive each and every one in the museum.
Once a year, we put them on the track for a couple of laps.
A pretty nice perk that Lorenzo says is a great way to speed up the workday.
It is one of the best parts of my job.
Italy's known for a lot of things, and Venice is one of them. It's the city of water, but it's not the only place that you'll find canals. In fact, the 2026 Winter Olympic host city of Milan has them too. Milan, Italy is most known for its amazing cathedral.
Always we have to go by the cathedral.
But Milan resident Alessandro Panini says there's another part of this city that a lot of people don't know about.
Yes, people are very surprised because most of the people are not aware of the fact that we have water in Milano.
And looks a little like Venice.
Here we are, the beautiful canals of Milano. Did you expect to find the canals here?
The canals of Milan were once a big deal in Europe and were part of the oldest canals that once flowed 31 miles, connecting to a network of canals flowing through the city.
It was one of the greatest infrastructures back then.
That helped transport goods.
Milano was full of canals. It got a little bit the feeling of Venice.
Until trucks started doing the job, and that's when these canals were closed.
It just started, being less useful.
Today, only a portion of them still flow. And you're only gonna find one gondola on the water.
Really? Not joking, we have one gondola, so you can take a ride on the canal.
But more tourists are discovering the water here, leaving locks on the bridges and enjoying a part of Milan.
Tourists are starting to appreciate this area as well.
Alessandro says has been flowing with beauty for centuries.
It's very lovely.
When it comes to the culture of Italy, sculptures are woven deeply into the fabric of this country's history. And there's one foundry in Italy that has all the original molds of some of the most important sculptures on the planet, from David to Venus de Milo. In Florence, Italy, where art is a way of life.
In Florence, millions of people come just to see pieces of art.
Ferdinando Marinelli.
I'm Ferdinando Marinelli.
Has spent a lifetime making art.
I love more this work.
He's the owner of the Ferdinando Marinelli Foundry, where artists have been making sculptures for more than 400 years.
Posthumous castings of classical pieces.
And in all that time, artists have been doing things
to chisel all the formella.
Just like they did during the Renaissance period.
We work in the same exactly way of the Renaissance people. Nothing is new except electricity, obviously.
In the one place on Earth,
we have the treasure of the foundry.
You'll find original molds of history's most important works of art.
And we are the only one in the world, I would say, that we have all these molds, the original molds.
All in a warehouse that looks more like a museum, filled with priceless original molds from the world's most iconic statues, some created by legendary artist Michelangelo.
This is the original mold made on the Michelangelo Madonna di Bruges.
And today, these posthumous casts are sculpted alongside new pieces made custom order.
If you want, I can do you in bronze.
With a small group of artists, the few on Earth who still have the knowledge and skill.
She came 18 years ago.
To meticulously sculpt by hand.
Can you see the difference?
Spending days, weeks, and months putting life into bronze sculptures.
Handmade, we say the thing, the human work that makes alive a sculpture.
Thousands of pieces born in this Italian foundry that Ferdinando grew up in, first studying to become a doctor so he could save lives.
And I stopped the university and I came in the foundry.
But now uses to keep a long and rich Italian tradition living.
Very proud and very grateful.
Still to come, fashion and food, two pillars of Italian culture. We'll explore both. You're watching Countdown to the Winter Games. Italy loves things that look good, from the art to the cars and, of course, the high fashion.
Well, fashion is so very important all over Italy.
And Milan resident Alessandro Panini says there's one place in Milan to go for the finest styles.
Indeed. In the Galleria we have all the most famous brands. the shops, from lovely shoes to the beautiful accessories. We have Prada. I'm mentioning that because we have the very first shop of Prada open here.
Located in the heart of Milan, right next to the Milan Cathedral, is the Galleria, a mall built in 1865 with a dome and architecture that are as beautiful.
Look at it. It's covered with glass and iron ever since the beginning.
As the clothes being sold here.
1865 when this was built.
And today is full of the biggest names in fashion.
We have Gucci, we have Louis Vuitton, we have them all.
Where looking good is feeling good.
We call it in Latin the genius loci, so there's something about the place itself that is inspiring people either to dress or to make art.
And why Alessandro says Italy
is a country where beauty is in every single corner.
Looks so good.
You noticed.
In Cortina, Italy, where ski racing and food are everything.
Skiing and food.
Francesco Ganita and his wife.
I'm the guy managing with my wife.
Own the Five Torri restaurant where they combine two things Italians love most. Ski racing and pizza.
This restaurant is a home of skiers.
Because this is a ski racing family. Francesco's co-owner cousin was a ski racer.
He raced 5 Olympics.
And back in Colorado, Francesco raced with Denver University, helping that team win the NCAA championship.
And the last year we won the NCAA championship.
So now, in his Cortina restaurant, among all the great Italian dishes, you'll also find pizza named after two of the fastest U.S. ski racers of all time.
2 or 3 pizzas in the menu named by an athlete. The story started probably 6, 7 years ago.
The Ted Ligety Pizza, made just how Ted Ligety likes his pizza.
He made the same pizza without remembering, so we decided to name it Ted Ligety Pizza. And it got really famous.
And there's also the Lindsey Vonn.
Lindsey, probably the best customer we had in the past 15 years.
Named after her favorite pizza. Both are regulars here, which is one of 2 requirements to have a ski racing pizza named after you.
He was picking Margarita all the time, so it's really hard to change that name. But after the comeback, she decided to come back. We put a Margarita Lindsey Vonn pizza in the menu.
And Francesco says both pizzas are delicious.
That's a good pick.
And why during the Olympics, people are racing to get a slice.
He's a top seller during the World Cup.
When we return, a cemetery where thousands of American soldiers are laid to rest from World War II. Meet the woman who's in charge of preserving their honor.
A big part of Italy is Italian history, and a big part of their history is the sacrifice that American soldiers made here during World War II. Soldiers that fought and died on Italian soil and are now buried here at the Florence American Cemetery, where the staff's dedicated to making sure the stories of those soldiers aren't forgotten.
Near the Italian city of Florence, tucked into the hills of Tuscany, is the American Cemetery of Florence.
My name is Erin Jackson, and I'm the superintendent of the Florence American Cemetery.
Where Superintendent Erin Jackson says thousands of American soldiers have been laid to rest.
Interred here are 4,402 service members. Those include 6 sets of brothers, there are 10 civilians, 4 women, and 3 Medal of Honor recipients.
These are the servicemen and women who died in hard-fought battles against Nazi Germany in northern Italy during World War II. Their campaigns,
going up all in,
described in detail on memorial walls.
The largest units are the 10th Mountain Division, the 34th Infantry Division, the 85th and the 88th, the 91st and the 92nd Division.
Their names chiseled into rows of marble headstone lining this hollow ground. Men like Fred Zarlango.
He's from Denver, Colorado.
who trained with the 10th Mountain Division, then died in Italy during World War II.
He was killed 1 month shy of his 19th birthday.
Today, a memorial stands on high ground overlooking the cemetery with the names of the missing
They still haven't been found.
etched into a wall.
Went missing on May 31st of 1944.
Next to a large stone pylon with the spirit of peace at the top, overlooking the many who have fallen here.
We are dedicated to not just preserving the stories, but telling the stories.
Where Alysa says their lives and sacrifice are being preserved in time, honored so they'll never be forgotten.
Making sure that the world doesn't forget. And the cemetery itself is the embodiment of a promise kept.
These Winter Games are the most spread out ever, and that includes where the closing ceremony will occur, a tour of Verona, Italy, and its beautiful Colosseum is next. The Olympics might be the biggest sporting event on the planet, but it's Rafaela Panier's job
I'm head of brand identity and look of the games.
to make sure everyone knows about it.
It's a strange project because you have a brand that is the Olympic Games and the Paralympic Games, that then you need to create your own branding.
With just a few years to create a brand that sells the 2026 Winter Olympics to the world.
It's really interesting, and it's got such a short time of life too.
And there's no better brand than the Olympic logo, with this one being a first of its kind.
We built our brand personality on that.
Designed, then picked by a vote of the people on a TV show.
So yes, it was on a TV show, so it was open to all the Italian public, and they could choose between two.
With a winning logo that has a lot more than meets the eye, with a design of a handwritten number 26 in steam on a wintry window.
We've really enhanced that a lot too, because the idea of having this steamed window and looking through gave us the possibility to tell stories. So we have this 26 on the window, and we can see through, we can see the Olympic Games, the Paralympic Games, we can see our territories, we can tell stories.
The 2026 Winter Olympics will have a closing ceremony unlike any other. In fact, organizers are planning to hold it in a 2,000-year-old arena, older than the Roman Colosseum. It will be a special sight to see.
In the historic city of Verona, David D'Acomo.
My name is Davide D'Acomo, and I'm the responsible of the educational area for the Arena di Verona Foundation.
Is inside one of Italy's most historic places.
Built around the 1st century AD,
the Arena di Verona has been standing for nearly 2,000 years and is actually 20 years older than the Roman Colosseum in Rome and has seen a lot of action.
Spectacular events took place in the amphitheater.
Gladiators fought here, and the arena was once flooded to recreate Greek naval battles.
Flooded with water from the Adige River, and with small boats, the great sea battles of antiquity were reenacted.
More recently, Buffalo Bill performed his wild circus here, in a place where 30,000 Romans once sat.
The arena could accommodate up to 30,000 spectators, an impressive number considering the construction techniques of the time.
But an earthquake damaged the upper ring of the arena. Now only a part of that original structure still stands. And today it seats 10,000 people who now watch from the same seats Romans sat in thousands of years ago.
It's the same seat where the Romans seated in the past.
Inside an arena that when you first walk in, takes your breath away.
First time when I come inside into the arena, it was without hair in my body.
With amazing acoustics amplifying the Arena Verona Summer Concert Series, with music performed on the world's largest opera stage every summer.
On the largest opera stage in the world, 50 summer evenings of unforgettable emotions.
With this arena's biggest act, Yet to come as the site for the 2026 Winter Olympic closing ceremony, tucked inside this 450-foot by 400-foot arena.
Dimensions that ensure the perfect visibility.
That David says will offer a close-up view of Italian history.
10,000 people live the same emotion at the same time.
In a space as historic as it gets.
This creates a connection, and it's very important.
Thank you for joining us on this journey through Italy. No matter what your favorite Winter Olympic sport is, this upcoming Olympics is going to be an exciting one in one of the most beautiful countries on the planet. Ciao and arrivederci.
At the Evergreen Curling Club outside Portland, Oregon.
This is the only dedicated ice club in Oregon.
Oh, it's fun. It's a lot of fun.
The Wednesday Morning Curling League gets a few games in.
Yeah.
Yeah! That was fantastic. I love takeout shots.
We are having a great time.
From one end to the other is just a stone's throw away. Each shot based on precision and accuracy.
That was a good one, yeah.
But of course, like any field of play, this frozen playing surface itself needs to be in top shape.
These are our pebble cans. This
Enter Lauren Rich.
It's a big part of preparing the ice for a curling match.
Using a wand with very specific sized holes.
The bigger the number, the smaller the holes.
Ice makers like Lauren spray tiny droplets of very purified water on the ice, which freeze on contact. The bumps, or pebbles, help the stones glide across the ice.
You're good at this?
I practice. Now we can scrape. Now we can just take off the pebble that we just put down.
Scraping, or nipping as it's called, helps flatten the pebbles to create a uniform height.
One thing that we're always watching is how the snow is building up on the blade. If it's even all the way across, that means we have a really good pebble. That means our pad is flat and that our blade is flat. All of these things need to be flat and even throughout the course of the event.
It is a very meticulous job, and like throwing a stone, is based on precision and accuracy.
But you need that pebble to be even, otherwise you can get waves in the ice, and then the pebble will break down over the course of a game, so then we'll scrape that all off and start all over. Yeah, so my background is in physics and optics.
7 years ago, the former research engineer just wanted to watch curling in 2018 during the Winter Olympics. And to learn more about the sport, she went to her local curling club.
So I signed up for Learn to Curl, and I went and I tried curling, and here I am.
7 years later,
yeah, I bit down hard.
She's not only switched careers,
Yeah. My full-time job is USA Curling, yeah.
but is now headed to Italy.
My phone rang one day, and the head ice technician for World Curling called, and he was like, hey, so we have this thing called the Olympics. Do you want to go?
A pinch me moment.
Yeah.
That she'll remember forever.
I get to go to the Olympics.
As she helps create elite level sheets of ice for the best curlers in the world.
And I think it's just really incredible to be a part of that and to watch that build up and grow, and just watch how the ice changes throughout that process is really cool to be a part of.
Figure skating is one of the most artistic and athletic sports at the Winter Olympics. Skaters combine power, precision, and performance, all while balancing on blades just 1/8 of an inch wide. There are 4 Olympic disciplines: singles for men and women, pairs, and ice dance. Each event has 2 parts, a short program and a free skate, also called the long program. Single skaters perform jumps like the axel and lutz, where the number of rotations determines the difficulty. Pairs adds daring lifts and synchronized spins. In ice dance, they focus on intricate footwork, lifts, connection, and storytelling. Every routine is judged on 2 things: technical elements like jumps and spins, and presentation, which is based on artistry, interpretation, and how the skater connects with the music. When it all comes together, it's a magical balance of athletic power and pure expression. It's not just sport, it's art in motion on the thinnest edge imaginable.
The amount of sheer talent and hard work that this next Olympic team is going to have, no matter who is on it, I know that it is going to be a great and very successful and medal-filled event. Last year was a breakthrough year for me, and I want to continue building on it. So as long as I keep healthy, keep happy, and keep training the way I have been, then I know that everything will work out, and hopefully I will be in Milan with some of my favorite people. And just thinking about that gives me a lot of motivation and excitement. There are so many things in skating that I'm yet to try that I want to. And I don't know how much longer I will be competing, since being 25 and figure skating, ladies singles, it's like, oh, I'm a dinosaur. It's fine, I'm not. So there are so many things that I want to try that I'm having to wait. I'm like, okay, after this next season, I'll let myself try it. After this next season, I'll let myself try it, because it's just not worth the risk at this point. Right now, it's about consistency and improving upon what I already have. So going forward, it's just going to be about focusing on that rather than trying to accomplish something new. The amount of sheer talent and hard work that this next Olympic team is going to have, no matter who is on it, I know that it is going to be a great and very successful and medal-filled event. I love training here. I love the people around me, my community, my home, just everything has come together so well in my now adult life. Being here away from home, I'm still able to contact family or get home pretty quickly back to Texas if I need to. But being surrounded by the mountains and by just such Olympic spirit has been really motivating over these past 3 years. It has been a learning process for sure. It's really hard, especially as an individual athlete that performs. So it's not just like a downhill skier, it's you in the snow, it's you in the mountain. It's me and the thousands of people that are directly looking at me, that sometimes I'll make direct eye contact with, that I can't be making, I can't look angry unless that's what the program calls for. I have to look like I'm enjoying myself, even though I might have just fallen flat on my face. It is very different in figure skating than any other sport, in my opinion. So it can be very, very taxing mentally and emotionally, and I really think this last generation of skaters, especially after COVID when we were all so separated, we've really come together more and really supported each other, because we all understand how hard that pressure is to perform. So we've been able to really be there for each other and uplift each other. And then of course in figure skating there's the team event. Yes, we compete as individuals, but our scores tally up together, and that medals or whatever is on the line. So I think that, along with just over time, we've really come together as a community in figure skating, even though it is typically an individual sport, or maybe, you and one other person. Over the years, I've worked with sports psychologists. I have one that I've been working with for a couple of years now. She is like an idol to me, absolutely incredible. Want to grow up to be like her one day. And then over this last year, I started neurotherapy, because in figure skating, you might not think it, but we do bonk our noggins sometimes, which leads to concussions. And that had been affecting me pretty significantly, and my psychologist recommended neurotherapy, and I've been going to a place local in the Springs, and it has helped tremendously in not just skating but my everyday life.
What is that? What do you do with neurotherapy?
I'd look it up on your own time, but it is pretty interesting. It follows your neurons firing, your brain activity, your heart rate, factors in all those types of things, and you are able to, it's almost like a dog clicker like training thing. It teaches your brain to either calm down, speed up, whatever it might need to do, because it's not just for athletes. There are people with Alzheimer's or Parkinson's that use it, and it really does help. So there are many, many things that it can impact, but for me, it has been from brain injury in the past, just healing from that. You are not defined by your results, by your training, especially for young athletes. Growing up, my worth was determined on how well I trained that day. And that is just not accurate at all. This is something that you started because you love it, because you enjoy it. And if you're not enjoying it, what even is the point of success? It's worthless, in my opinion. So to be able to really step back and realize why you love it and what is important about it and why it matters to you, rather than trying to do things to please others. Because I feel like that is something that stems from within ourselves we try and please others and make others happy, and then that leads to perfectionism and self-criticism, and then it becomes internal because you're trying to please other people. So really just take a step back and enjoy yourself and base your own worth off of what's important, not just a skill or activity that you enjoy to do. Yeah, I have many nerdy little hobbies I enjoy. And I've been able to bond with people over them, which has been a really fun thing to see. I want to make sure that we continue moving forward as a community, not just the LGBTQ community, but also as just an inclusive society in both figure skating and just everyday life. I want to continue to move that forward rather than take steps back, which is what I'm seeing nowadays. So I try and use the small platform that I had to encourage people to be more accepting and more loving, because we're all just human. We're all just here on this earth, and we need to enjoy our time here, and why be hateful when you can just be loving? I'm very grateful. I've won the first 2 competitions I've competed in this season, and I hope to keep the streak going. It feels like flying. It is just weightlessness and just the flow and the atmosphere, and you're out there alone, which can be a little scary sometimes, but also so freeing. God, confidence is everything. It's what I was missing last Olympic season, and rightfully so. I hadn't really done much, and now my accomplishments speak for themselves. Definitely one competition at a time. I count down the days to the next competition, but Milan's kind of far out. Neurotherapy is a new tool in my arsenal. It is something that has really helped me both on and off the ice. I'm very grateful for the people at Neurotherapy of Colorado Springs that have helped me with concussion recovery, as well as just managing my overall anxiety. I really think that the Olympics is one of the most incredible times for a country, especially America, to come together to support Team USA. Even if you're not patriotic, usually a lot of people become patriotic during something like this. They want to cheer on the fellow athletes from this country, and I think it's a great time to try and find some common ground.
Do you feel a responsibility a little bit for that then too?
Of course I do. It's something that is really hard, especially in these times, and especially as someone who advocates for the queer community and mental health and so many other things. And it can be hard to connect with some people who don't have the same mindsets, but I hope that as Americans we can all agree that we want to improve this country and move it forward as a whole. It's such a hard thing, and in figure skating it's so different because I don't think we have too many trans athletes at the elite level yet, but you know, one day we might, and that might become a problem, which we need to be able to allow people to enjoy figure skating. It doesn't matter what your gender is. This is a sport that everyone deserves to enjoy and compete in and be able to express themselves in. It's not like swimming or track where a lot of people do it. It's a very niche sport, so we haven't had any challenges in this, but if there ever were, then I think it's something that people deserve to participate in regardless of their gender identity.
What I didn't know in our past interviews is your hobby of magic.
That makes it sound like I'm doing magic tricks. I'm not quite that cool. Magic the Gathering, yes.
And tell me about that.
It's a nerdy little card game that I enjoy, a bit of fantasy and card collecting, and I get to go to local game stores and play with other people.
And so, do people know do they know your history on ice when they play with you in this card game?
God, no. No idea.
They have no idea who you are?
Nope.
And you don't want them to know?
No, I do not.
It reveals too much.
It does.
Why is this important to you?
It's a hobby, and that's something I didn't have for a long time. I was all figure skating all the time, and it's something that I can do in my free time. It's a strategy game that I can really just let my mind go blank, all figure skating, and focus on just enjoying myself.
When it says you're a Star Wars fan, how much of a Star Wars fan are you?
I'd say pretty moderate, not too extreme, because I know it can go pretty deep, but I've seen all the media that you can see, even the Clone Wars, all the movies, all the TV shows. I have some lightsabers at home. I have definitely nicked myself in the shin quite a few times with them, trying to twirl them and bruise myself. But yeah, I'm a pretty big Star Wars fan. I have Luke's, I have Anakin's, and I have Mace Windu's.
I have Mace's, I've got Luke's, I've got Anakin's, and I've got Darth Vader.
Ah, that's where you got me.
I've got 4 of them on my wall.
I have a black kyber crystal though.
I don't have that.
Pulled it first try at Disneyland.
So what color is your lightsaber?
It ends up being red, but I haven't put that one in yet. I haven't bled the crystal, I promise.
You're a red lightsaber.
I guess I am.
Yeah. All right. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, it's okay. Yeah. I've been working so hard to reach my potential, and I knew that one day my potential could be making an Olympic team, and to finally do that is so satisfying. Exhaustion, excitement for sure, and I'm just eager to get home to train.
How does this moment compare to maybe Olympic dreams you had as a kid thinking about this moment?
It's funny because people keep asking, like, oh, your childhood dream of making the Olympics. And I was like, I didn't even dream of that as a kid because I was like, no, only so many people make it. Like, that's not going to happen. So it only became like a goal of mine like a couple years ago. But I've been working so hard to reach my potential, and I knew that one day my potential could be making an Olympic team, and to finally do that is so satisfying.
Would you sum up this week in St. Louis and maybe love you felt from the crowd, when you competed and then today again?
Oh, absolutely incredible. I had standing ovations that just filled my heart. I couldn't be more grateful for the cheering and the support throughout the programs. It just really gave that extra bit of motivation to just really enjoy that moment because we've all been working so hard for it. So to soak it all in was just a great experience.
This is all obviously so new, but what are you looking forward to when we talk about the Olympics and going to Milan?
I'm looking forward to spending time with the team. We're all so close, and we all are working towards this incredible goal, and not many people know what that's like. So to be able to all be in the same place for once is just really, really fun, to be honest. And to get to experience like the village and, the opening and closing ceremonies and just being there on the biggest stage in the world is so exciting.
If you have a moment, is there any other sport you want to check out?
What's hard is that we're all so separated this year in Milan, and because it is Milan Cortina. But we will not be seeing Cortina at all. So there are a few sports in Milan that I would really love to see. I'm just not sure what the schedule will allow, but I would love to see some women's hockey.
Alysa was joking. She used to say, oh, here's my mom, Amber, when you guys were places. Just the three of you together. We get to see it from afar. Describe how the three of you have come together like this.
It's so interesting because I met Alysa when she was really young, and I got to see her rise to success at such a young age and, go to the Olympics. And then she retired. And then Isabel came in, and she won a national title before I did. And I saw her come from this, really young, shy girl to really stepping into her own as both a woman and an athlete. And then, of course, having them both together is a bit chaotic, but so fun because they're both pretty young. I mean, Alysa just became like 20 years old, like is no longer a teenager. So I'm quite a bit older than both of them. But I've known both of them for so long, and to see them grow has been an honor, honestly. And they're both special as both athletes and people. And I'm just so grateful that they allow me to be able to, I don't know if mentor them's the right word, because they're both very successful, even more qualified than me in some regards, athletes that I'm just happy that we're on the same team.
Yeah.
Amber, your pin is so special and so important. Can you explain why you have that pride, why you want to share that, wear the pin?
Yeah, it's to show representation for my community and I want to continue to normalize having queer people in these spaces, and that we can be some of the top athletes in the world and be ourselves while doing so, especially on such a global stage when not everywhere accepts people for who they are. I want to continue to move us forward as a community.
Beautifully said, thank you.
Thank you.
How important is it to peak at the right time in figure skating? And does it feel like this entire team, men's, women's, pairs, dance, is all kind of doing that right now?
Definitely, and you know, being 26 in ladies figure skating, you don't expect that to be someone's peak. So I think we've all had very different journeys to be able to peak at this correct time. And honestly, we need to just take a few days to kind of soak this all in. And I know we're all going to be training to do even better in Milan.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Great.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
If you want to watch figure skating like a real pro, here's what you need to know. We all love watching our favorites perform, but scoring figure skating is a whole different game. Skaters earn points in two main categories, technical elements and program components. The total score combines both, minus deductions for any falls, time violations, or other errors. So let's start with the technical score. Every jump, spin, or lift is called an element. Each element has a base value, and points are added based on how difficult it is. There are 4 levels of difficulty. The more complex the element, the higher the level, and the more points a skater can earn. Now let's talk about program components. Judges look at 3 main areas: composition, presentation, and skating skills. Composition is all about how the routine is designed and connected to the music. Judges ask questions like, how does the skater use the ice? Does the choreography match the music? And how well do the elements flow together? Presentation is about expression, emotion, and energy. Judges watch how a skater connects with the music, their timing, their body language, their performance quality, and in pairs or dance events, how in sync they are with each other. Finally, skating skills. This is where judges look for clean, controlled movement, edge quality, balance, power, speed, and flow. Every turn and glide matters. So now that you know what the judges are looking for, you're ready to watch like a pro. Figure skating at the 2026 Milan Olympics starts February 6th. Get ready to cheer, analyze, and appreciate every aerial, lutz, and lift.
And then when we step out there, we're like one team, and it feels so good to have that support. This is our 12th season?
Yep. That's a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we're lucky we got together when we were kids, and we both moved away from home at the age of 13, and we kind of grew up together, and we really only had each other to rely on. I think that really strengthened our bond, and we've been great since. I can't believe it's been 12 years.
And our goals are the same too, so coming to the rink, it's fun. Like we want to work hard, we want to put in the work because we know that we have similar goals. And it doesn't feel like work. It feels like just another fun day with my skating partner.
I'm so happy I don't have to go out there by myself.
I can't imagine going out there by myself. Like having Christina there with me, like we're going to battle together. It's very nice.
Yeah, we have like a moment before we get on where we sync our breath and we connect, and then when we step out there, we're like one team, and it feels so good to have that support. I think we're trying to look at it as a regular year, and we're trying not to put as much pressure on ourselves, but it's easy to kind of drift and be like, this is a bit more important. But like with our mental preparation, we're really approaching it as any other year. Our training stays the same. We have a plan, we're gonna stick to it.
Yep, what's tough is the consistency, the little 1%, making sure that our nutrition's up to date, we're staying healthy by social distancing, wearing masks and hand sanitizer, and even just having the intention on the ice as well, like coming and showing up every day to train. Obviously we do that all the time, but now in the Olympic year I feel like it's heightened.
We were just talking about this morning. We don't feel the need to change anything. If anything, we want to enhance a few things, and I feel like we've had a good process the last few years, so we we keep moving in the same direction. There aren't any major changes. Well, I've lived in America since I was 13. I kind of grew up here. I feel like I have family here, and this very much feels like my home. Like when people ask me where I live, where home is, it's the US, it's Michigan. And every year when we get to represent Team USA and wear the flag, it's such an honor. And wearing it at the games would be the biggest honor. We have to like it, and our team has to like it because we're gonna be working on it all year. And at the end of the day, we're doing it for us, so we really need to enjoy the process. This season, we had kind of a tough time finding music, or not that tough, but a bit harder than the other years. But we're really happy with what we came up with, and those programs I think are gonna be really special.
What made it so tough this year?
I think it being an Olympic season, you want to have that special moment on Olympic ice with the music of your dreams. So like it's just like finding that balance of what you want to skate to versus what works best and what works with the team. And last year was very easy for us. We came back day one and what we wanted to skate to. So it took a couple weeks, but we got there and very proud of our two vehicles.
We've had like 2 good seasons. Like our programs have been really good the last 2 seasons. So I feel like finishing the season, we're like, okay, what now? But it took time, but I think we found 2 good vehicles.
No, like we're both very open-minded individuals, and we trust our team, our coaching team, and ourselves. So we haven't really had any issues like that. We're very open-minded, and we love exploring programs.
Mm-hmm.
How much time do you spend together?
A lot.
I mean, 4 to 5 hours per day, Monday through Friday, and then extra stuff to communicate and to be on the same page all the time.
Have you ever spent like 2 or 3 weeks apart from each other?
I guess when we go on vacation, but we still text and talk.
I had my surgery 4 years ago, and that was, I think, the longest period of time where we didn't communicate.
Yeah.
It was sad.
We talk about this pretty often. We're like, what are we gonna do when we retire? Like, what's gonna happen? We're gonna have to travel with different people. We're not gonna work together every day. It's really strange.
Definitely some mental training work to prepare for that. But now we're just enjoying the moment.
Yeah.
All the years that we get together is special. So enjoy every moment. Getting more people involved in our sport, something that we've been doing since children. So it's getting people involved and bringing some exposure to the sport as well is great.
We got a little taste of that Olympic energy when we went to Paris this past summer, and it gave us very high hopes for Milan in 2026. Just the buzz, the excitement that people had about the games was really exciting, and we felt incredibly inspired and motivated all over again just being there and witnessing that enthusiasm that the fans had. We have some incredibly talented athletes, the best in the business for sure. We had kind of a little fun team event, World Team Trophy this past April, where the team got together and we competed as one, and it went really well. And so I think that gives us a lot of confidence and motivation for the team event coming up.
Yeah, we did not expect that.
We did not expect that. Truly an honor to get the full service experience and be able to sign something that's going to live in the museum. It's really an honor. We walk in here and we feel the history of the Olympics and Team USA in particular, and it's just truly a blessing and an honor to be a part of a movement and to be a part of Team USA.
We definitely want to shoot for the gold medal in the individual event as well. We feel like that's something that has been at the top of our goal list for a long, long time. And you know, anyone in figure skating can attest to the fact that that is sort of the crown jewel of our sport. And it'll be our 4th Olympics as a team and my 5th Olympics. And we're so grateful for that experience with the team, winning the gold in Beijing. Such a unique experience, the whole thing, the team coming together, bonding in that way, and then going to Paris to get the gold medal is just an incredible experience. We certainly want to add to the collection.
It's definitely incredibly important that we both love the music that we're skating to, because we're going to be listening to it all day, every day leading up to the games. We do the listening together. We really, like I said, put our brains together and come up with something that works for both of us and highlights our strengths and our passions for skating. So that's a really fun part of the off season for us, because it's kind of the kickoff of the creative process where we pick the music, then we begin brainstorming the story and put together the choreography and elements with our coaches and team.
And costumes.
And costumes, yeah, costumes. That's
Maddie
a big
does
part
all the
for me.
design for the costumes, so that's another big part where she contributes in a really unique way. She just designed costumes for herself, for me, and actually for some of the competitors in our discipline as well. So she's really a highly sought after designer. So it's the whole package, like she said. It's really just like a coalescing of all of our creative ideas, and it comes out onto the ice.
I think our relationship has only fueled our skating passion even more. We're so dedicated to each other and to our craft that everything just aligns when we put our brains together.
It kind of was a natural progression in the sense that I wasn't like masterminding this plan to propose in 2022, but just a series of events occurred where, you know, we'd obviously been together for more than 5 years at that point, and we were just done with the Beijing Olympics, so it was a big milestone. We were doing this tour with Stars on Ice where we were going across the country, and then we had a day off in the city, and she was looking at rings and was like, okay, let's go ring shopping, and then
Well, we were actually
put the
looking at
pieces
rings
together.
at Worlds. You had asked me, and then you were like, what do you like? And I was like, well, I found this place in New York that I kind of like. And so then we started looking together, and then we happened to be in New York, and so we made an appointment to go look at some rings.
And then at that point, you know, I can pick up a couple hints here and there and say, hey, maybe I should start thinking about asking the big question. And so, yes, it was a natural progression. I knew the answer. I thought I knew what the answer was going to be, but still, nonetheless, very, very sweaty palms, shaky voice, very nervous, even though it was just the two of us in Thailand on a beach. It was wonderful, but yeah. And then the wedding in Hawaii was last year, and we've got our 1 year anniversary coming up soon.
Well, no, you had asked me. Like, I wasn't just like looking at rings to give him a hint. Like, it was like a mutual thing.
It was mutual. We have experienced so much of life together, working together, spending really all of our time together, and going through these incredible experiences that skating has brought us at the Olympic Games, you know, all the highs and lows of being elite athletes and being partners for almost 15 years. So we've shared everything, you know, including sandwiches. So we just feel like our bond is really strong, started as friends, became something more, and now as husband and wife, it feels like stronger than ever.
I think we certainly bring our work home with us, but it's because it's something we're passionate about, and it's a shared passion. So I think when you're doing something that you love, it's easy to share it with each other and talk about it.
I think the craft or the discipline that we share has to allow growth in the relationship, and when we have come to difficult times, whether it's a disagreement or someone's not feeling good or whatever, we have realized that those moments have to be catalysts for growth and understanding for the other person. Where, you know, if it becomes something where skating is becoming something that's pulling us apart or something that's between us, then we haven't done well, and we haven't, you know, framed the situation the right way. Now we don't necessarily avoid those moments. They're going to happen, but now we understand where they belong in the context of our growth and our relationship.
I think sport has always had the incredible power to unify people and bring people together through something incredible. Just watching others be the very best, work hard to perform at their very best, and I think it's a great tool to bring people together, and I hope that people can find some common ground through the Olympics by cheering on their athletes.
We miss Metro Detroit so much. We talk about it all the time. My parents are still there. We have our best friends still in Michigan. And whenever we go back, it's just, there's a special place in our heart for Michigan, and I think we'll be back someday.
Absolutely. We love Michigan, especially this time of year. I'm really missing the leaves changing colors and the beautiful Michigan sky. I think when you're thinking about starting a family, it's definitely helpful to have family around.
Yes.
So I think in the future we'll definitely want to move closer to them.
I didn't want to put words or anything out there like starting a family. I didn't want to be that bold.
Why? It's a beautiful thing.
But it is a thought, right? You want to be around family.
It's definitely a thought. I mean, we have the toy poodles, which we treat as children right now, so it feels like we're a family of 4. But, you know, if we're so lucky to have children in the future, that's definitely something that we would want.
And I think being an athlete, you sacrifice a lot to just be a dedicated athlete, be there for your sport, be there for the training days, and sometimes you miss out on holidays and family events that you would love to be at, but they just don't fall in the right schedule, and the sport at this period in our lives has to take precedence, so we're going to really be excited to celebrate some holidays with our families. The poodle.
Aw, cute.
Our babies.
What are their names?
Henry and Stella.
Stella! They're so adorable, and those are the children right now.
Yeah, Henry and Stella.
Do you have a favorite?
I mean, both. How can you choose? You should ask them if they have a favorite. Yeah.
Henry is attached to Maddie and Stella is attached to me because we actually had them separately before we became a couple. So I had Stella, Maddie had Henry, and then we all got together and family of 4 now.
What's the difference between pairs figure skating and ice dancing? Let's break it down. At first glance, these 2 events may look the same. 2 skaters moving in perfect sync, but the 2 events are completely different. So let's take it back. Pair skating has been part of the Olympics since 1908, and it's all about strength, speed, and style. It's big lifts, high-flying throws, perfectly timed spins. Pairs teams can skate side by side or mirror each other from a distance. It's basically acrobatics on ice. Ice dancing, though, that's a whole different vibe. It made its Olympic debut in 1976, so it's a newer sport, and it's all about rhythm, choreography, and connection. No huge jumps here, just smooth, intricate footwork and dance patterns. Ice dancers rarely separate, and when they lift, it's all about grace, not height. Both disciplines have 2 routines, a short program including required elements, like a short lift and a set of twizzles, and a longer free skate where they can really tell their story. In ice dancing, the music for that short program has to fit a theme, rhythm, and tempo set by the International Skating Union. For the 2025 to 2026 season, skaters are performing to fit the music, dance styles, and feeling of the 90s. In pair skating, they have total freedom. Any music, any style, any story they want to tell. 2 sports, 1 ring, and completely different ways to take your breath away.
The best I can explain it is like you feel each other out. Like if something happens or you come out the wrong direction, the other person kind of feels it and then they automatically adjust. But that's definitely a developed skill.
So this is our 7th season, so many years.
Yeah, it's been a while since 2019.
One thing I've always said is, you know, you're talking about 2 individuals coming together to try to do great things. Obviously for us in our sport, it's on the ice. And so, yeah, I mean, it's a full-time commitment where we show up every day, we're trying to be our best selves and work together to create greatness.
Oh, it's a lot. From like, sometimes like, what, 6, 7 a.m. Sometimes depends, like all day.
We get a lot of each other.
Yeah.
I think our best events when we look back has been when we can really feel this feeling of unity and togetherness.
Mm-hmm.
And it's exactly what you said. It happens from the moment we connect with hands. It happens at a glance. It just happens when we can look into each other's eyes and I can feel her present there with me and she can feel the same thing.
Mm-hmm. As for cues, which I think maybe what you're talking about at competition, like before we start, there's like small cues, like a little nod or something like, we got this, or little hand signals like repeat is like that, or like this means like do it again, or something like that. So we do have our little cues, or like when we both know we got this, or like a little cue, there's like a little hand squeeze. But I think yes, we do talk if it's necessary, but I think that what really helps is like mileage that we have together. They can kind of, each partner can kind of guide you, and you can the best I can explain it is like you feel each other out. Like if something happens or you come out the wrong direction, the other person kind of feels it and then they automatically adjust. But that's definitely a developed skill that comes along with a lot of years together. Right. So then there's no words necessary. Like something happens and you're just like, whoop, and nobody could tell. But in the beginning, like if it's a new program, for example, and something happens and we get a little lost, then yeah, like it is quite hard to recover and you're a little bit like, oh, where do I go?
Well, you know, you see us out there on the ice. You see our costumes. You see the two of us skating, getting through our routines. But what you don't see is what's happening behind the scenes. We have our coaches. We have our mentors. Mm-hmm. Her mother, in fact, is actually the one who makes our costumes. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's being able to trust your village is what I like to call it. And, you know, somehow in some way, shape, or form, it all seems to come together when the time's right.
Yeah, I think every team has their own kind of dynamic, like who's leading, who's making decisions, and you know, hopefully, but as the years go by, they would find that they're what suits them and what works for them. So yeah, and then also, like he said, kind of referring to our team around us to give kind of second, third opinions. But that's for us. Maybe not every team, maybe one person calls all the shots for another team, but we kind of collaborate and work together on our decisions. Yeah.
You know, we were in a previous interview and our words were, it's such a shock, it's such a tragedy, and it will never be the same. Us being here at the club, especially being kind of at the forefront of that event, being just because we come here and a lot of the familiar faces that were lost that day were very close to us. And yeah, it will never be the same. It's so pleasing to see the club and the community here step in and really try to do things to commemorate the lost. And so for us, you know, we try to do our part and our best to be part of that community and bring great support. And we love and miss all the wonderful lives that unfortunately had to be lost in that tragedy.
It was very difficult for everyone to even step into the ice rink because those people that we had lost here, they meant so much to all of us. You know, and as time went by, you could really see everyone from the club. You could see the strength of the club and, you know, the program and what we built here for those 100 years really come together as a family and, you know, support each other in every way that they could. And even now, like, you know, we're finding ways to commemorate them with memorials, and you can see that kind of program and everything continue to carry on. The time here after the tragedy, it was very hard to go through. There was, you know, we have a memorial kind of upstairs for the Demon Genya and, you know, Spencer and everyone that we lost. But so that's kind of ingrained in, you know, in our everyday lives, and we do our best to, you know, support each other. But I personally didn't see it.
Yeah, I think everyone reacts to those types of things differently.
Yeah.
For me personally, being able to see those memories and again, those types of videos that I put together, I want to, it's a way for me to connect with them still, even though they're not here. And so for me, you know, I want to be able to watch those things, even if I'm competing or even if I'm going into a show. At the end of the day, life is, you know, a lot bigger than skating. It's about people. It's about how we can serve and how we can be kind to each other. And so yeah, for me, I think that all those things that they've been doing, that video, is something that's really important to me and it touches me. And yeah.
You know, they had also big dreams, and it really means a lot to us to really commemorate our skating to them and just honor them while we're skating for them.
And it shifts your perspective on life.
Yeah,
you know,
for sure.
You realize that the moment that you have here, while you're here on this earth, is really valuable. And so when we see the memorial, it tells me, it sends me a sign, don't waste time. You know, if you want to do something, go and do it. And like you said, because our life is skating right now, we show up and it's not always easy. A lot of time and effort and challenge goes into, you know, being great on the ice. And so for me, it's been a wake-up call and a shift in perspective to say, hey, like, this is the time, do it now. And yeah, in a sense, it is doing it for them, because that experience is teaching me that what's really important. This is something that we've been working for us.
It feels like a long time.
For a long time.
Yeah.
You know, I've been skating now for almost 20 years.
Yeah.
And she's been skating, I think, even more than that, right?
24 years. Yeah.
And so
long time.
We're ready for this season, just give it our all and see where the cards fall, but we'll be super honored and grateful as well on that team, that's for sure.
Perfect, thank you. Yours is much better than mine.
Hi, I'm Ellie Cam.
And I'm Danny O'Shea, and we're pair skaters here at US Figure Skating. Usually there's a little bit of an age difference in pairs. Men have to be a little stronger and more mature in order to make sure that they keep their partners safe. But 14 is a little bit on the extreme side for sure. It's just something that happened kind of organically for us. I've been on Team USA for about 14 years now, representing our country around the world. And when I had stepped away to retire, our coach at the time, our coach now, asked me to come in and help him with a pairs program that he had been starting up, work with all the girls who didn't have partners, and it was fun for me, kept me in shape, and I got to come into the rink three times a week. Ellie, at the time, you had another partner.
Yeah, I had another partner, and then it was just like right place, right time. You know, he was there, and he was like still kind of training, but not really, and just like trying to figure out life. And then, you know, there's a situation with my first partnership that ended in the middle of the season, and I was just open, ready to try and find a new partner. And he was just like, I guess I'll try skating with you. And like, we didn't, usually there's a tryout period of like, you know, a week or so where you like see if things will, you know, work out, and like, but we were like on a very fast track since like the moment we started skating together. We like didn't really have a tryout. We were like, oh, this feels pretty good. I guess we're skating together.
It was the middle of September at that point, right?
Yeah.
And the season had already started, and we spent 2 days kind of skating together, and then it was like, all right, when are we competing?
Our first event was my first international ever, and it was like crazy because we were only skating together for like 3 months.
2 months.
2 months at that point.
And Ellie won.
Yeah.
Her first international, yeah. So.
But it's been like pretty much all international competitions other than nationals for us since then, and that's like, it's been such a big jump for me in like my career, but it's been like such a fast track that it was hard to enjoy it in the beginning, but like really like taking the time to like kind of smell the roses and like enjoy the fact that we're doing really well and we're kind of carving our own path has been definitely a process, but it's been enjoyable.
Yeah, and then year 2, we started trying to focus on enjoying the process, but it was step up from not just internationals into Grand Prix now.
Yeah.
And that process of a little more intensity, and there was a lot of growing pains in year 2 as we just stepped into an even more intense stage right together. And then year 3, this past season, we really were able to solidify the team.
Yeah.
I think it was something that was really important to us, that we came together and weren't just 2 people helping each other out or skating at the same time, but approached everything as a team. Despite that age difference that you spoke about at the beginning, we were able to really stand side by side and approach all of this with a unison mindset.
Yeah.
So it's been,
I mean, I think there was always an effort to just like be even and equal.
sure.
Like that was something that Danny, with all of his experience, he brought into this partnership. Like, because I pretty much didn't know anything about it, and he was like, well, like he really insisted on us being like equals, even though I had so much less experience. And I think that the effort that we had put into that from the very beginning only really started to gel last year when we finally were able to start taking steps as a team instead of like, you know, individually. And like it did take a bit of time for us to really get comfortable and really start to feel solid and like trust, you know.
Develop that
yeah.
trust for sure.
You reach your 30s, right, and you start to mellow out a little bit about some of the pressure that surrounds you in life.
Yeah.
But at 20, you've got to drive.
Yeah.
So it seems like that maybe comes together really well.
It's been an amazing coincidence, maybe, but I think life has a way of working out exactly as it should, and I'm happy to be in the space that I am. So grateful to have Ellie by my side as we're going through all of this, and we've both described it as a second chance. It's fully a second chance for me because I have been through Olympic cycles and that whole thing before, and been very close in 2018 being the first alternate, and coming back this time and approaching it from that point of gratitude and really enjoying the process a bit more. And that's so cliche to say, right? So cliche, but
It's so true,
it's so
though.
true.
That's why everybody says
right?
it.
When you can finally figure it out, it really helps.
Yeah, but for me, I was a single skater for most of my career, and I never really imagined like being able to represent Team USA on like such a level. Like it was always a dream of mine, but I don't know if I ever actually imagined that it would come true. So, you know, stepping into pairs has been like a really new second experience for me, and it's kind of brought new life into my skating career and like my passion for skating, because it's really brought like new things for me to learn and enjoy, and like it's so much new opportunity and experience that I wanted to have, but I didn't think that I was going to get, and then now I get to experience it with somebody by my side, and that just like makes the whole experience so much better, you know.
You both train in the Springs. You're kind of from the Springs.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for a long time. School here. You
Yeah, I went to high school.
You talked about it in the Zoom and how that support is here as well.
Yeah.
It's a great town to train in. It's a great town to come from,
Yeah, it's super
right,
special. My dad and both of my older brothers, they went to the Air Force Academy, and we're staying at the hotel right next to there right now. So everything is just like so close to home, and it's so personal, and like the experience of you know, getting to try and reach new goals and push ourselves, you have to have like a village around you to support you through that. Like doing it alone, it's kind of impossible, I think, at least it wouldn't be so enjoyable. You know, being able to share what you learn about yourself and what you learn about other people through such a unique experience is what makes our job as athletes really special. And like having my parents around and Danny's parents around just makes that so much better. Like when we succeed, they also succeed, and when we fail, they're there right next to us, you know?
Helping hand right back up. Yeah. It's been amazing having Colorado Springs support us, and we've seen it in so many ways. It's Olympic City, right? So having that spirit behind the Olympics is amazing, but we experience it in a very personal way. People in the coffee shops, like we go to Loyal all the time, and they recognize us, and you go through the different sandwich shops and the different dry cleaning, right? It's just a community while being a fairly large city, and I think that that's something super special about Colorado Springs, and the ability to have just like casual conversations with people who really know what you're trying to achieve and are supporting you along that journey is something really special.
Danny, you're 34.
Yeah.
You make it to the Olympics in pairs. Aren't you setting, isn't that kind of like, no one's done that yet, or you're one of the few at 34?
So I'm not sure about the statistics of it, but there are some older people within pairs that get there. I think that it would be an achievement for me no matter what age. trying. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the statistics, but I'm excited about the opportunity for sure. Motivation is a choice, right? It's you're dedicated, right? I think creating good habits just leads to amazing motivation, and it's pretty easy to be motivated. We're working really hard together. We're succeeding, right? So that side of things allows for motivation to continue fully. This off season, I had 2 surgeries. I had broken my foot at right before World Championships, and competed on a broken foot this past season at Worlds, and then dealt with a sports hernia that I had been nursing for most of the season. So this off season the past 2 months have been really focused on recovery and trying to make sure we approach this season very healthy and an approach of holistic, right? Like, gonna come at it prioritizing working our butts off, but also prioritizing recovering and being healthy and being able to peak and achieve February, not just the beginning of the season. So February at the games is the ultimate goal, and
just setting really clear steps along the way, because there's so many steps that we have to still accomplish, while our final goal is still hopefully Worlds and Olympics at the end of the season.
Just performing well and meeting my standards that I place for myself, and I think I'll have a good shot. I think it's very convenient that I'm finishing high school before the Olympic season. I'm glad to finish. I'm excited to finish high school. So then I have nothing extra to do for Olympic season. I can pick up new hobbies.
Focus on skating a little more.
Yeah, too.
That too. The Olympics are coming up. Your mom is from Milan, right?
Yeah. Born and raised.
Born and raised.
Yeah.
So wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah, I still have I have a grandmother who lives in Milan, and then my uncle also lives in Milan, and my aunt and cousin, they live 40 minutes out of it in Meda. Yeah, there was a Milan test event.
And what was that like?
Well, they removed the rings right before the competition. They had them up for Olympic promos, my Italian friends were telling me, but they removed them right before the competition, which I was a little upset about, because I was like, I need the exposure. I need the exposure therapy. But it was fun. It did not feel like the Olympic arena whatsoever. Like, I think they tried to make it, I don't know. But it went smoothly, so I think they had a good test run. I need many things. I think I have a giant notes page saying everything that I gotta do to make sure I get there. But mainly, stay healthy, stay consistent. I think that's like the top things, Keep just performing well and meeting my standards that I place for myself. And I think I'll have a good shot. Sometimes when I'm out there, I'm like, oh, this is all on me. I only have myself to blame, but that's also like a reason why I don't do pairs, is because I feel like if I did great and my partner messed up, I don't think I would be able to deal with that. And I also wouldn't be able to deal with the guilt if they did great and I ruined it. But I feel like it simplifies it for me though, because at the end of the day, I just have myself to hold accountable. My coaches always make sure I'm well trained, and they give me all the resources that I need to be ready. So I prefer that I go out there by myself, just all on me. Like, I hold my fate in my own hands. So I'm gonna assume anyone watching does not have the context, but we are filming this right after I went to vacation. And I got tan probably for like the first time in my life. Specifically because at the Milan test event, I was blending into the ice with my skin, with the paleness of my skin. A few of my Italian friends were like, Isabel, you Yeah, and get in the tanning salon before Worlds, before Boston. You cannot let this happen. I did not hit the tanning salon before Boston, but it's fine. Anyways, a tan for a figure skater is rare, extremely rare. No one skates outside. I mean, who knows? It might be all gone by the time I have my first competition. Yeah, it's okay, I'll keep up the tan, just for you.
It's the summertime.
Yeah, but it's off season for us right now. We don't start competing. I don't think my first competition's until August. I just ordered a tanning pool.
A what?
It's like an inflatable like raft thing, but like you can put it on the pool, but it's big enough that, and it's like thick enough like on the sides that you can like fill some water in there. Because I don't have a pool personally, so I'll have some water in there because when it's really hot, the water will keep me like cool down. It's genius. You know how I justified this purchase? I told myself, because I was on a vacation. This is so unnecessary, but I love it. I was on vacation and I was reading more than I have in a really long time. When I was like 15, I used to read 90 books a year and do school. I obviously did not have friends, but so I was reading so much on vacation because it was so relaxing to be laying in the sun and like reading. Oh my goodness, I read so quickly. I read like 2 books on vacation, which isn't a big deal. But in the span of like 5 or some days, 400 paid books. But anyways, I was like, I need to recreate that serenity, that feeling of serenity. So that's how I justified that purchase, because I'm gonna read whilst I keep up this tan. I was very lucky that my current coach was my first coach. So she's known me since I was 3 years old. So she knows me very, very well, and like my character and my skating style. So, and she's always listening to musics, not even just for me. So she already has so many things that she knows I would be so good with, that every year, like in the past, she would have 4 or 5 options, like when I was like younger, and I would pick amongst those, but now she just lays one out and I immediately love it. So in a way, I don't come up with them, but she hits the money so well, like she hits the mark so well, but like I love him every time. I'm very lucky and blessed.
So today we're working on developing a new body for Team USA bobsled. This design will not make it to Cortina in 2026. However, this will be on the hills and all the tracks starting in September of next year. And eventually we will build on all of this knowledge towards 2030.
It's a little bit difficult because not everybody knows what a wind tunnel is, but basically we're able to simulate the aerodynamics of a vehicle, or in this case a bobsled, as it's kind of going down a hill or for a vehicle going down the road, and we're able to try to make that vehicle more efficient by improving the aerodynamics of it.
I love speed, I love racing, I've been in it all my life. If you're racing something, I'm interested.
You'll see the sled behind me, and we're actually connecting the sled to some posts, and that connects the sled to the balance, which is underground, and we're able to measure the forces acting on the sled. So we're able to put the sled in conditions that it would be in as it's going down the hill. So we can do different speeds, different yaw angles, kind of different conditions like that, and understand the full envelope of what the sled's going to be going through as it's going down the hill. And so while we're able to do that, we can measure the aerodynamic drag on it, but we can also get a visual picture of what's happening around the sled with smoke, or when you look at the sled, you'll see some ink on it. So those are going to give us visual indicators of kind of what does that air look like as it's going around the sled.
Well, this happened just because we started rubbing elbows with some other racing people. So we all kind of talk, and one thing led to another, and this happened. And then once we decided we're doing this, we made a plan and said, okay, we intend to help you win on the world stage. So then we laid out that plan. We said, okay, we want to test every sled you got, bring it. And we started testing and we started learning, because We hadn't developed a bobsled before. We're still learning how to develop a bobsled. So our idea was we got to gather as much information as we possibly can. So that's what we did. We tested all the sleds they had and started talking to them in extreme detail about all of those little details to learn, because we're still learning today about this stuff.
So it's really cool. So bobsledding in particular, it doesn't have engines like a lot of our other products do. It's actually just going to go down a hill. So it's about conserving momentum. And so what we're doing here can really make an impact and shave off time as our athletes are going down. So it's really important what we're doing, and our athletes are working every day trying to improve their speed and their strength. And so now we're doing the other side of that, of trying to help them improve their equipment so we can come together and make them a really good product.
You make it sleeker as possible, you work on the handling, you work on all of the minutia of details to squeak out all of that potential as best you possibly can.
Who's not a fan of the Olympics? It means the world to me to be able to support Team USA through their Olympic journey, and it's a really, really cool opportunity for myself as well as for Honda.
And this is the world stage. This is the, epitome of extreme competition. So all those little details matter. And that's why we're here. We're going to work on all those little details to try to help Team USA do the best they possibly can.
I'm so proud of all of our athletes. I've gotten the opportunity to work with almost all of our athletes that are on our Olympic team, and they're not only amazing athletes, but they're amazing people. And so it's really cool for me to be able to watch them and cheer for them. And also I am really proud because I've also helped kind of shape their equipment and how they're going to be sitting in the sled and all of that. So it's really nice that we've had a part in their success.
Yeah, that's going to be a little surreal. I'm already doing it. They're competing right now in the World Cup, and of course I'm watching it live on TV, through the streaming services and stuff, and I'm already like, yeah, we taught them how to do that, and we gave them that advice based on the data we saw, and yeah, it's really fulfilling and pretty fun, I have to admit.
I critique every single one of their runs, whether their head wasn't in the right position, maybe their brakeman wasn't down low enough, or are they even wearing the correct helmet, because sometimes we have different helmets depending on which kind of run they're doing. And so I've been watching all of that, but not only for our athletes, I'm also watching all of the other countries to get ideas of what are their athletes doing and how can we do better. So that's one of the crazy things. When we first started and we had the athletes in, we have some simulations that kind of show what does our aero number relate to in time savings. And I was like, oh, this is only 300ths of a second, and their jaws dropped, because that is a huge impact. And so what we're doing here can really have a big impact. So it's really exciting every time we make a change that can be helpful.
I will admit it's a little surreal. It's a little strange. Like, Ohio, well, first of all, Ohio bobsled, really? But hey, here we are. We're doing everything we can to help them.
I know. I was fantastic.
We done? Oh, okay. Sorry. I just got excited. I was ready.
I get it. When you
A team effort to create this look.
Let's do arms crossed again. Yeah, there we go.
Decked out in red, white, and blue, Team USA curling athletes Corey TC and Corey Dropkin modeling the new uniforms.
And then look off to the side. Yep, good.
Columbia Sportswear partnered with Team USA Curling over a year ago and started designing both the uniforms and village wear.
These designs this year, what we really wanted to go after was the outdoor elements and kind of bring a little bit of America first and then a little bit of Columbia, and then on ice for them to compete in. So
for Becca Johnson and her team at Columbia Sportswear, it is a sense of pride seeing their designs come to life and soon to the big stage.
The Olympics is the pinnacle of these athletes' careers, and to get to have a piece of that, help them feel comfortable in the outdoors or the elements and compete, and then to get podium spots is just huge.
The design gives the athletes durability, flexibility, and breathability. Dropkin and TC recently qualified for the Winter Olympics as a mixed pair.
So, needing a very flexible athletic fit and what they've done here has been, amazing.
I like warmth. The jackets that Columbia has created are very warm, but also, like Corey said, form-fitting as well, and breathable at the same time.
And in each piece, Columbia Sportswear designed a little Easter egg, like 250 stars to celebrate 250 years. And inside of the jacket, a patch just for the athletes to write their name on.
But just a little special note on the inside wishing them luck and just like the fact that they've earned this garment.
Great, back to this side, nice.
And hopefully winning gold in February.
So I'm chasing that feeling of like putting the pieces of the puzzle together, and when they click in place, it's just so satisfying.
What is it like for you to be back here in Minnesota, back home with your family?
It's really cool. Like, I don't get to be in one place very often. I'm on the road all the time, so getting to be home and see my family and see my little sister and snuggle the dogs and go running in the park with my high school coach, that's really special.
I feel like I saw, did you post a photo? Is that what you did? Okay,
Yeah,
I was like,
I
oh,
did,
that's so
yeah.
sweet.
Yeah.
What's like the first thing you do when you get home? Is it like, Mom, you have to make your certain banana bread loaf? Or is there some sort of food that like Mom has to have and something that you do with your friends?
Usually the first thing I do is lay on the floor with the dogs and just get some cuddles. And yeah, I love cooking with my parents, and usually the first thing I do is go check out my mom's gardens. And this year she had asparagus coming up right when I got home, and so we were like plotting like, oh, are we gonna grill it? Like, what are we gonna do? Like cooking with food from her garden. And then my dad bakes really good bread. So yeah, I was treated to a wonderful home cooked meal.
So those are some of the hobbies you do. Like when an Olympian's not focused on their sport, you're home or like to cook.
Yeah, I really enjoy cooking, gardening. I really enjoy hiking and camping and canoeing, although sometimes that's harder to fit into my training schedule as much as I would like. But I also like reading and just hanging out with friends.
What is a show that like you would binge, like your guilty pleasure binge show?
Oh, I would rewatch Ted Lasso anytime. If it's on, I will like drop everything. But also I love Great British Bake Off. That's a big one for me. And honestly, I will get sucked into almost any like sporting Netflix series. I think those are really fun.
Okay, what sport are you watching when it's not your own sport?
Well, lately the Tour de France one, which I think I can relate to the most because we also have a stage race, and it's a lot about like dealing with the pain cave, and but it's such a different sport from us. But I think some of the mentality crosses over, so it's fascinating for me to watch and see athletes who are so different from what I do, but at the same time, some core things translate.
Very cool. All right, so you just won your 3rd overall World Cup cross-country skiing title, which is phenomenal. The season just wrapped up. What is motivating you to keep going, keep pushing forward, and keep competing?
Well, I'm pretty internally motivated, and I do want to try to win the race, of course. Like, you don't start the race being like, I really want to get 32nd. Like, you definitely want to win the race, but for me, I really am searching for that feeling when I cross the finish line of like, yes. Like, I look back at the race and I know like I have given everything I could. And there's so many different complex, tiny little pieces of the puzzle to fit together to have a really good race, right? Like your mindset needs to be right. You need to be ready to go into the pain cave. Your skis have to be dialed. The wax on the skis, the grind on the skis, and then the layers of wax on the skis. So there's so many people behind the scenes who are making this happen. And then you need to have the right pacing, the right tactics. You need to have power, speed, endurance. There's so much that goes into our sport. And to have it all come together at the right time on the right day is pure magic. And so I'm chasing that feeling of like putting the pieces of the puzzle together. And when they click in place, it's just so satisfying. And honestly, I've had races where it wasn't, you know, from the outside, maybe a super impressive result, but I felt like, oh, like that was it. That was like a breakthrough moment for me, and I'm so proud of that effort and what I put forward and how it came to life on the snow. And also there's races where I've won, where I've looked back and I've been like, oh, I can't believe I got away with those tactics. Like, that was not good. Like, I could clean that up a little bit. So yeah, I'm just motivated by putting it all together.
That's amazing. And you've talked, and I love this with your book that you wrote too, so much about your mental health. You've even said mental health is physical health, and it is. And it's so, athletes like yourself, Simone Biles, coming forward, speaking so publicly about their mental health and physical health. Why is that something that you think is important for people like yourself to continue to talk about?
Oh, my mental health is so important right alongside my physical health, and I want that for everyone. I want everyone to feel like they are allowed to ask for help if they need it. And so I think it's important for me to talk about, because I had to ask for help at multiple different times in my life. And growing up, I remember seeing these Olympic athletes and just seeing them as like superhuman, like, oh my gosh, like they're perfect, they're flawless. In order to win gold at the Olympics, you clearly need to have mastered every little area of your life. And that's not true. Like, athletes are humans. Like, we have support systems. We have good days, we have bad days. And I want kids to see me and see someone who sometimes needs to ask for help and is allowed to have a bad day and sometimes falls down and has to pick herself back up again, because that's real life, and that shows them that when they have a hard day, they can get through it too, and that it's okay if they need to reach out and say, like, hey, I'm really struggling with this thing in my life. I would like some guidance. I'd like some help. Maybe I just need a hug. So I think it's really important for me to show that you don't have to be perfect, because that's something that I really struggled with, especially with my eating disorder. A lot of it was about searching for control and being too stuck on being perfect. And that's just not real life. And I needed to learn how to be more gentle and kind in the way that I talk to myself, and easier on myself. And so I want to role model that to everyone who's watching.
That's so incredible. So many people that just heard you say that too are going to be like, wow, that'll change their lives. Have you had people reach out and like, you have changed my life?
Yeah, and that's, to be honest, the first time I wanted to tell my story, it was a really big, scary moment. And it's the thing that I am most proud of, because winning the Olympics was very cool. I'm very proud of it. Don't worry. I am proud of it. But I'm most proud of the courage that it took for me to open up and tell my story and be like, I carried this deep, dark secret for so long, because I want people to see that it is okay if you're not perfect. And having like coaches reach out and say, I coach high school girls volleyball, and I talk to my athletes differently now. Like, I try to really see things in a different light. Or parents who are like, my young boy is going through a tough time, and I used your book as an icebreaker and a way to bring up the conversation and connect with him about this and get him help. Or people going through midlife transitions who are like, my eating disorder came back, and in my relapse, I saw your story about your relapse, and I realized I can ask for help again. It's not like you get one call for help and that's it, you're cut off. You're allowed to ask for help whenever you need it. And so hearing this from people has been the most meaningful part of my career and my life, really. And so I love that. I get a chance to race for so much more than just winning. It's so far beyond just sports and medals.
I love that. Speaking of sports and medals, you're gearing towards your 4th Winter Olympic Games. When you shut your eyes and think back to the last 3, obviously each one has their challenges. What is something that you will be like, oh, I remember this moment. I can smell the smells and hear the sounds. What are some of those moments that you get brought back to you?
I would say Sochi, Russia was my first games, and walking into the opening ceremonies, I had imagined that moment. I remember having a sleepover with my high school cross-country team, everyone lined up in their sleeping bags on the floor, watching opening ceremonies for Vancouver, and watching all the athletes walk in and being like, I want to do that. To be there. I know them. I've trained behind some of them. This is so cool. Put me in. I want to be part of this team. And so then getting that surreal moment of actually walking in, and the noise was deafening, and there were lights everywhere, and your heart is pounding, just the adrenaline rush of a lifelong dream being realized. You're like, oh my gosh, I'm an Olympian now. This is it. That was an incredible memory. And then from 2018, when Keegan and I won the team sprint medal, I think the coolest moment was because when I crossed the finish line, I knew we had won the race. I knew when I lunged, like, okay, we won, but it just felt like, okay, we won a race. It didn't feel like we won the race. But then when she jumped on top of me, and then we got up and we turned around, and our entire team was like right alongside the finish boards, and coaches were like crying and on their knees. It was like, oh, I still get choked up thinking about it because it was so cool. Like the whole team made this happen, and I can still like hear them yelling and the way the lights were, and it was like so late at night, so it was just like this crazy rush. It was amazing. It was
I got chills that you described it. I watched it on TV and I was like reliving it with you. That's so incredible.
Yeah.
And when they put the gold medal around your neck, bring me back to that moment. And the national anthem is playing. What's going through your brain? Are you thinking of reliving that moment? Who's popping in? Are the dogs popping in your head? Your parents? Who's popping in your head?
Well, when we jumped up on the medal stand, Keegan and I had said, like, we're gonna do a little dance. And this was like before TikTok dances were like a thing, but we were like, we can do some little moves. And so I was thinking about that, how excited I was to do something that made the moment our own. And then I was thinking, like, I see my mom, I see my husband, but at the time he was my boyfriend, in the front row, and I was like, I can under no circumstances make eye contact because I will burst into tears. So I had to actually not look him in the eye because I was like, I can't do it. It's gonna be waterworks and it will never stop once I start. So it was this kind of funny moment of being like, I can't wait to just like sneak out of here and then go celebrate the moment with them in their little rental apartment afterwards.
That's incredible. When you are competing on the day of, what is going through your mind? Like, do you just like, is there music playing? Are you like thinking of inspirational quotes, or what's going through your mind when you're racing?
Yeah, so oftentimes at the games, our races are late morning or early afternoon. So one fun fact is I get too nervous to have a normal lunch, so I just have breakfast twice. So I spend most of the Olympics eating breakfast, like over and over and over again, because that's what I know will settle and will sit and stay put and all that. So, so I do that, and then I pack my bag and I braid my hair and I put on my glitter. And when I get there, I don't really listen to music because you're not allowed to race with headphones in. And so I don't want to become reliant on music to pump me up. I want to just be in the moment and soak it in and hear the crowd. And so if I know that my parents are in the crowd, I will, in warm-up, like, I will be like, where are you going to sit? Like, where are you going to be? Like, I want to see them, and I'm looking for them. But then mostly I'm focused on testing skis. And my longtime coach, Jason Cork, he's also my wax tech. He's coached me since I was 18 years old, like the day I turned pro. And so he knows when I'm super nervous. So he usually comes prepared with a couple dad jokes, like really, really cheesy ones. And I come with some for him. And so we try to lighten the mood. And honestly, we're just kind of focused on nailing the ski selection and dialing in the wax and doing what we need to, but also enjoying the moment and like trying to take a second to just say, hey, like we know that the way I race is what got me here, so I don't have to do anything special or different. I just have to be me and just go do the best I can. And that's going to be enough because you can't control the actual outcome. You just control your effort. So I just try to stay loose and relaxed and honestly happy. Like my game face is me smiling in the start gate because I'm excited to be here and I get to do this. And how cool is that? That's pretty amazing.
It's incredible. Talk about Milan, Italy. How excited are you? How excited is your family? What are you looking forward to?
I'm so excited for Italy. It's truly, like, the Dolomites are one of my favorite places in the world to ski and train. Like, actually, so I'm so excited to get to go there. It feels like a home on the road. The people are so kind and so welcoming. Like, when I was training at one of the high alpine meadows, like kind of above the venue, everyone was like, we're cheering for you. Like, we're so excited. Like, I just kind of feel like Italy has really welcomed me and my family in. So I'm very excited for them to get to experience just this magic and the way the Olympics feels, the way that we get to experience it together, especially after COVID prevented us from all being together at the last one. So I feel like out of all the Olympics I've been to, like, hopefully, assuming I make this next one, this one's gonna be about family and friends and the experience. And of course, I'm gonna be laser focused and doing everything that I can to have great performances. I'll have prepped as best I can, but yeah, I really want this one to feel like it's about enjoying that moment with all my people.
Are there other athletes that you admire or are like fangirling over when you're surrounded by them or you watch them to inspire you?
Yeah, well, a couple of them are here with me at Allianz today. Alana is incredible, and I am so in awe of her grace, her strength, her courage. Like, she's incredible, and the same with Dan. Like, his story is amazing. He couldn't be a nicer person. Like, both of them, I'm so excited to cheer for them, and yeah, I'm really, really pumped.
I got this question that people are like, ask her, where do you keep your medals?
Oh, in hats. They come with like these really beautiful wooden carrying boxes, but it's kind of a hassle, and so I literally keep them like in a sack, and I just put each one in a ski hat, and just like put them in there together.
Do you ever bring them out? You're like, it's medal time.
No, it was funny because I don't ever wear them. I don't even really look at them because every day I want to wake up and do something that makes me proud of who I am and what I did that day. And I don't want to rely on, hey, this one day in February you did this really cool thing. Like, that's not a free pass for life. Like, you get to be a good person every day. So I don't really look at them, but I bring them out for kids events and stuff. And then it's really, really fun when you see kids like, oh, I'm really heavy. And so yeah, if people ever see me with them, like, ask to hold them. Like, I don't ever want to I don't want to assume and I don't want to push them on people, but I am happy to hand them out because I think it's cool to share that with people.
That is the other question we got from students. Your guilty pleasure food snacks. Do you get this asked a lot? I feel like people are like, are you just, like, people love, are you eating Chipotle or when you're not training?
Oh yeah, well, I think what people probably don't know about cross-country skiing is, like, it's a huge energy expenditure. Like, it's a lot for your body to go that hard in the cold for that long. And so in our sport, it's honestly more about eating enough. And so I focus on eating a wide variety of foods, but all foods fit. And so, yeah, like, when I come home, like, nachos are the first meal that I make, and I also love to bake, and I love dark chocolate. And I love ice cream and all these things and all these different, and I also love making a kale salad that I grew in my garden. And so, like, everything fits, like, everything in moderation, like, including moderation, right? So,
right.
Yeah.
Demands of being away, you mentioned you're always on the road and gone, and, like, the last thing you want to do is be somewhere for so long, and you want to be home with your husband. Is this going to be your last Olympic Games, do you think? Is this it for you, or do you want to keep pushing, keep going? Because obviously the demands are heavy, and that's a lot on you, a lot on athletes.
It is a lot, and I think, I'm not quite ready to say what all my plans are, but I will say I will never get tired of my sport. And I will never get tired of the people I do it with and the culture around it. Like, cross-country skiing is amazing. And I'm never going to be sick of that. But there will come a point when I'm ready to actually be home and actually just get to spend more time with my family. And I want to be able to have the next chapter of my life be just as exciting.
We have to talk about the glitter, because I feel like,
yeah.
Let's talk about the glitter on
Okay.
your cheeks. When did you start doing this, and what does it symbolize?
Yeah, so I started racing with glitter very long time ago, I think with my first World Cups, because I used to get really, really nervous for races. So this comes back to that perfectionism, right? Like, I was so focused on trying to do everything just so that I was losing sight of the fun and the joy. And I was like, it's sports. Like, it's literally fun and games. Like, we're in the entertainment category. Like, it should be fun. If you don't love what you're doing, then why are you putting yourself through so much pain and so much effort and all these thousands of hours of training? So the glitter on my cheeks was a way of reminding myself, like, you're gonna go out there and enjoy what you're doing and have fun and smile and just go out there and try the best you can. So it kind of became this promise to myself. And also, it's really hard to take yourself too seriously when you're wearing glitter on your face. And so, yeah, it's kind of like, now it's my pre-race ritual. Like, I only wear glitter on race days and for special interviews. But yeah, it's like the last thing I do before I head out the door to the venue. And I will glitter up any of my teammates, any of my coaches who let me. Yeah.
Do you have like a following of, like, does your mom like glittering up? And...
Oh yeah, my mom and my sister will. For the Minneapolis World Cup, my husband Wade put on glitter for the very first time. Wow. He might be mad that I told you all that, but he was like, I'm only doing this for you. But yeah, it's kind of cool. Like, kids pretty much all over the world have sent me photos of their race day glitter and how it makes them feel and how it's fun for them. And some races have set up glitter bars so kids can like get all sparkled up for race day. And I think it's really a fun thing to share with people because it's just a little marker of like, I'm here having fun, and it's sparkly and it's a little silly, and I love that.
Have you ever, and you've been interviewed a million times, but has anyone ever asked you what your phone's backdrop is, like your screensaver?
Oh my gosh, no.
What?
That's an amazing question.
What is it?
Okay.
Do you have it on you? If you don't, that's okay.
I was gonna say, I don't know where my little blue phone is.
But do you know what your screensaver is?
I do.
Do you mind sharing?
Yeah, I don't mind. My lock screen is a picture from my engagement shoot with my husband, Wade. So it's the two of us in actually Belwyn Field out by Afton. Oh. And it's like the grasses are long and beautiful. It's in the fall. And then my home screen on the inside is us hiking in Patagonia. And the Cuernos Mountains are behind us. And they're like jagged and pokey. And every time I see those pictures, I feel so loved. And also, it reminds me of really cool, special moments that we've had together and being outside in nature.
Anything else you want to add that we didn't touch on?
I guess I just want to say thank you to like the community here, and especially to Minnesota. Like, this is the state and the ski community that raised me, and I have so many people who have been such a big part of my journey. And you know, they say it takes a village, but like, it takes the whole state, it takes the whole country, and it takes so many people being willing to, you know, first let me miss so many classes and turn in my homework late, and then supporting me on the road, and the sponsors who have been behind me every step of the way, who truly are there for the hard times and the injuries to help me get to the really big moments and the breakthroughs. And that's a really, really cool thing for me, and I'm just really grateful. And I feel like those Olympic medals like belong to thousands of different people, and I hope they feel that too.
With its skiing and shooting, the biathlon is unique to say the least. It's a blend of intensity and focus. Olympic races can cover anywhere from 4.5 miles to over 12 miles. Athletes ski through a course with a rifle on their back while making 4 stops at the shooting range. There, they attempt to hit 5 targets. Each target missed results in either a time penalty or a penalty loop on the ski course. Biathlon is the only Winter Games sport that the United States has never won a medal in.
Everyone loves sports. Everyone loves a good story. Everyone loves an underdog, or everyone loves the champions that are already champions and they continue to do amazing. I was at the 2022 Beijing Olympics, and so this is a whole new experience for me because I didn't get this at my last Olympics, so I'm excited to go through the media funness. I think it was a unique, my entire World Cup experience leading up to the last Olympics was all during COVID. And so I think for me, it was sort of almost like, oh yeah, this is just another thing. And so now going through this last Olympic cycle with all the fans, with all the everything that comes with the Olympics, and including all the media summits, I think it's a different Olympics for me. I wouldn't say it's like the normal Olympics, I don't know anymore, but like it's definitely different. It feels different. but it's the same amount of excitement, it's the same amount of everything. But I am excited. My family is coming to Italy. So I'm very excited. They're excited because, yeah, they were a little bummed to have to just watch from the U.S. last time. Every year we race at the Antolz Anterselva range. Yeah, so it's a venue that all of us are very familiar with. Some of the athletes there have been racing there since they were like 13. So I think it's going to be a really unique experience for all of the athletes, including the U.S. athletes. I think my coach is from the Antolz Valley, and so it's like almost like our home turf in a way, because I've been training and racing there since I started biathlon, because that's where we would go during even summer camps and everything like that. So I am on the Fort Carson World Class Athlete Program team based out of Colorado, but I am a remote athlete in Vermont. So yes, I am stationed in Colorado, but they allow me to train where the training is best for me, which is in Vermont.
It's hard to cross-country ski in Fort Carson.
It is. I don't think they get a lot of snow, and there's also like 0 biathlon ranges. I think it's like maybe 2 hours to the nearest one in like Grand Junction, maybe that's even further. But yeah, it's still a really cool area. When I went there, I of course did the incline. I did all the things. I saw the Olympic Training Center, so it's incredibly important. For me, it's been able to give me a career outside of my career as an athlete. So having this kind of dual career as both a soldier and an athlete has been so unique, where when I do decide to put my ski and my rifle down, I have a whole nother career to lean on, to look back on as a human resource specialist with all my experience that I've gotten through the Vermont National Guard and through the World Class Athlete Program. So it's I think really unique and awesome. I have salary, I have health care, I have all this stuff to look forward to after being an athlete, which I think most athletes, it's one of those things of when they retire, they have to think about, how am I going to get all this? And so I think for me, it's been an incredible, rewarding journey to be both a soldier and an athlete. I think one of the main purposes of the World Class Athlete Program is to get excited about supporting athletes at a military capacity competing in the Olympics. I think we're able to show everybody that, although there might be some political turmoil happening throughout our country and throughout the world, that sports bring people together. Everyone loves sports. Everyone loves a good story. Everyone loves an underdog, or everyone loves the champions that are already champions and they continue to do amazing. So I think being able to follow all of our journeys and being able to be excited about your country, whether you're from Germany or from the US, being able to really back your team is what the Olympics are all about. And bringing all of us together in one spot so we can hang out and have a fun time, it's one of the coolest things I've been able to experience. I have so many home screens.
Turn to show it to
okay, all right. I have to I can keep my hair. I can keep clicking through it. So that's me and my fiance.
Was that the incline?
That was the incline. Yeah. All right. So that's Stowe. That's Bend, Oregon. I don't know where that is. That's when we got engaged in Switzerland. Let's see. I think the incline's next.
It's all you guys.
It's all us. I'm kind of obsessed with my fiance. He's also in the military. He's also in the World Class Athlete Program.
Look at the two of you all over the
all
world
over
together.
Yeah, traveling
There's
athletes. There's the incline. Yeah. And so, we actually met at the opening ceremonies in Beijing, and we've been together ever since. And we just got engaged this past year, and we're hoping to both make the Olympics this year too. I know.
Might as well get married while you're over there.
That's what everybody keeps saying, but we'll have to figure that out ourselves.
I love creative directing, and I love to dance.
You know what I like, Alyssa, about you is the smile that you all, I'm sure there are times you're not carrying a smile. You seem to carry a smile very well.
Thank you. Yeah, I know, I don't know. Yeah, I just I don't like to control my emotions, so when I'm I usually smile a lot when I'm in different situations I've never been in. This is so cool. I've never done anything like this, so I can't help but smile.
Exactly, because the last time you went to the Olympics, you were 16.
Yeah.
But it was a different Olympics, right? So it was the quarantine and everything's in a bubble and there's no media.
Oh yeah. No, there was a little bit, I think.
A little bit of media.
Yeah, but I had a lot of fun at that Olympics. People say, it wasn't as good, but shoot, how can it be better? I'm excited.
You had fun at the COVID Olympics.
Yeah, I did.
Well, you did well.
I did do well
that
too.
helps.
I did well. Like one of my best friends did well. Like, yeah, there was no like build up, lead up. I like this. You know what I mean? This is really cool. Like if I was behind the camera and like directing everything, I would do something like this.
Like organize an event like this?
Yeah, for the athletes. This is cool. Honestly, get me on the staff team. I have so many ideas. I hate being like stuck to one thing, because my interest, I just love being able to have creative freedom. And there's so much you can do with creative freedom. You know, there's a lot of areas I can cover. Figure skating is one of those areas. So I'm covering a lot of other things. And dance is also one of those. I do a lot of dance now. Sometimes I make music. That's one of them. Fashion too. I love photo shoots. I do them with like my friends sometimes. And then do them with me, stuff like that. Yeah. I like to cover my grounds. I mean, I want to do it even when I'm skating. Like, I don't want to wait until after. So I love creative directing and I love to dance. So whatever opportunity comes my way, honestly.
What's that dancing show? You should be on that dancing show.
Dancing with the Stars?
You should be on Dancing with the Stars.
Maybe. I wouldn't be against it. Yeah.
Who would you want to dance with?
See, that's the only thing. I don't want to dance with someone.
You gotta dance with somebody.
No, okay, I love dancing with people, actually. But I don't know.
What is it you just don't, like you're used to being alone on the ice, doing your own routine and having complete creative control over your routine. Having to dance with someone would break that up.
Yeah, a little bit. But I think I love dancing with other people when we're all doing kind of like the same moves. But you know, like ballroom, I don't think I could be behind that.
I think you could do ballroom.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Too intimate? Do you like?
Honestly, I don't know. It's weird. I feel like even though we represent our country at Olympics, it's just like, in a way, it's just we represent the people. You know what I mean? Like, it's really for the people. Yeah, and like connection. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I'm representing Oakland when I'm out there.
Do you have your cell phone on you? No. I was going to ask you what you have for your home screen because we're asking some people what they got on their home screens. What do you got on your home screen?
I have orchid flowers on my home screen, and they're like one is right way up, one is like upside down, and then it's like pink and green.
Let's go back 8 years you were 8 years old, I believe, is when you first started to get into skating. Take me back to that.
Yeah, I guess my earliest memories were probably growing up skating in my driveway, you know, just up and down the driveway in my little plastic skates that would attach to my shoes. So, yeah, I don't know, probably maybe even younger than 8, just doing that. And then I started hanging out at the skating rink with my friends, not even thinking about the sport of it, just skating because that was what I enjoyed doing. Then when I was 10 is when I got into speed skating on wheels. And yeah, roller speed skating from there.
What did you love about that?
I just loved going fast because even before that, when I was just hanging out at the open sessions, I was the one getting in trouble for skating too fast. So yeah, I just always loved it.
Wait, you got in trouble going too fast, huh? They're like,
oh
slow
yeah, at
down?
the open sessions, yeah, because then everyone's just there with their kids and everything.
So from Florida and up in the Pacific Northwest, that seems to be such a big transition for short track speed skaters and long track. We've seen such success from a lot of athletes. How did that help your transition, you know, from inline to the ice, basically?
Yeah, well, I mean, they're both types of skating, obviously, but I was really surprised at how different they were. Like, my first steps on the ice, there's a video of it, and it's just terrible. Like, I wasn't expecting it to be that hard, so I don't know. I guess the familiarity of having so many other inliners to kind of like follow in their footsteps really helped me out. Because, you know, I was moving from Florida to Utah, And it's a really big change, but I was lucky enough to have so many people here who I already knew and could just kind of like fall in with that group, and they were helping me out and being really good mentors. So yeah, that was really fortunate. And yeah, from there I was just taking the time to get humbled out here and yeah, let all the little kids show me up on the ice, but yeah, learning from them along the way too.
And that humbleness helps along the way, right?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
What's the story? I think I saw it on your Instagram at one point. Waffle House, you met a coach there, or was that?
Oh, right, yeah. It's I was saying that I owe my career to Waffle House. Yeah, that was just the hangout spot when I was a kid. My mom and my aunt, we would all hang out there and just, yeah, multiple days a week. It was just where we would spend our evenings and sometimes mornings, but yeah, and then my mom was a pharmacy tech at Walgreens back then, and she had met this woman, Renee, at the pharmacy, and then they recognized each other when they were both at at Waffle House one day, and they just started chit-chatting, and yeah, it turns out the woman is a speed skating coach, and then my mom explained how her daughter loved to skate and loved to go fast, so then, yeah, the connection came from there.
Crazy how things happen like that. Taking me back to Pyeongchang, that's the first Olympic team you make.
Yep.
Nervous, you were young at that age. How big was that for your career in a moment for you in your life?
Yeah, it was really big because I hadn't expected to be there. I mean, at the Olympic trials, I had been skating for 4 months on the ice at that time. And I didn't even tell my dad or like any of my family members that I was going to the Olympic trials because for me, it was just a competition, you know. It was the only place I had skated other than Salt Lake City. So, you know, I traveled to Milwaukee for these trials, but for me, just a competition. And, you know, somehow I qualified for the team. So that was a funny story to like call my dad and say, hey, like, you don't know anything about this, but do you want to go to the Olympics with me? So yeah, it was a big surprise. So I didn't have much pressure going into it because, you know, I wasn't expected to go out there and do anything crazy, but I was happy to be there, and getting the experience was really awesome.
That had to be a fun call to Dad, though. That had to be a good little moment there. and then fast forward to 2022, you know, things are ramping up in your life, in your career. You're doing well. The gold medal, I know you've talked about it a ton. Just how special of a moment as you look back at that Olympics and that moment there for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's still hard to like put all the different feelings into words, I guess. It was, I don't know, there were a lot of tears, a lot of hugging with all my teammates and my coaches and all the staff. It was just, I don't know, a really magical moment. It was really, we were all super happy, and there was a lot of relief, you know, just with the ups and the downs of that season. Yeah, just an all around really great feeling. Just feeling really proud, really honored to be there. Yeah.
And I guess with that in mind, just how is the pride factor, just representing the U.S., you know, not just Utah and Florida, but the whole country like that?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's like it's a weight, but the best kind of weight, if that makes sense. It's like, okay, let's do this for the country. Let's do this to, you know, make everyone back at home smile and stuff like that. Yeah.
To get to that point, though, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of training. How hard is it to even become not even a gold medalist, but an Olympic athlete?
Yeah, we were actually just talking about this last week, about it takes a special kind of person to want to do what we do, just because it's so hard, and it's just, I don't know, it takes a lot of commitment and perseverance and sacrifice and things like that, but then that makes it even sweeter when, you know, you get to do what you love. So.
Yesterday we were talking to some of your teammates, and they were just talking about bragging you up about just your care for the rest of the team and for Team USA. And I got to say, this is a loaded team right now. You got to tell me about the whole aspect, the whole team right now. It's looking good right now.
Yeah, it's really exciting. We have a lot of talent. I can't even say coming up, like they're already there. We have a lot of talent that are, you know, they're really making waves out on the World Cup circuit. So it's been really exciting to see. And yeah, it's exciting. It's really cool.
And you are now one of the veterans on this team. Another one being Brittany. What has she meant to Team USA and to you?
Yeah, Brittany's an amazing leader for the team. She's been a mentor to me since I was 10 because we're from the same city back in Florida. So I grew up looking up to her and seeing her being just like this amazing athlete, this amazing inline skater. She was a world champion back then, and then I was just this little kid who started out roller skating. So I was like, oh, this really awesome girl, like she skates on my team, that's super cool. So yeah, I've looked up to Brittany since I was a kid, and she's always just been the best example of everything good, you know, just a really good mentor to have. Yeah.
We now look forward, and obviously it's training one day at a time, and you got things still to do today. How much do you start looking forward to 2026 and the Winter Games? I think tomorrow we're 6 months away already.
Oh yeah, that's exciting. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm just, you know, we're in the early part of our season, so training, just getting things kind of, just getting going right now.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, things are going to move pretty quickly from here. So we're going to blink and it's going to be Milan. So.
Do you enjoy being the defending gold medalist and kind of having that target on your back, if you
I
will?
do, yeah. I really like pressure. Yeah, I think pressure kind of helps push me to, I don't know, to what I need to do, because I'm kind of a really relaxed person. So yeah, the pressure kind of amps me up a little bit.
Where'd you get that from? Was that just your whole life? You've kind of...
As far as I remember, yeah, I've just been, pretty chill.
I love it. In Italy, what do you know about Italy?
I've been to Italy quite a few times for inline competitions. I have been to Milan once. I was there for the 1 year out features they were doing.
Okay.
But yeah, I love Italy, love the food, love the people, the language. Yeah, super exciting.
Favorite food there, you think?
Favorite food? I mean, I can't even name one favorite food because, where was I? I just went on some trip and it seemed like every meal I wanted Italian.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just love all sorts of Italian food. Let's see, if I had to pick one, be between like lasagna and pizza.
Okay. Yeah, you can't go wrong with either of those
Yeah.
ones. That's good. It's good eating there. The blades, obviously, to get to your level, you've got to work hard. You've got to be athletic, strong, mentally, physically. But we hear a lot about the blades. How important are having the right set of blades down there?
Oh yeah, the blades are really important. Yeah, everyone has their own preferences about the type of blades and the length and how they want them sharpened or not sharpened. And yeah, it's all just personal preference, but the blades are really important.
When you are flying by on the ice, what is going through your mind?
Ooh, mostly sit low. Yeah, coming from inlines, I was able to cheat the technique a little bit and still go pretty fast, but with ice, you really have to be, super locked into your technique and doing everything just right. So yeah, I'm mainly reminding myself to sit low over and over again when I'm out there.
I don't know whether you like it or not, but you have become a star in the U.S., a role model to many. I guess just what would be some of your advice to some young athletes out there that look up to you and and watch you and root for you? I mean, what would be some words of wisdom that you would pass on to them?
Yeah, I would say don't be afraid to go out there and shoot for your goals, right? Because sometimes your goals can seem really big and intimidating if you think about them just at the just the end goal. Yeah. But if you kind of break it down into these little steps, it makes things a lot easier. So just taking that first step to kind of reach your goals.
Growing up, you were a product of the inline skating world. Take me back.
Yeah.
What did you love about that inline skating?
I just loved the racing and the competition. And yeah, I just loved to go fast as a kid. So just everything about it. I loved pushing my limits and yeah, the endurance aspect of it all.
And you don't like to lose either.
No, definitely not.
Where did that come about?
Since I was a kid, ever since I could remember, losing really irked me. Yeah.
You don't want to lose to anyone.
No.
In Patterson's West, was that the first kind of place inline skating world where you started there?
Yeah, I started at Tiffany's in Puyallup
Okay.
when I was 6. Yeah, I started roller skating there during sessions and stuff, and then the owner of the rink, Dennis King, saw me skating around and was like, "You want to try speed skating?" And I just took off with it. I loved it so much, and then eventually I found myself in Federway at Patterson's West, and yeah, I was on the team ever since then.
I see Dennis from time to time, so
Yeah.
I will definitely say hi to him for you. He's like a city council member now.
Yeah, he's
doing well.
Yeah.
What do you you grew up there in the Pacific Northwest. What do you think? Why is that such a hotbed? You think for short track speed skating?
Well, I think Coach Lee, who runs the Puget Sound Club, really does a good job at finding kids and getting them to skate and teaching them the skills of speed skating. So a lot of us, on the national team, Marcus and I are both from Puget Sound, and yeah, I think Coach Lee does a great job at developing kids there.
And when you're a kid, you see some of the other ones, probably like JR and Aaron
Yeah,
ahead
exactly.
of you
Yeah,
and all that.
JR is a really big influence on my life. I'm really close with him and his wife Andrea and their son Damien, and yeah, he's a really good role model for me, and I look up to him a lot.
What do you think he's taught you, that JR's taught you, that's kind of stuck with you, or still, that you take with you to training?
Well, I lived with them for a year, so a lot of the times I would talk with him at dinner at the house, just about things that were bothering me at practice, what's going well, what's going bad, and he would really give his experience to me, and I kind of took that knowledge and started applying it to skating. Like, I think he really had a influence on my major jump I've had over the past couple of years. Just doing every practice with intention and doing all the things that I can, like not skipping anything, or just sometimes like I would skip something in training because I was, dying out there. It was really hard, and like JR really taught me, like, do everything with intention and, don't have any regrets that day in training. Like, do everything you can possible, and that's really made me a lot stronger. And he's also, gave me his advice in racing and stuff, like what he wished he would have done in races and what he did do and when things went well. And yeah, I really carry those things with me to competition and in training.
You mentioned dying in training. I think Greg showed us a picture of you guys going up the alpine ski.
Oh yeah, that one hurts.
I mean, how tough is that stuff?
It's hard, yeah. I mean, we just go up it for an hour, like just up and down 1 hour straight. And your heart rate's like 170, 180 going up that thing. And yeah, it's really difficult. But just kind of like what JR told me, like, it's only an hour long. Like, you can push yourself for an hour. Like, just do it,
Yeah, but those are the little things that people don't see. We see you just on the ice, and that's incredible.
Yeah.
You mentioned the major jump. I want to get to that in a sec, but I do want to talk about 2022. You make the U.S. Olympic team. What was that like competing in the Olympics there?
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty young, and it was new and fresh, and I didn't really know anything about what the atmosphere would be like, especially during COVID. There was no audience or anything, so I think it was a really good experience for me to go into Milan now that I'm a lot more competitive than I was back then. To have that experience. But again, Milan's going to be so different than Beijing was without COVID. So I do feel like Milan will almost feel like a first Olympics again because of the crowd and the atmosphere. So yeah.
And how much do you feed off of that, the crowd and the excitement?
It's really you get a lot of adrenaline when you're racing, because whatever city you're in, the home skaters, so example in Italy, if an Italian's in the semifinal with me, I'm gonna know when they're moving up in the pack or where they're at because the crowd just goes crazy, So that really gives me a lot of motivation when the crowd is screaming and stuff. I'm like, oh, I gotta move up,
Yeah. And you wouldn't be doing this sport if you didn't love it. What, for somebody that still has not watched speed skating, how do you explain it to them?
Short track is a mixture of talent, strength, and luck. So, the best person out there could win or not.
Yeah.
So, short track is really exciting. Like, you could put bets on anyone out there.
And it's strategy, right? I mean, it's just milliseconds that can separate first from third on all that.
I mean, last year in a 1,000 meter final, me and a Korean skater exactly tied at the line for bronze. No difference in time. So we both got the bronze medal.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's tight racing. And I think the person who got gold in that race was only less than 0.1 across the line faster than us. 1, 2, 3, 4 were at the line together.
That's crazy on that. You mentioned the COVID Olympics in 2022 and 2026. Obviously, there's going to be crowds. The other things that people forget about is just the opening ceremony. How exciting is it going to be to be part of that stuff like that?
Yeah, it's really cool. Especially I did participate in it in Beijing.
Yeah.
But we did race the next day. So that was a little bit stressful. We were on our feet, and I was I really want to do this because it's my first Olympics. But this year in Milan, we don't race the day after the opening ceremonies. So that'll be really nice to just be able to enjoy the opening ceremonies and take everything in this time.
Sit back and have fun.
Yeah, not worry about, am I on my feet too long? I have to race tomorrow. Yeah.
2024. You talk about that big boost. You go to Worlds, and not only go there, I mean, it was every night you were, there's Corey again. I mean, 3 medals. Just tell me, how big was that for your career? How big was that just for the excitement of what you've been doing is working and all that stuff for you?
Yeah, in 2024, the whole World Cup season, I was medaling consistently. So that was a really big boost going into World Champs, knowing that I could be on the podium. And then I ended up on the podium in the 1500 and then also both relays. So 2024 kind of felt like my first like realization, like, oh, like I'm getting this, and like I'm moving up every year going into the Olympics. And then the 2025 season last year, like I was medaling like every final I was in. I got my first gold. I got 9 individual medals. Yeah.
What was the gold like?
That was an insane experience. I've never been so happy in my life. Yeah, the rush of finally winning, and I did the race so perfectly. Like I executed it perfectly, and it was just the best feeling I've ever had in my life. And doing that at a World Cup, and then imagining myself doing it at the Olympics, like I can't even imagine what that would feel like. So that's really motivating me going into 2026.
First call you made off the ice?
First call?
Did you make a call to anybody?
Well, I had the 500 meter 20 minutes after.
Oh, so you couldn't really take time.
Yeah, but I did call my boyfriend after the day had ended, and he actually saw that because he lives in Europe, so the time zone was a lot different. So he saw that I won gold before I could tell him. So I like look at my phone like after the day, because I had 3 500 meter rounds after that, so it'd already been like 2 hours. And then I look at my phone and he's like, you won, you got gold. And yeah, I called him and we celebrated together over the phone.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
You may have answered it already with kind of what JR's kind of talked to you about, but what do you think has been a key for you in 24 to 25 to now hopefully moving forward to 26? What's kind of been a key to your success, you think?
Well, having my teammate Kristen Santos with me out there in training, like she's ranked #1 in the world right now. I'm ranked #3. So we both push each other really hard in training. Like we're competitive with each other, but we're also best friends. So I think seeing her with her success first kind of like showed me that I could do it too. And now like together we're just like unstoppable. We're training with the boys every day and making them really work for it in training, make sure we don't beat them, and sometimes we do. So yeah, I think she's been a really big key to my success. And also Steve Goff, my coach, he came into our team the year of the games in 2022, and every season since he's been our coach, I've just been improving like huge jumps every season. So I really believe in his training program and what it's doing for me and Kristen. Yeah.
Kristen, what makes her so special as a speed skater?
She works really hard. Yeah. And that's motivating to me because it shows me how hard I should work. She's an animal out there, and she never gives up, and she's training super hard all the time. And yeah, I mean, we've seen her progression over the years too, like all the years that she was on the World Cup circuit, and then all of a sudden she started making A finals, and then she started medaling, and then she was almost a medal in Beijing, and then she came back. And yeah, like just seeing her progress has also been helping my progress. And now we're fighting with each other out there for practice wins, and yeah.
Iron sharpens iron out there, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's nice to have a teammate out there too during the races, like knowing someone's got your back and I've got hers, and not going to take each other out, and we're hoping to go 1 and 2.
And that in the end is good for you, it's good for her, and it's good for Team USA, right?
Exactly,
It's making this team a pretty tough team to compete against right now.
Yeah, I mean, we have 2 of the top 3 girls in the world, and I only missed 2nd overall last year by 2 points, so almost 1 and 2 in the world.
Yeah. How important the technical aspect of speed skating, the blades and things like that? Do you look into that much, or is that?
Yeah, we watch video of our technique, how we can go faster, because technique is really a big deal in short track.
Yeah.
So we're always watching video. The blades are really important. The rock, which is how round the blade is, the bend, so like how the blade turns. We're always making sure our blades are sharp. Having like pristine equipment is really important for the sport.
And the suits, are you guys changing that at all?
Yeah, we have like the rubber suits that are very aerodynamic, and they like are custom fit to our bodies.
Do you like those?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think they do make a difference for sure.
Okay, I love it. What is it like to represent the U.S.? You've done it now for pretty much your whole life, but not everybody gets on a podium and has a gold medal and has the U.S. anthem playing. What is it like to represent the U.S.?
It feels really good, especially when I skate well and make all of my friends and family proud, my parents proud. But it's also a lot of pressure too, because you want to do well for the country. So kind of balancing that, not having too much pressure, but also like being really proud, and it's rewarding when you do well for the country.
Yeah. And Milo, for all your fans, how's Milo doing?
He's good, yeah. He's chilling at home right now. Had to drag him out of bed this morning. Wouldn't come eat his breakfast. He's a bed hog. He just lays in bed all day.
Does Milo travel to the Olympics with you?
No, I don't think he's going to. But my roommate is probably going to hang out with him here in Salt Lake with her dog, and they'll watch the games on TV.
Lastly, for me, you've been doing this since All Saints, when you got your skates, to Dennis King getting you into this, to you've been down here 7 years. What would you tell, a young skater that wants to get into this, or a kid that just wants to become an Olympic athlete? How do you get to this point? I mean,
go skate at Patterson's West. We've had some of the best coaches in the country: Darren Pattison, Mike Pattison. Now Miguel Jose is running it. He's awesome as well. Go skate at Patterson's West. Go skate at Puget Sound speed skating with Coach Chang Lee. All of them know what they're talking about, and they can get you out here.
but you gotta love it, right? Because it's not easy, right?
It's definitely not easy. There's going to be ups and downs, and that's life. And yeah, you just gotta roll with the punches.
Want to say anything to anybody back home in the Pacific Northwest at all?
Thank you to my parents for always believing in me and supporting me. I love you guys.
Obviously, you're living in Utah now. This is training. What did the Pacific Northwest do for you, though? How much did you love growing up there?
Oh my goodness, it's amazing. It's beautiful. Just being able to see the greenery every day, all the great scenery that there is. It's still beautiful here. It's just, instead of the green beautiful, it's more the orange, red, all that kind of beautiful. So.
Yeah. There's a story that you had skates on at 10 months of age. Is this true?
Yeah, it is. We had family friends that owned the skating rink in Burlington, and they were talking to my dad, and he was going to go to the grocery store. It was right next to the rink, and they said, well, we'll just hang on to him so it's easier. And when he came back, I had skates on and fell in love with it.
10 months?
I guess.
So then did you do the inline skating for a while then?
Yeah, I started inline skating at 3 years old.
Okay.
Got seen by one of the coaches at the club there, and my parents were kind of like, what in the world, like speed skating? And he's like, no, it's fine. There's a little kids division, it's 5 and under, trust me. And after that, just kept loving it and had fun trying to go faster and get better, and just stuck with it.
Was that in Burlington too, or was that was in Burlington?
Yeah.
So I was going to say, with there's you. I mean, you look back, Casey Boudier, Apollo, JR, Aaron Tran. We got Corinne, and the list goes on and on. Why do you think Pacific Northwest has produced so many long track and short track speed skaters?
I think a big part of that is it's a double-pronged thing. First off, there's a big inline culture there, and a lot of us that are training here now come from inline. But also, there's an amazing coach there, Chang Ho Lee, and he is one of the best. And he provides that great foundation that all of us have built upon when we come here. And you're taking it seriously when you're there, but there's a different level of commitment, dedication, and work that goes into being one of the top athletes. So having that good foundation of fundamentals is huge.
Yeah. And then, you get good training there. How important is this place here in Utah to surround yourself with the best and have the best coaches and facilities?
It's amazing. I mean, we don't have a ton of support within the U.S. There's not a whole lot of foundation like other countries, like in Holland, where it's a national sport, and they have all these programs and resources and all that. So it ends up being very, there's a lot of concentration of skaters that end up funneling here. If you want to take the next step and become a serious athlete, this is where you do it. So it ends up breeding a good environment of training and commitment.
And with that in mind, how in the world did you get to where you're at? I mean, training and commitment, right?
Yeah, it took a lot of personal growth and learning too. I mean, I missed out on the last Olympic team by just a couple hundredths of a second. And, you know, I was pretty inexperienced at that point in my career. So having to learn from that and grow now and move forward to progressing through the World Cup rankings has been really important on the journey.
In journey of different athletes, it does sometimes take those little moments to kind of push you to a high, to reach another thing. Obviously, that has probably fueled your fire a little bit, hasn't it? That little moment there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I like to say you don't learn anything when you win. So you learn things when you're supposed to win and you don't. And that goes for every walk of life, right? You know, if you're supposed to do well and you fail a little bit, you got to go back to the drawing board a little bit. But that always ends up being a good thing because that's where, you know, your best self is built.
Rewind a little bit for me. How do you make the decision on long track and short track?
I mean, I kind of always took to long track a little bit easier. It was just kind of natural to me. Obviously, we train in the short track rink when we're back in Seattle because it's just a smaller kind of thing. So we don't have the oval. This is the closest oval to the West Coast. So yeah, it was kind of a whim though for me when I moved here to be like full-time long track. Let's do it.
Yeah. What does it take to be good at long track?
It takes a big fitness base. Our summers consisted of lots of aerobic fitness, anaerobic fitness, technical stuff. But also, like I just said, the technical stuff is huge. The how-to, massive, knowing where you need to get better, all that. And then on race day, you still have to go show up. So, and do all those things that you'd practice.
And the U.S. is putting together a pretty good long track team. You set a world record. What was that like to be part of that team, to be part of that moment? I mean, just to go through that for me.
It was pretty fun. So for me, I was kind of going into it with, it was my second race of the day. So I had a pretty quick turnaround after, so I was kind of tired. I was like, I don't know, had some egging injuries going on. I don't know if I'm gonna do this. And then we go out and we start having a good race and it felt pretty all right. Didn't feel like anything spectacular, which is kind of crazy to say. And I honestly didn't even realize when we had crossed the line that we had broken the world record. It didn't like click in my head. So there's like a pretty funny moment somewhere of like somebody said something to me and the camera was on. I just went, woo! But yeah, no, when I heard that, it was amazing. It's something, our team is the same guys we train with every day here. So getting to do that with your boys, you know, your friends, it was pretty special.
That's something you'll never take that away from you guys. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And that's all obviously got to be like, okay, we can compete against the best, obviously. When you see things like that, results like that, right? I mean, like anything's possible, right, with this team?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're very confident in ourselves, and we've done well across the past couple of years. So to have that culminate in a world record moment was pretty awesome.
In sports, there's ups and downs. You've had to deal with broken arms. You had a bike accident you've got through. How have those things made you tougher as an athlete?
Well, you definitely learn to take things in stride. Not everything's always going to be perfect, and that is really helpful to be reminded of sometimes, even if it's under bad circumstances. A lot of what we do with skating is being able to take things that happen, whether it be little injuries, you're not feeling good on a day, and take that and do your best with it. So, you know, like back a couple years ago when I crashed on my bike, my hand was pretty mangled. It taught me that I can get better in other ways, even if that's not necessarily on the ice at that time, or not pushing the intensity or speed. There are other ways to get better.
Yeah. What would it mean to make that Olympic team in 2026? What would that be like for somebody that's trained since you had skates on since you were 10 months old, I guess? Yeah.
It would be amazing. It would just be coming to a pinnacle in the journey, you know, and it's doing what you want to do when you were a kid, right? So it's a realization of a dream you've had for a long time, and it would just mean everything.
Yeah. And what is it like? It's obviously nice to represent Skagit Valley, Kirkland, Juanita High, now Edgewood, you know, Might as well throw Fife and Milton into that since your parents are there. But what's it like putting the red, white, and blue on and going out there and representing the U.S.?
Oh, it's a special feeling, you know. You get to grow up watching all these amazing athletes over the years, all these sports, representing their country. So getting to do that and just show people what you've done over the past few years and what you're doing with your life, kind of, and do that for your country is pretty special.
Pretty cool stuff, yeah, that 100%. We were talking with the short trackers about the technical aspects of it. How much is that in long track, like blades? How important are little things like that?
Oh, it's huge. Yeah, last year I ended up having a little bit of blade issues before our first World Cups, and I just felt like I couldn't skate at all. Got those ironed out pretty well, and then immediately I would say if I was to guess how many World Cup ranks I would have risen, because it was right before a World Cup season, so I think it probably made like a 15 to 20 spot difference in terms of like where I placed, just because I felt more comfortable in my stuff.
And that's just each skater's different with their blade, basically, right? Is that?
Yeah, I think on short track, there's probably a little bit more variation on short track. Their blades are a little rounder, so it leads for more wiggle room. Our blades on long track are a little bit flatter because we're on a bigger radius. So people generally are on the same setup, but still, if that setup gets messed up at all, you definitely tell immediately. You're like, what's going on?
So you just go back into the tech center and figure it out? And
Try to. Well, that's what makes it tough too, is sometimes you're like, is it me or is it my equipment? Which is tough, so.
Okay, that's good, interesting.
Yeah.
All right, anything else you want to say, or?
No.
Hey, rock and roll. Well, I guess my last question is, you're doing well. I mean, you're on the right path. What advice would you give, not just for skaters, for young athletes out there that want to succeed in life?
I'd say definitely embrace the journey. Everything is a learning opportunity. Whether you think you know better than somebody, you don't know better than somebody, everybody has something to offer, whether that be about your sport exactly, or if they know better than you and what they're talking about or not, they still could have valuable input. So definitely be willing to listen because you never know where you're going to get your best advice from.
Take me back. I've got a story that you were on the ice when you were 2 or even younger?
Yeah, I started out at a very young age. One of my first memories of being on skates was I was at a small local park, Goepper Park over in Shoreview, I think. Had these little hockey skates on. My dad had like a chair. My brother was skating laps around the rink, and I was like, man, I wanna be doing that someday. I wanna go that fast. And I always had a love for skating from the start. I remember we used to get these open skate passes from Schwann's, from different community events. So my dad would pay me like a nickel for every lap I skated. So it was some motivation to get, skating reps in, and eventually got pretty good at it. Joined a hockey team when I was 5 to 6 years old and played for 13 years before switching over.
So you were more, when you were that young, you were doing more hockey than ice skating, basically?
It was all about hockey. My entire childhood, yeah. Spent a lot of hours at the hockey rink. My 2 sisters and older brother also played, so when I wasn't playing, I was at the rink watching them and supporting them and just hanging out.
What did you love about hockey?
I love the competitiveness. I also always have just loved skating, going fast. I always had a passion for playing. It was just so much fun, and that was the best part about it. But I eventually figured out that I just really loved speed, so it made the transition to speed skating pretty seamless.
And you kind of gave me that story. Long story short, there just became a time where it was either I got to pick long track or hockey, basically, right?
Yeah, so basically my older brother was the first in my family to kind of dabble in speed skating. We had switched from Centennial to Roseville because my parents worked closer in the area, so it made it a lot more convenient to get to practice. And we practiced at the John Rose Oval, which has a long track oval. And my brother got into speed skating, and I was always really curious. The coaches kind of got to know our family a little bit. This Russian high-performance coach for the local club actually came to one of my practices, and he was watching me skate, and he's like, old Russian guy. He told me, you come speed skate, your country needs you. And I was like, well, okay, I can't say no. So I followed him down to the rink and strapped on an old pair of speed skates, and that was my first intro to speed skating, and I was like really addicted. It was super cool, very different, but you could already go a lot faster because the blades are just that much longer than hockey skates. So that was my official start.
I was going to say, rest is history after that.
Rest is pretty much history.
But a little different. Hockey, it's a team. You know, it's a team. You're working together as a team. And in long track, it's. I mean, unless you're in the team pursuits and things like that, it's you out there, right, basically?
Yeah, it's a very different dynamic, team versus individual sports. I actually prefer individual sports better because it's more about, you know, what you want to accomplish in the sport. In team sports, it's, you know, all about being like-minded with a group of people, and if, you know, everyone's not on the same page, it can be frustrating, which it was for me a little bit, especially in the years where I did both hockey and speed skating. I just found that it wasn't always easy to balance both of them. My coach wouldn't be happy that I was gone practicing and competing on speed skates, so I'd get less playtime sometimes, and it really pushed me further into speed skating actually, because it was up to me what I wanted to accomplish. So I really like that aspect of it.
How did hockey, and take away the obvious, which is skating, make you a better speed skater?
It taught me a lot of really valuable lessons, like how to work hard with people, how to compete. Taught me the value of practicing and how it, you know, helps you improve in the long run and how to reach, you know, goals. But I just found speed skating was the sport for me. I loved the aggressiveness of hockey, but I loved going fast out on this track even more. So.
Yeah. I know the state of Colorado would like to claim they're the #1 winter Olympic sport, but I think Minnesota has got, you know, could claim it as well.
Yeah, we have a lot of good athletes coming out of our state.
How much pride do you got? I mean, you're representing the U.S., but let's start with Minnesota. How much pride do you have just representing that great state?
Oh, so much. I love Minnesota, and I'm really proud to call it my home. Just the community there, and everyone supports each other. It's like a feeling like no other. It's not the same out here in Utah. I definitely miss being home and just having the people around me that I do.
And with that, then moving forward on the, you know, international stage, putting on the red, white, and blue, what's it like representing the U.S. out there?
It's such an honor. I absolutely love it. It's my favorite thing to do. I feel very blessed to be competing with the flag on my back. It's truly special.
What would it mean to be in those Olympic Games? I know it's a day at a time, it's a process, but
yeah,
you know,
it's definitely a journey getting there, but it's always been a lifelong goal of mine. I remember as a child watching, you know, Michael Phelps, Simone Biles, the greats of a lot of different sports compete on the Olympic stage, and I always knew that was something I wanted to achieve. So it would mean the world to qualify and be able to represent my country there.
Was there one point in your life you wanted to do hockey? It would be like Hilary Knight?
Yeah,
or,
there was. And then as I started to figure things out in speed skating and compete at Junior Worlds and eventually on the Senior World Cup level, it became really clear to me that that's what I was destined to do and that's where I wanted to go in the sport.
Brittany and Erin, what do they mean to this team?
Oh my goodness, they're incredible role models. It's such an honor to be able to skate with them every day. I've learned so much from them. They are really down-to-earth people, super hard workers, and just great role models for young girls coming into the sport.
Definitely helped this. I mean, this team has become a pretty talented group.
It's a very talented group of skaters, and I just feel very blessed that I'm able to be out here to train with them all.
Okay, last question for me, the technical aspect. You're a great athlete, you know, you've got history, you've put in the work, but it's little things like you gotta have, your blades have to be perfect, right, and all that stuff?
Yeah, the little things make the biggest difference in this sport. It's all about skating as efficiently and as effectively as possible, putting pressure down in the right way on the ice, having your blades set up in a manner where they track the corners correctly, where they're touching the ice just enough to get the optimal amount of pressure down so you don't dump speed.
Yeah.
It's a very fine art, and I'm still learning, and the more you clean up technically, the faster you go, so
I love it.
It's very rewarding.
Well, I want to go back. Where did you grow up in Minnesota? What was the?
I grew up in Goepper Lake, Minnesota.
Okay.
So it was right next to a nice big lake, which is really cool.
Would freeze over the wintertime, right?
Yeah.
So that's where. Take me back. Is that where you learned to skate?
Yeah. My grandma's house is right on the lake, And so I'd always like go over there, and then you like walk down, and we'd always like skate on the lake because it'd freeze over, which was super cool. And you could see like all the way through, which is, you could see all like the fish, and it was super cool.
How old were you when you were doing this?
I feel like I started like, maybe there's a picture of me, have like the buck teeth, like the huge gloves on, like can't bend my knees. I think I was like probably like 6 or 7.
Wow.
And then there's an outdoor rink at the John Rose Oval, and that's when I feel like started skating.
What did you love about skating?
Honestly, I just like going fast. I know it's like a very cliche like answer, but like going fast, and it was like fun to do something like outside in the winter, and I really liked my team too. It was kind of just like, I don't know if I can swear on here, but
Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
it was kind of badass. Like just, it was just like super cold. Like we were all just like suffering outside, but it was like fun because it was like, yeah, it was like always snowing and stuff. It was like very like outdoorsy, which is really fun.
So outdoorsy, badass. You're having fun, but it takes work to get good to your level, right?
Yeah, that's true. I feel like a big thing was like changing from it like being like a fun hobby to like trying to make it like professional. Like that was like a big change for me, like moving out here, because.
Do you remember the first time you dreamed about an Olympic? Did you have an Olympic dream? Was that ever a moment in your life? Or?
I've had the Olympic rings. Like I cut them out. I think when I was probably like, I don't know, like 13, and they've been like above my bed since then.
Wow.
Yeah, I've had a picture of Brittany, like for the longest time. So moving out here and like seeing her, I was like, oh my God. Yeah.
What's so special about Brittany? What I mean, and obviously you train with her now.
Yeah, I mean, she's just like, I would say the ideal role model. Like she works so hard and she wants like the best for everyone, super determined, super disciplined. Like I'd say someone who's like a leader, like really rises everyone up. It's kind of like the rising tide, so yeah.
So with that in mind, I would say she's been huge for this development of Team USA in long track.
Yeah, I feel like she's been someone I've looked up to for forever, and then working alongside her, I look up to her even more now.
Yeah.
Like now that I get to know her a little better.
You have those Olympic rings over your bed. What was it like when you made the team?
Oh, it was crazy. I mean, it's almost been 4 years and I still don't like really believe it that it happened. So I think it's kind of like a shock. I think this time it's like, it will be different. I feel like it will be more like real in my mind.
Yeah. What was it like? I mean, and it's going to be different a little bit too with the no crowds, right?
Yeah, it was super. It was a really weird experience. Honestly, especially for me, I've never made a World Cup before that. So that was my first like international big race, and it was the Olympics. So it was like really extreme. And then there's COVID. So it was like definitely like a lot to take on, but it was super cool.
Yeah. What can you take from that to this next experience and getting ready for it now?
I feel like the pressure, to be honest, I feel like that was like a very pressure cookie like situation. So I feel like I've like learned to like kind of like the second time around, it does feel different. It's like, okay, like I know what to expect in Milwaukee. Like you're gonna have to show up and you're gonna have to perform that day, and yeah, you're gonna have to give it your all. So
training so far, everything's going good health-wise for you and everything right now?
Yeah, I broke my foot last year, so that's always like kind of a little bit, because I rolled it again like a month ago or something. So just trying to like make sure you don't get like any big injuries. But yeah, so far everything's going really well.
So far everything's been going good.
Yeah.
And you're back on the ice tomorrow morning, right? Is that or?
Yes. Yeah.
Tomorrow morning on the okay. And then what disciplines are you working on right now?
The 3K, the mass start, and then the team pursuit, I think.
Okay.
The girls, yeah, team pursuit is probably like my biggest.
Take me through the team pursuit. How does that work?
Okay, so there's 3 people, and the most effective way is if you're in the same order, and then you push the person in front of you, and the last person is the last time across the line. So you have to make sure everyone finishes like at the same time. So it's definitely the hardest race. Like it's like strategy, and then you have to push, and then it's like teamwork, and it's like you're trying to go as fast as you can. So for 6 laps, so yeah.
There's a lot to do.
There's a lot to do, but I would say it's the most gratifying too, because it's like with people, you know, it's like with your teammates, you can accomplish like so much more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have the USA there across. What is it like? I mean, you've been doing it for a while now, but what is it like to get up on a podium, to go to an event and represent the USA?
I mean, I feel like honored. Yeah, for sure. It's like when they like raise the flag every time, it's like, it's super cool. I think I've been on the podium For the team pursuit, for sure, and I feel like that's also super cool because like, you know, you like hug your two girls and like, yeah, it definitely means